Rockstar! Ready? Let's go.
Welcome everyone to the heart of the Centennial State. We're just about 2.5 hours as the crow flies off to the west of downtown Denver. We're here at beautiful Copper Mountain for day 3 of 5 of the Dew Tour 2021. Taking a look at some recaps from yesterday's action out here on the mountain. It was a big day here on the Slopestyle course for the men of ski. Slopestyle had qualifying. Then in the halfpipe yesterday, we had qualifiers for both the men and the women of snowboarding. So there was big action all over the mountain yesterday. Had a bit of a weather delay on Wednesday with some fresh snow. We had some really rough winds and some low visibility conditions to deal with. But yesterday afternoon, it was beautiful bluebird skies, and it was all business out here on the mountain as we get set to kick off our first final event of the weekend out here at Copper Mountain. But look at these beautiful shots of the action yesterday. Everybody trying to earn some valuable qualification points, trying to earn their spot at the Olympics coming up in February of next year. Sean White making an appearance out here, trying to do his bidding to get in to compete at the Olympics in China. So that is a look back to how it all went down yesterday. So they're blowing fresh snow out here on the mountain. It is another beautiful day as the Dew Tour makes its return here to Copper Mountain, Colorado. It's been almost 2 years since we've been out here hosting a Dew Tour, and we are happy to be back, and we are getting back into action bright and early out here this morning. So greetings and salutations, everyone. Welcome out here to this beautiful resort that has played host to the event here for the last 2 years. I'm Jimmy Coleman. I've got the legend Tom Walsh sitting next to me here, and we've got Tina Dixon out in the field. And well, Tom, we get to start things off here with the women's ski Superpipe final presented by Toyota, and they had qualification the other day, and we've narrowed the field down to 8, but it was Eileen Gu with a commanding performance to be the top qualifier coming into this event.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm looking forward to a really good event. Pipe running good, and Eileen Gu has been on a tear, coming off a big air win, a Grand Prix win. She's looking unstoppable. Can she do it again out here today?
Yeah, but you had Kelly Silderud that was also nipping on her heels. She was our number 2 qualifier. This is how it works. We've narrowed the field down to 8. They're going to get, I believe it's 3 runs out here today in the final. The best possible score you can get is 100 points. The judges, they're working off that 100-point scale. It's the best run that counts, and you see that tagline right there. Overall impression, Tom, break down the judging criteria. How is this going to unfold today?
Yeah, exactly. Top to bottom run, they want to see everything from progression, new tricks, amplitude. So that's how high out of the Superpipe they go. The variety of tricks, different grabs, different rotations, how they're executed, and of course, how many big spins we're going to see and big flips, that trick difficulty.
Well, the big story coming out of the qualifying round, we talked about the weather. You had snow, you had high winds, you had low visibility, but the women were able to put down some big runs, and we've got our top 8. But the big story was Kelly Silderud and Eileen Gu, your top 2 qualifiers, Tom.
Yeah, this is Eileen Gu, and she has just been skiing so well. Really good in the Superpipe lately. She has a full run we could see with inverted and cork maneuvers on almost every wall. So really looking forward to seeing what she can bring to the table today. And Kelly Silderud, who's been on the scene since she was only 13 years old, still killing it, back-to-back 900s, big rotations. It really is, for me, going to be a battle between these 2 women today, as well as some of the Americans in the field looking to get a podium result and qualify to Beijing.
Yeah, and with those weather conditions the other day during qualifying, speed seemed to be an issue, but we won't have that today. But right now, let's check in with the third member of our team,
Good morning,
Tina
Jimmy
Dixon.
and Tom. It is so fantastic to be back here at the bottom of a half pipe here at Copper Mountain and for Dew Tour, getting ready for the women's ski pipe, watching practice, and it is setting up to be a fantastic day for an event. The visibility is good. The speeds are good. The skiers like the shape of the half pipe, and right now there is very little wind to speak of. Now, in terms of the actual competition, you just cannot say enough about Eileen Gu. You know, it was a week ago that she won the Grand Prix here in the half pipe. You know, she told me she wasn't able to put together the run that she wanted to. Conditions were a little bit slow, so look for her to do that. Also, keep your eyes out for Kelly Silderu. She is back in the half pipe, as well as Olympic gold medalist Cassie Sharp, returning from a knee injury. But all in all, Jimmy, it is setting up to be a beautiful day out here, guys.
Tina just broke all of that down for us. We don't have to do anything here, Tom. We can just sit back and wait for this competition to unfold. So we talked about Kelly Silder and Eileen Gu, but let's talk about Cassie Sharp, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. The reigning Olympic gold medalist coming off a knee injury, and really her first contest back last weekend, and she put together some really solid runs. I'm looking for her to build on that momentum and build on the tricks in that run as she makes another push for another Olympics and another potential gold medal.
Well, we run them in reverse order as to how they qualified. So Cassie ended up qualifying in the 6th position, so she's going to run in the number 3 spot here as we get into the competition here. But taking a look at our start list, there are your 8 finalists. So again, here in the Superpipe final presented by Toyota, they got 2 runs in qualifying. It's 3 runs this go around. It's the better of your 3 runs that are hopefully going to get you on that podium. And we talked about valuable Olympic ski team qualifying points here for the Olympics. Let's take a look at the standings here. Here's a look at the U.S. free ski team's current Olympic qualification standings, showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to be nominated to Team USA for the 2022 Olympic Winter Games. There are multiple pathways to qualify for Olympic teams this year, including FIS points, list, and podium results at tryout events. So a beautiful shot right there. Things are looking great out here at Copper Mountain, and we are set to go here. We started off with a competitor representing China here. This is Kaxin Zhang making it in, squeaking in there on that bubble spot the other day in qualifying. She is going to start us off here. She competed at the 2018 Olympics, finished 7th place at the Copper Grand Prix on this very mountain just last week.
Nice clean half pipe.
So getting our first look at the Superpipe today, and it looks like there's no snow in that flat bottom, something that would normally slow some of these women down. And right off the top, one of the biggest rotations we'll see all day, a 1080 on that top hit. So lots of speed, no issues with the speed today. A couple straight airs to maintain here in the bottom. Nice 540, but the top hit, that was a 1080. Right off the top.
So rolling the dice early on here. Again, this is round number 1. They're going to get 3 runs here in the final. Judges are working off of that 100-point scale as we take a look at Kaxin's first run here.
Yeah, here we are at the top. And in the slow-mo, you can see doesn't quite get the grab on that one. So the judges, a part of that overall impression and a part of that trick difficulty and execution is the grab on these tricks. A lot of good rotations, but just missing the grab. But still, the 3-run format leads for a lot of opportunity to build on each run, and that's going to be a solid score to start, and she can go back out and try to improve on that.
So she checks in with a 78 flat. That's the best part of going first. You're in the lead no matter what, so we'll see how this unfolds as we move on. Taking a look right now at Britta Sigourney. She is in the lead on U.S. free ski team Olympic qualification points. She also was a bronze medalist in women's ski superpipe at the 2018 Olympics. She also happens to be a 4-time X Games pipe medalist. She has 2 silver and 2 bronze to her name.
Known for her amplitude, so definitely one of the major points in Superpipe is how high out of the pipe you can go. And if you can get higher out on that height meter, that always leads to higher scores, and there's a big alley-oop on that hit. Started off with the 900, where we've seen her do a much more solid tail grab on that one. Perhaps a little bit short on the grab, but overall full run, the 540, will she get? Oh. Looking for a final hit there. She normally has a right side 720 that she does at the bottom of that run, so perhaps just ran out of a little bit of pipe there, but a great start for Britta. I'm sure her dog Sadie is at home watching and barking at this one right now. Here's that alley-oop. So look at that height meter all day. We're going to be talking about that because amplitude is the way you can set yourself out in Superpipe. A lot of these women have similar tricks. There's a lot of the 900s and the big 720s being done. But if you can do those 10, 15 feet out, that'll really, really help your score. And let's look back at that first hit where she's usually really dialed on that, getting a left-hand tail grab. So any lack of grab is going to be a deduction.
So she's going to check in with a 62.50, so that's going to slide her just behind Jishin Zhang for right now. We mentioned her being the leader in the U.S. free ski team Olympic qualification points. She's almost got a 300-point lead over the rest of the pack. Coming up next, though, we talked about her being your defending Olympic gold medalist in Superpipe, also the winner of the modified pipe event here last year, as we welcome in Cassie Sharp.
Just an incredible story to come back from that knee injury. This past season at the X Games event, she was doing a 1260, the biggest rotation ever done by a woman in the halfpipe, and just unfortunately going down. But this, less than a year later, to be back competing on the world stage, just to be in finals is incredible, let alone putting down solid runs throughout all these events. Oh, and there's a big flare rotation. So anytime you see going fully upside down, fully inverted, that's the flare. There's the right side 720, so a switch hit here to keep things going. She does have a corked out 900 she can do, and there's one to the right where we see the left side 900 as well. Yes, back-to-back 900s for Cassie Sharp, and a great way to start things off really there in run number one.
So our top two scores thus far, we've got a 78 flat and a 62.50 as we await the score here for Cassie. Also a 5-time X Games medalist. She's got 2 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze to her name.
Here we take a look back at the top where she's just tweaking that grab. So solid straighter. If I was going to say just one thing, there's just a few sort of hits in this run where she's not, we're used to seeing her do a 1080 at the bottom, and I'm sure she's building back to that world-class gold medal performance, but just incredible to see her fit the back-to-back 900s and a couple of those other rotations in there, and just like less than a year after the knee injury. You can't say it enough. Coming back from an ACL trauma like that is just so difficult. So just impressive to see her out here laying those tricks down again with so much fluidity and style.
So an 81.75, so she is going to move to the top spot in the rankings, just 3 skiers deep, and we are into the 80s here, Tom. So Cassie Sharp is the high mark to beat as of right now. Halfpipe out here at Copper Mountain, 22-foot high walls. They've got 575 feet to work with from top to bottom right here as we go back up top. And we're going to bring in Hannah Fallhaber from Carbondale, Colorado, just 17 years old. She is actually ranked 3rd right now on the U.S. Free Skiing Olympic qualification points with 453, and she's in for her first of 3.
And I'll tell you, just making it to the finals here and going big, making to the finals here is such a great start to continuing that path to qualifying, because really, you're guaranteed that top 8, let alone maybe even getting onto the top 3 or top 5 and scoring some major points toward qualifying for Beijing. And this amplitude is huge. Look at the height meter. It's been above 6. It's been as high as 13, and that is a big run for Hannah, starting things off with that absolutely gigantic 15-foot air up at the top. And that is, I mean, I can't tell you, this 22-foot Superpipe, 15 feet above it, you're almost 40 feet off the ground at this point. Let's take a look. Ginormous.
Just boosting right there.
Gets the grab. We also saw some big technical moves, so judges are combining all those aspects of the run. The amplitude is a big part, but also trick difficulty, progression, execution. Getting the grab on that flare makes a big difference. Huge flare, huge 900. It's tough for me to say that that's not going to take over the top spot there. Cassie had an amazing run, but Hannah really just came charging with that amplitude. that's going to be a big score.
You see on the average, too, there with the Space Force height meter, with averaging 10 feet on each hit, and then 90 flat, so we're into the 90s here in the opening round. That puts Hannah Fallhaber up on that top spot right there, so she overtakes Cassie Sharp by almost 10 points right there, so a big, big run for her in this opening round. So Hannah Fallhaber in that top spot, Cassie Sharp and Kashin Zhang, your 1, 2, 3 as of right now. Coming up next, though, due to a rookie, only 18 years old, also representing China, this is Feng Hui Li. Looking like she's going to start this off from skier's left side. She was your 4th place qualifier from the other day.
Yeah, hailing from Harbin, China, where they have one of the most epic ice festivals you'll ever see. If you ever get a chance to Google it, it is incredible. Oh! And going down on that switch 5 there. Oh! She was just getting the run started. That was a really technical switch-to-switch move. So switch being backward stance and going pretty much fully blind on that switch inverted 540 and just having some trouble there getting back to her feet.
Just trying to collect herself here at the bottom of the pipe. She took a pretty good knock on that right there, but looking like she's about to, she's waving it off right there. That's a good sign right there. And able to stand up on her own 2 feet right there. Man, that air to fakie was huge too.
Just a really stylish way to start the runoff. You don't see a lot of that. The air to fakie and the switch to switch inverted move like that is really difficult. Both those tricks are really hard, really stylish when you can link them up together. So let's take a look back and see if we can tell what went wrong with this. Here's that air to fakie you were talking about, Jimmy. It is just beautiful. Gets the grab, super smooth, and then perhaps she was looking for the switch 720. No, it looks like she's going for the 540. She wants to land it switch there and just kind of catches up on the coping. So the top of the Superpipe we call the coping, and you really just need to find that minute difference of not catching the top and not landing in the bottom to catch the transition perfectly.
So tough break right there. Again, you do get 3 runs, so it is the best run that counts. So hopefully she can shake this one off. She's up talking to comp staff over there, so getting back into the skis. So it looks like she's going to be up and okay, and hopefully we can see her in rounds 2 and 3. But taking a look at our standings here, we're just past the halfway point around at number 1. It's Hannah Fallhaber in that top spot with a 90. And as we mentioned before, that's key because she's 3rd in the standings right now in the U.S. Free Skiing Olympic qualification with 453 points, but followed by Cassie Sharp, and Kashin Zhang. So still lots of skiing here to go in the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota. A beautiful day out here, blowing some snow out here. You going to take some turns later on, Tom?
Oh, you better believe I'm going to be out there. It looks beautiful.
All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back with our final 3 in the rotation here in round number 1. More to come from the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota. Welcome back, everyone, to Copper Mountain, Colorado, here for Dew Tour 2021. We're in the opening round of 3 here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Final, presented by Toyota. Best run counts out here on the mountain this morning. If you're hoping to stand on the Dew Tour podium, big story right now, Hannah Fallhaber, your top spot with a 90 flat, with lots more skiing still to come. We get ready to bring in Zoe Atkin right now. She was on the podium last year out here in the modified Superpipe competition. She took 3rd place out here, 8th place on this very mountain just last week at the Copper Grand Prix, Tom.
Getting things going. We're looking for some more amplitude. That seems to be what the judges are liking today. They love seeing the big air, a big 9-foot, 7-inch air up the top there, and back-to-back spins. So spinning to the left and the right, and I can't say it enough. The judges want to see that variety of rotations. Oh, and Atkin going down on the alley-oop flat spin 540 there in the middle of the run. Had a great run going there. So they want to see the back-to-back spins. They want to see left and the right to show your ability to spin both directions. Otherwise, you're just doing one rotation, really both walls, both directions, and there she was doing an alley-oop flat spin, so adding another flip to that run. This had a great start to it, huge left side 540, then it had that right side 720, so left and right mirroring those rotations, and then it was just a little off on the alley-oop flat spin. And when I say alley-oop, that means the athlete's spinning up the pipe, so spinning to the left. Here, we take a look. Spinning to the left while traveling down the pipe to the right. And it really makes it a little bit more difficult to come around and get your feet back under you when you're sort of going the opposite way the pipe wants to take you there. So landing on the inside edge, but we've seen Zoe do that trick a number of times in a number of these events. So look for her to come out in that run number 2 swinging. And if she can put that whole collection of tricks together, it's going to be a big score.
Yeah, that one's going to be a throwaway run for her. That's going to put her down there, the bottom of the pack. As we take a look up top at our next competitor, she is a triple threat. She competes in pipe, she competes in slope, as well as big air. She missed the 2018 Olympics due to knee injury, so she's looking for some redemption here going into China here in 2022. Talking about Kelly Silderud, your number 2 qualifier here in pipe just the other day, Tom.
Yeah, can we talk about how just challenging and exhausting it is to compete in 2 events in one day, with the women's slopestyle going on later this afternoon and all the practicing, the warm-ups in between. Just incredible to be able to put together runs in all of these disciplines and making it look easy with back-to-back 900s at the top. You see on the height meter, a little low on the height, but where Kelly sometimes maybe lacks on the amplitude, she makes up for with technical difficulty. Her run has tricks on every wall. Look at this, the switch 540 to the left, a switch 540 to the right. So really doing a ton of different rotations, completely mirroring the whole run with 900s both directions, alley-oop 540s both directions, and those switch 540s. So it's really full of technical difficulty and premier execution. If anything, she just lacks a little bit in the amplitude, but that was a full pull top to bottom, and what a way to start it off for Kelly Silderud. There's the 900, gets that tail grab there. I mean, her grabs, can we talk about this? It is so important to get the end of the ski when you go for that tail grab, and she doesn't miss a beat on those. All the way to the end, doesn't get on the inside or the outside. No toxic, no Tindy, right to the very, very end of the tail grab, and just the smooth finish. So, I mean, that's got to be a big score. I think that's got to challenge Hannah in that top spot, but Hannah's amplitude was just massive. So judges going to have a tough time comparing those 2 things, the technical difficulty of Kelly's run with the sheer volume of amplitude in Hannah's.
And it is going to challenge. It's a 92 flat. That's going to put Kelly Silderud in that top spot for now here at the latter part of round number 1. So our top 2 scores in the 90s early on. Kelly Silderud finds herself in that top spot. Hannah Fallhaber have her in second now. So now that bubble for the podium here, that's Cassie Sharp with an 81.75. Your number 1 qualifier up next here. She is on a run right now. She too competes in multiple events, both pipe, slope, as well as big air. She's got a win here at the Copper Grand Prix last week. Then prior to that, she took a win down the road Steamboat at the big air event. Not to mention set a record last year with a rookie performance, or earlier this year, I should say, at the X Games by taking 3 medals in 3 different events. This is Eileen Gu.
Yeah, one of the 6 of 8 teenagers in this field. It is just, the sport is dominated by young, incredible women, and there's a huge 900 to start things off. So just like we saw in Kelly's run, Eileen Gu coming out swinging with 900s in both directions, not letting Kelly have anything on her. Going big. Here's the alley-oop flat spin. Will we see the right side version of that trick? We do. Back-to-back alley-oop flat spins. A massive run for China's Eileen Gu.
Look at that highest, almost 11 feet right there, averaging about 7.5 feet with 6 hits here, picking up where she left off in the qualification round, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, the 900's up top. The top hit, she does a right side 900, and she's doing the Buick grab. So a tail grab, Japan grab combo, popularized by American Alex Hall. And look at that. That is the most difficult grab we've seen all day. And with the 2 900s back to back, I mean, grabs are locked on. She's got amplitude. This is an incredible run. I've been waiting for her to link these alley-oop flat spins, and she does it in run number 1. I was worried she might hold back, warm up with 3-run final, but no holding back for Eileen Gu. She's been on a tear, hasn't seen anything but the top of the podium for the last few weeks, and I don't know if she's going to see anything else today.
So laying it down early here in a 3-run format, and she too into the 90s, and again we have a lead change, 94.50 to put her in the top spot at the end of round 1. So it is a 90s party here if you're trying to stand on the podium out here at Copper Mountain in the women's ski Superpipe final. A 94.5, a 92 flat, and a 90 flat. So my goodness, this opening round did not disappoint, Mr. Wallish.
Not at all. The pipe seems to be running perfectly for all of these women, and that was just, I mean, run after run of hammers, including that final run from Eileen. Just an incredible performance, throwing a 94.5 off the run number 1. What do we see in the next 2 runs?
So it's Gu, Silderud, and Fallhaber, your 1, 2, 3. However, you look at Hannah and Britta Sigourney. We talked about it earlier. Britta's in the lead right now for U.S. free ski team Olympic qualification points, and Hannah's a couple of spots ahead of her in the standings, so that would be huge in the points race right there, especially with the Olympics looming here just about 2 months away. But we are going right back into the action. It's round 2 set to start here.
And I'll tell you what helps Hannah a lot. If she's able to stay on that podium, one of the ways to qualify for the U.S. team is with podium results. So a 3rd place here, even if she's not able to win, if she can hold on to 3rd, that is a huge step toward qualifying and making that team for Beijing.
Yeah, she's only 2 spots behind Britta on those standings as of right now. But we get into round 2 here. Once again, this is Kaxin Zhang from China.
There's the 1080 off the top. So the only woman in the field we're seeing doing that 1080-degree rotation. That's sort of the biggest rotation we'll see, other than Cassie Sharp, who has that 1260 that she's done in the past. There's a couple big airs in the middle. A 720 and calling it. So another full run. We saw her come out in that first run and throw down a great run. It was the lack of maybe a grab on the 1080, the big spin up top, that kind of held her score back from getting a little bit higher up into the 80s and challenging those top 90 scores. So we'll look at this replay where the judges have access to all this, and there, definitely gets a hand on the grab. So an improvement on run number 1. It's the switch 900 there. So I didn't even really notice how big that switch trick is until I see the replay, because that back-to-back combo there is just huge. Looks for the grab on that one, not quite getting the grab, but the combination itself is just amazing. 1080 to the right, switch left 900. So those are 2 huge tricks, and to put them together in the run one after another is just so difficult.
We'll see if this is an improvement on round number 1. So it will be an improvement on the score. She does crack into the 80s. She bumps up by 2 full points. However, that is not going to improve the standing for now. She will remain in 5th place. So you got Cassie Sharp sitting in 4th now with that 81.75. And then again, you need to get into the 90s if you're going to challenge for the podium. Britta Sigourney up next, currently sitting in that number 6 position. Had a 62.50 that first go around.
Yeah, she just had some major deductions because the judges know how well she can do this 900 up top. And there we go, gets it nice, cork out, back for the tail grab. There's the alley-oop, huge, and the height meter keeps going.
Just 11 feet.
Switch, 360 there to get it back to forward. Into this bottom hit. This is where we saw she didn't do the final hit last run. Gets the right side 720 here in run number 2. So a major improvement for Britta Sigourney there on run number 2. Now, big amplitude, and I saw definitely the grab on the 9 was better. She did have a little scrubbing of the speed there in the middle. So really, for Britta right now, she needs to challenge those podium spots, and she's competing against her American teammate, Hannah Fallhaber, to try to secure those spots to Beijing. So any move up the podium she can, or up the leaderboard right now, is going to be a major help for her on that path. Here's that bottom hit. So she didn't do that trick in run number 1, didn't have enough half pipe. But this in run number 2 is able to get it. Here's that corked out 900 at the top. So much better than run number 1. Able to reach back for that grab, gets it upside down, inverted, looking good.
And going back to that points conversation, like I mentioned before, she's got almost a 300-point lead over the rest of the pack. She's going to improve 75, not going to improve the placing here. So going back to her points, she's at 740.38. Then you got Devin Logan in 2nd, and then Hannah with 453 points. So that's how the point standing look here as of right now. As we move right along with Cassie Sharp, she is on the outside of the top 3 looking in right now with that 81.75, Tom.
Yeah, and on the outside looking in, but she has more tricks. Really
if they say something, I'll
up to Cassie if she wants to bring them out this early in the season. I know her focus is on Beijing, and starting things off with a 900, to me, looks like she's going to add the 1080 to the bottom of her run. We saw back-to-back 900s at the bottom in run number 1, but here she brings the left side 900 at the top. So look for her here at the bottom to add in potentially a 1080. There's the right side 900. Will we see a big rotation? 1080! No!
Not able to hang on.
Oh, and we knew it was coming. That is her pushing the limits and bringing that full run back to what we saw in 2018. She had the 1080 at the end of her run, and that's what led her to Olympic gold. So she's not going to sit around and be happy with 4th. And we know Cassie Sharp is a competitor. Even coming back from that knee injury, she's itching to get back on the podium. And there she is doing some huge rotations with the flare up top, the right side 900 there. And let's take a look at this bottom hit. This is the left side. Cork, 1080, wraps it up, comes around, just doesn't quite get the feet all the way back under her. And I mean, so close. Look for her to come out and run number 3 and put that one down for us. Because, I mean, she is an absolute competitor.
Yeah, she's going to have to stick with that first run score. But, again, just not too far out, sitting in that number 4 position. So we are almost at the halfway point here of round 2 out of 3. We've got Hannah Fallhaber coming up next. She currently sits in the number 3 position. But let's check in once again with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, Jimmy, you have to remember that this is Hannah's first Dew Tour, and what a performance so far. You know, she only really started competing at the pro level just a few years ago. Already has that 90, has 2 more runs, but you know, this event's really important as she is seeking her very first Olympic appearance.
Well, she's been on skis since the age of 3, but how about that for your rookie Dew Tour performance? You're already sitting on a potential podium spot right now with a score of 90 with 2 more runs to go, Tom.
Yeah.
Look at the height.
The height is huge, and you know, I know what that feels like. If you can come out with a good first run, that takes the pressure off, and now she's going even bigger, starting things off 16 feet on that top hair. Here's the back-to-back flares. She is just in such a good mindset. just going for it. The 900 at the bottom, no!
She's going down on that one.
Did you see one of those top hits? She was over 16 feet.
One of the biggest
16 foot
airs of the
two.
day. Yeah, I mean, that is just gigantic.
Thank you, Space Force height meter.
Wow. I mean, honestly, almost to the moon on that one. And you could just tell, seeing her at the top of her run, the smile, the excitement, she's already just ecstatic to be here. The 90 to start things off.
Look at that.
She wasn't holding back on this second run. 16 feet, 2 inches on that top air, right into the huge 720. I mean, if the 900 could get put down at the end and she's going 16 feet out, I'm telling you, that's going to be an improvement. I mean, falling on that final hit takes her out of the running on this run. But with those gigantic flares, the 900 and a 16-foot air, I mean, that could challenge and help move her up the leaderboard from third into second or first if she's able to really continue to pump up that amplitude, because it's just what no other women are doing. No one else is going 16 feet out of that Superpipe.
It'll definitely make things interesting in that third and final round, so she'll stick with that first run score for now. And due to her rookie, it's got her in a podium position as of now. Take a look up top here, bring back in Feng Hui Li, taking a pretty heavy hit there in that first run. So again, just props to her for getting back up and being able to carry on and continue in this competition.
Yeah, just goes to show you how tough all these women are in the field. I mean, this Superpipe it's not soft. It's not fresh powder. This thing is hard, icy, shaped to perfection. And if you go down, it's definitely going to leave a mark. But let's see if she can link up that air to fakie and that big switch hit that we saw her attempt in run number 1. Here's where she went down. Gets the switch inverted 540 without a problem here in run number 2. Switch left side. And there's a big 900 to the right, so huge improvements. 540, will she get one more trick?
There's that right.
Oh, the 720 just as she's running out of half pipe. So a major improvement, and I love that second trick. It is so blind, it's so upside down, it's impossible to see where you're going on that switch. Inverted 540 and just brings it around so smooth on that one. Doesn't let the fall in run number 1 hamper at all. She comes right back and stomps it in run number 2. So here's where she had the missteps in run number 1. Gets the air to fakie again, great. Goes inverted on the switch 5, so don't see this from a lot of women. Gets it perfectly to the skis this time, no issues. And then she starts to boost. After the switch hits are done, she starts bringing a little bit more of the amplitude. Gets the 900 and a 720. Really adding technical difficulty to the run.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you could see how visibly stung she was at the end of that first run. So again, props to her for getting back up, continuing. She was in the bottom of the pack there with a 10, so she was down at the very bottom. So we'll see how far this moves her up the food chain.
Yeah, that's got to be an improvement. I mean, just a lot of good runs. Look how big that last 720 is. A lot of good runs. So where does that stack up? It's got to put her up in the middle of the pack there. Don't know if that's enough to take over any of the top spots, but is going to be a major improvement.
So there you go. She's into the 80s with an 81 flat, so that'll put her in the number 5 position. So she overtakes her teammate Kashin Zhang right there. So nicely done. And again, you know, props to you, Feng Hui, for getting back up. I mean, it took her a bit to get up out of that flat bottom and collect herself. So happy to see her back in the lineup. Eileen Gu still at your top spot right now, followed by Kelly Silderud and Hannah Fallhaber here as we get to the bottom part of round 2 out of 3. Zoe Atkin up next. Had a crash there in that first round. It's got her down at the bottom of the pack as of right now with an 18.50.
Yeah, Zoe looking to make a big improvement here. Run number 2. That's why you get 3 runs. The judges want to see, you know, they want to see big tricks. They want to see big runs. They don't want you playing it safe. So 3-run format really enables you to try for your absolute hardest run and try it 3 times in a row. There's the alley-oop flat spin where she fell in run number 1, having no issues on it this time. switch hit here at the bottom, the switch 540. So a little low on the height meter, but you can see it's high still. An 11.5-foot air up there at the beginning. So a big air, gets the alley-oop flat spin. So a big inverted trick. She's got some big spins in there. So good variety. That's another part of the judging criteria. They don't want to see just spins. They'd love to see spins and flips and corks, and all of those different rotations add to the variety score. There's that switch 720 muscling it around, so lacking a little bit on the amplitude, but just great technical difficulty. Gets the flip. Here's that final switch hit, reaching for the grab. I mean, it's going to be a major improvement over 18.5 points, but how far up that leaderboard is it going to get her?
We will wait and see. So she's got to do that nervous moment where you're hanging out down there in the corral area waiting for your score to populate. So there you go, a 77.50. That's only going to bump her up one spot. So she moves from 8th to 7th. So Zoe's parents in the mix out here today at Copper Mountain. So that puts Britta Sigourney in that number 8 spot for now here with 2 skiers left to go in round number 2. Remember, it's 3 runs here in the finals. But before we see Kelly Silderoo, let's check in once again with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, and it was just a few months ago that Kelly actually broke that left hand. She's still got it protected. Maybe that's why she's not skiing with poles out here, guys. But it hasn't really slowed her down. You know, she won the first slopestyle of the season in November. She's got a great score, 92, and now she's dropping in for her second run.
Yeah, we didn't mention that hand injury in the first run. That's why she wasn't skiing with poles in qualification and why she's going sans poles here today, Tom.
Yeah, that's great reporting from Tina. And amazing, though. I mean, obviously the hand, you need it to grab, though. I know she doesn't have the poles, but a broken hand nonetheless. How do you grab the skis still with that? So amazing for Kelly to still be out here absolutely doing this run. Switch 900 there, so upping the technical difficulty.
The switch right down the pipe.
Wow. Okay, so Kelly didn't want to just sit back and relax with the 92. She wanted to bring out something a little bit crazier to challenge Eileen Gu. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing these two battle not only all day today in both of the events, but all season long. There's the 900 up top, reaching down, gets the grab. There's the tail grab on the left side, 900. And just incredible. She's able to get those grabs so well. Then goes for the alley-oop down here. And where we saw her mirror that trick in run number 1, instead, we see her trying to bring it out with the switch 900 here at the bottom. So big improvement on the technical difficulty. Again, a little low on the amplitude, but that's got to be an improvement just by the sheer magnitude of that switch 900 being added to the run.
So 2 solid runs there for Kelly Silderoo. She had 93.
And 93.
So she had a 92 the first go round, so she does bump up 1 point right there. So it's going to improve the points, but not the placing. So she will stay in that number 2 spot for right now. What's it going to take to try to overtake Eileen Gu here, Tom?
I think if she can do that run and lock in the grab a little bit better on that switch 900, maybe up the amplitude just a hair, that could get there. I mean, she's a 1.5 points away from Eileen Gu. The only thing Eileen Gu has that Kelly doesn't have is those big inverted maneuvers. So the alley-oop double or the alley-oop flat spin both ways. Having both of those tricks is just helping her stand out. And honestly, if Kelly can lock in those grabs, she's going to have a chance.
So here we go, round number 2 here, capping off the run order here. Your current leader with a 94.5, Eileen Gu.
And again, starting things off, I mean, Eileen Gu is just skiing so good. You can tell in the confidence of her skiing, the way she powers through the Superpipe. Huge switch, inverted 720, so already upping the ante on this run. Will we see the back-to-back flat spins? All the way to the bottom. That is the run she has been training all fall. We saw her in Sausage do that run for the first time, and that could be one of the most technically difficult women's Superpipe runs I've ever seen. Wow, Eileen Gu not holding anything back, sitting in first place. She's already sitting on the top spot and doesn't mind bringing more technical difficulty to the run. She's got the 2 900s up top, and look at the grabs. I mean, can't say it enough. Getting corked out, and here's the improvement. We saw switch 360. In run number 2, she goes switch 720, gets inverted, finishes with those alley-oop flat spins, and I mean, that's got to be an improvement. And honestly, I don't know if anybody can catch her, Jimmy. That is one of the best runs in women's Superpipe, and I'm not sure anybody else in the field has that level of technical difficulty.
Yeah, she already had a 1.5 difference over at the number 2 spot, and she ups the ante with a 96 flat, so increasing her point total right there. My goodness, what a huge run. Let's check in once again with Tina.
Oh, and she just keeps adding and adding to your run. That switch inverted 7. First of all, how did that run feel overall?
That run felt really, really good. That was my first time combining the switch cork 7 and the right alley-oop rodeo in the same run in a contest. So that's a step up for me. And, you know, we got one more run, so let's see what we have.
Yeah, with a 96, guys, and she does have one more run. Thanks, Eileen.
I like how casual she was about that. Let's see what we have. What else is in the trick bag? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
That's what it is, though. Eileen Gu is so good, and she's just so confident out there. I mean, I don't know if anybody can beat her.
So at the end of 2 rounds of 3 here, our top 3 have not changed. However, we saw Kelly Silderud increase her points from 92 to 93, and Eileen Gu go from 94.5 to a monster 96. So your cutoff point's still that 90 flat if you're going to jump into the top 3. But keep an eye on Cassie Sharp right there, just on the bubble on the outside looking in. It's one more round to go. And the big story, Britta Sigourney, as we keep talking about, your leader on the U.S. free ski team Olympic qualification point standing. She's down at the bottom of the pack in 8 right now, which is a bit shocking.
It is a bit shocking, and honestly, though, the fact that she's in 8th with a 75. I mean, that's still a high score. The level today in the halfpipe for the women is just so high that a full run with a ton of great tricks is still only good enough for 8th place, but somebody's got to be at the bottom of the pack. That's just how it works.
Yeah, the bottom 2 scores, 8th and 7th. You got a 75 and a 77.5. Then 6th on up to 4th, we're into the 80s, and then a dominant performance by your top 3 right now, all into the 90s. That is how we stand here after 2 of 3 rounds here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota.
Yeah, and one to watch for Hannah Fallhaber in that 3rd place position. If she can maintain, if no one steps above that 90-point score that she laid down in run number 1, she's going to be well on her way with a podium result, well on her way to qualifying for the U.S. team for Beijing. So she's got a 9-point difference from Cassie Sharp and some of the other Chinese competitors. If she can just hold on to that and sit in 3rd, it's going to be not only her best result ever and first Dew Tour event, but also a huge step on that path to qualify.
Well, here in this final, it's all about making the podium here for our Team USA competitors as we get set to kick off the 3rd and final round. This is it. Last chance for all 8 of these women in the field here. Remember, it is best run that counts. We are back up to the top of the order with Kexin Zheng, who currently sits in that number 6 position.
And how about the number of athletes from China? We have 3 women in the field from the nation, and just incredible.
Oh, no, just getting caught on the lip.
Just incredible to see how good they're all getting in the Superpipe event. That's the most active nationality in this final by far, and it's just incredible their level of skiing and unfortunately going down on that 1080 at the top where, I mean, that's a massive rotation. The fact that she landed at both of those first 2 runs, perhaps I wasn't getting excited enough about it, because honestly, that combination up top is incredible, and just, it almost lulled me to sleep how good she was doing those back-to-back rotations.
Well, that's going to leave her in that number 6 spot. So here we go with Britta Sigourney. We mentioned at the top of the run order here, she's down in that number 8 spot. So this is a crucial 3rd and final run for her.
Yeah, look for her to really try to improve on this top hit. She continues to try to just lock in the grab a bit better and go higher. And
massive on that first hit.
Yeah, almost 10 feet out. There's the alley-oop, and almost more than the height meter. You can see how far down the half pipe she travels. So anytime you're traveling down the pipe really far, as well as amplitude, that's just that momentum keeping. There's the 540. Here's the right side 720. Oh, okay. Puts it down again. That was clean, but was it clean enough to move a big step up on that leaderboard. She's sitting on a 75, and we see Zoe Atkin down there in 7th with a 77.5. I mean, there's just such a high level that are the grabs, is the technical difficulty and the amplitude in this run enough?
How far she travels down the pipe on that?
A whole green square. So an entire green square is, I mean, that's a part of amplitude that we don't get. We have the height meter to see how high out she goes, but traveling down the half pipe is so incredibly difficult as well. That's tough. I can't tell if that's going to be a great improvement. She just kind of comes around on this right side 720. We're used to seeing the left hand touch the safety grab and her make the full 720-degree rotation.
So she's going to bump up 1.5 points, but again, it's not going to improve the placing, so she is going to stay there in 8th place. It is a tough go here in the women's ski Superpipe final. You got Cassie Sharp coming up next. There's the family down there, friends and family area representing out here. She currently sits outside the top 3 with an 81.75 that she posted up in run number 1. Again, this is your 2018 Olympic Superpipe gold medalist.
Yeah, great to see her brother Darcy down there, who you'll see in the men's field for slopestyle competing. Just an incredibly talented Canadian family there. And really, yeah, Cassie's got the tricks. We saw her bring the 1080 in run number 2, but go down on the final hit. So look for that final hit on the skier's right side, hooker's left wall. If she can get the 1080 added to this run, that's going to make a big improvement from the 81 and could move her up into that top 3. Right side 720, there's the big switch 360. And here's where we see that combination. Right 900, left side 1080.
Oh, tough break there at the end of the run.
But honestly, just so impressive, so incredible that she's back out here. She's been a dominant force in women's Superpipe for so long. She's been in every event, X Games golds, Olympic golds, everything. And to come back from that knee injury and get that close to putting that 1080 down, look for her these next few weeks to work on that one, and I expect to see her land in that again soon. Here's that bottom combination, the right side 900 into the left side 1080, and just, again, coming up a little short on the total rotation. So you got to get the feet all the way around to that 1080 degrees, and just maybe just a lack of practice on that one, but she's got that trick. She's going to be bringing that one out perfectly in our next event, I guarantee it.
So she'll have to settle for 4th place as of now. As we move right along, this is Hannah Fallhaber, who currently sits in that number 3 position. And the story that we keep talking about here is she's in 3rd place on the overall U.S. free ski team Olympic qualification points. So with Britta Sigourney being down there in 8th place, this will be a huge finish for her if she can maintain that podium spot here, Tom.
And she is pushing it. Will we see her go even bigger? Another massive air to start things off. Huge 720. Hannah is not content with just 3rd. She wants to go bigger, better. There's the flare. Back, opposite flare. I mean, so much talent in the field. There's the 900. Hannah, I mean, just incredible. These teenagers in the field are here to stay. Hannah, in her first Dew Tour appearance, is not scared of anything, not scared of going 15 feet out of the Superpipe, and just, wow.
14.5 feet on her biggest hit.
Yeah, here's that top hit. So not quite as massive as we saw in number 2, where she went 16 feet, but still some of the highest amplitude of the day of any of these women, and just so young. The amount of confidence to come out here in your first event like this and not hold back, not going slow, not playing it safe, and that's what I love to see, the big inverted flare rotations. Here's the 900 at the bottom, gets the grab, brings it around. We saw her fall on that run in run number 2. So a great run. Is it an improvement on the 90? It's very similar with the technical difficulties, perhaps a bit bigger amplitude than run number 1. It could be an improvement. I don't know, can it challenge Kelly or Eileen?
And it is an improvement. improvement, she gets 3/4 of a point, so a 90.75. It improves the score, not the placing. She'll stay in 3rd place as of right now, but it did give herself a little bit of breathing room. So if you want to play the age game here, you've got a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 19-year-old sitting on your Dew Tour Women's Ski Superpipe podium.
All that does
right
is
now.
make me feel old, Jimmy. The teenagers are here, and it's just incredible to see the next crop of women coming out here to slay the Superpipe.
Well, with 4 skiers left to go, and the last 2 that we see in the top 3, that means there's only 2 skiers left that stand between Hannah Fallhaber and a possible podium finish out here in her rookie Dew Tour performance. Right now, we've got Feng Hui Lee entering the pipe for her 3rd and final outing.
Okay, here's those switch rotations we saw. The switch inverted 5. Oh, gets it great on the landing there. So a little low in the amplitude, but the technical difficulty of that switch trick is just only woman in the field doing it. So that stands out. That's progression. That's variety. That helps you really showcase your variety over some of the other women. And the amplitude by the end, she was really pumping it up. It was started a little slow, and then by the end, she was going huge in the Superpipe.
Yeah, let's not forget, she took a heavy knock in that first run. It took her a while to get up, so I said it earlier and I'll say it again. Hats off to her to getting back up and continuing on in this contest.
Yeah, fell on that trick really hard, lost both skis, hit the ground for a while, and to get back up and do that same trick again and just have the confidence to get back up, try it, and put it down. And here's where she builds the amplitude. You can see once she's into the forward skiing tricks, the forward 900 and 540, she's definitely pumping through the transition of the Superpipe, and that's where her biggest airs of the day come here at the bottom with a massive 720. That was another huge run. It's just all the women out here today aren't holding back. This is go time.
Yeah, she had that 10 from round number 1, had her at the bottom of the pack, and run number 2, she comes back up after the fall, posts up an 81. It's got her in 5th place pre-run as we await the score here. So she'll bump up a half a point with an 81.50, but not improve the placing. So she's going to finish out in 5th on the morning with only 3 skiers left to go here. And this is crucial because this is the last one who's on the outside of the podium looking in. We talked about this earlier. High 70s and you're down there at the bottom of the pack. This is Zoe Atkin representing Great Britain here.
Yeah.
And honestly, she had an amazing run. That
right below it.
77 is a great score. It's just today the level's so high. You need to be in the high 80s, actually in the 90s just to be on the podium. That's just great skiing by all the women out here.
Yeah, that 90 bar got set early on around the one. Oh, Zoe going down here.
Just not getting that switch 7 around. And with that, though, with Zoe falling on that and with Kelly and Eileen left to go on the podium, that means that Hannah's going to be on the podium today. But what are we going to see out of these last 2? Is Kelly going to challenge and continue to push to try to knock Eileen Gu off that top spot?
What is it going to take? We know the names now that will be on the podium. We know that Hannah's going to finish in 3rd. The question is, who's going to stand in the number 1 and the number 2 position? It all comes down to these last 2 runs. From Tallinn, Estonia, this is Kelly Sildaru.
Yeah.
Her best run score of a 93 flat that we saw in round number 2, but she's got a 92 and a 93. She's in for her 3rd and final attempt.
This is her opportunity to challenge Eileen Gu. If she doesn't improve her score, Eileen Gu will have the win and have a victory lap. But Kelly doesn't want that to happen. She's going for the same run right now, but looking to get those grabs, lock in all the tricks as good as possible to get that execution score. Here's that switch hit where we see the 900 again. Switch 900 into the bottom, switch right. Okay, so does the same run as we saw in round number 2. That got her that 93-point score. Improving the grabs on a couple of those hits, but in all honesty, it looked very similar to run number 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see it right around that low 90, in the 90 to 93 range. I don't know if that can knock Eileen's score. Eileen did so many hard tricks. Kelly's got amazing rotations, but Eileen's got the alley-oop flat spins, the inverted stuff. She's got the switch 720. Here's Kelly with the switch 9. So big spins, but Eileen's got the flips, and it's just so hard to beat that run.
here we go. She had a score of 92. She had a score of 93 in round number 2. So a 91 this go around, so she's going to go with that second run score and finish in second. So you know what that means? We've got a victory lap here for our last run for Eileen Gu, Tom.
Wow, I mean, and she put down 2 winning scores. Her first run score and second run score.
It's an excellent point.
Both would have won the event today. And I mean, this is every single event I call. I feel like Eileen Gu is walking away with the top spot. And it's just, she came from relatively out of nowhere. I mean, young and just so dominant so quickly from coming out last year. She's not holding back. She wants it. Is she going for the 100-point score? Like, how much improvement could she make? Switch. Oh,
Just has to revert around there. It was a good save, though, but that's going to, I mean, like you said, she had the win with the first run score. She didn't need it, bumped it up anyway.
She didn't need it, but I know what she's going for there. She's trying to add the right side 1080 into her run, which could up that score even more, which is incredibly insane to say that she could have added more to that run.
So the victory lap, she's going to walk away with this is the 3rd win in a row in this month alone, just in this neck of the woods. So let's send it down one more time to Tina Dixon.
Yeah, and Jimmy, I think we can all agree, regardless of the result, Eileen Gu is about progressing skiing. So how would you sum up what you did here today?
Honestly, today was all about having fun, pushing myself, pushing the sport. Being just the tiniest part of that is always my biggest goal. So being able to be out here with Kelly, with Cassie especially, is always really inspiring. And, you know, I was really proud of my second run. I wanted to step it up. I know I have more in the tank, and, you know, next time. I'll get the 10 next time.
Dew Tour, what does it mean, though, to win, be back here at Dew Tour and get this win?
It means so much to win Dew Tour here, especially at Copper Mountain. I started competing in this pipe for the first time when I was 9. So being able to come back here and win this huge contest means so much to me.
You still have Slopestyle coming up. What can you say about that?
You know, Slopestyle's coming up, you're right, and I was a running athlete my whole life, so I guess hopefully the endurance carries through.
Well, what a start for you. Congratulations on this win.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Guys.
She's a running athlete. She's running on a tear right now. We talked about that big air win at Steamboat. Then you got the Grand Prix win on this very half pipe last week. Now she gets the Dew Tour pipe win, and she's still got Slopestyle still to come. Oh, man.
I hope she's got enough time to get some lunch in between these events. And what I'm looking forward to, though, is we get to see the battle again. We get to see Kelly and Eileen go at it in Slopestyle again. They're both expected to be in those top spots. So
yeah,
what's it going to be like this afternoon with 2 of the most incredible female free ski athletes of all time?
So there you go. When it's all said and done, we set our top 3 early on. It was in the first round that we had scores into the 90s. Hannah Fallhaber walks away with 3rd place finish, and that was key. We keep telling that story because she's currently on the standings for the U.S. free ski team for China in the 3rd place. So that was a huge 3rd place finish for her, with Kelly Silderu finishing in 2nd, and it's Eileen Gu with yet another dominant performance to get the win here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota.
Yeah, amazing day for Hannah. I mean, a 90-point score right off the bat, that major amplitude, and a podium finish. That is huge on the way to qualifying for Beijing. That sets her up amazing on that path. And then Kelly Silderu, I mean, just so technically sound. She got the rotations, the spins, and just flawless. All 3 runs, putting scores down in the 90s. But really, I mean, the story of the day, like the story of every day that we watch a women's free ski competition, it's China's Eileen Gu. She is here, and she is unstoppable. She knows nothing but success, nothing but the top, and had more in the tank, had the potential to bring out a 1080, and she says, you know, she loves the progressive sport, but she wishes she could have fit that 1080 in, and I mean, if she fits that 1080 in, I don't think anybody has a chance anymore with Eileen Gu in the field.
So I was going to say, with that 96, as you mentioned earlier, her first run score would have been good enough to still get the win, but then she casually tells Tina, oh, I had a little more in the tank. Like, that's kind of scary moving forward for the rest of the field.
It's so scary. And her doing these runs in between modeling gigs and traveling and doing shoots for every different agency, it's just incredible what she's capable of. And I can't wait to watch her in women's slopestyle this afternoon.
Yeah, the battle's going to continue because, as we mentioned, her and Kelly Silderu, both triple threats competing in pipe pipe, slopestyle, as well as big air events. So it's exciting for us because we get to watch the battle continue later on this weekend.
Yeah, we're in for a big treat this entire year watching those two compete in all three disciplines. Just incredible.
So we're ready to hand out our first set of ski hardware for the weekend. But what a great way to kick off day 3 of 5 for action out here at Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021.
Exactly. Weather was perfect. The Superpipe was running amazing. We saw every single woman land a run. They were all high scores. And really, everybody from Britta and up, she was in last there for a while with a 75. That was the highest level of Superpipe we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, the last place score was a 76.50, so consistency was definitely the name of the game out here today. And as you mentioned earlier, the speeds were definitely a lot better than what we saw in qualification.
Yeah, I mean, amazing conditions and a great Superpipe. Copper did an amazing job. That was so fun to watch.
Well, that's a wrap for us up here in the booth. We're about set to kick it down to D.C. for the award ceremony out here for the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota.
Thank you very much, Brad, and congratulations to all the women throwing down this morning here in the Superpipe Finals presented by Toyota. Before I introduce you to our podium, I'd like to introduce to you our award presenter, Kristen Thomas, Dew Tour Partnership Director. Kristen, thanks for being out here with us to hand out the hardware. Appreciate you. And with no further ado, in third place, Colorado Stand Up. She's one of your own. This is her biggest contest finish of her career. Let's hear it for Hannah Fallhaber. One more time, hands together for Hannah Fallhaber. And in second place, representing Estonia, get loud and proud for Kelly Silderoo. One more time, hands together for your second place finisher, Kelly Silderoo. And your champion, her first Dew champion of her very, very colorful career. That has just been so exciting to watch. You guys gotta make some noise. Let's hear it for Eileen Gu! Representing China, coming away with the win out here today. One more time, let's hear it. Eileen Gu and your podium out here for the Women's Ski Superpipe presented by Toyota. Well, congrats again to all the women throwing down out here. We've got an exciting day coming your way with a lot more action, but gonna send it on back to my friends in the booth. Gentlemen.
Well, there you go. How about that for your rookie Dew Tour performance? You post up a 90 in your first run, and you find yourself on the podium. And again, talking about that points race, Britta's in the top spot for the U.S. team. Devin Logan sitting in second, and Hannah Fallhaber with third place right now in points. 453 points. But again, Britta had a commanding lead on the points going into this, but that was huge for Hannah.
Absolutely massive. I mean, the podium place itself, that's one of the ways you qualify. 2 podium spots, and you're basically secured a spot on Team USA. So that's going to move her not only up that points list, but that big podium is incredible. And I mean, just an incredible day already, and we get to see the same Eileen Gu and Kelly Silderoo battle later today in women's slopestyle finals, which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, I said later on in the weekend. That's actually today. That's coming up here in just a little bit here. But Eileen Gu setting the bar here and making yet another statement. Again, she's got a big air win in Steamboat earlier this month. She got the win on this very pipe at the Grand Prix last week, and she walks away with a commanding performance here with a best run score of 96 flat to take a huge win here at Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021. Taking a look back at some of the highlights here of how we got to our podium finale here at the Women's Ski Superpipe Final presented by Toyota. So lots more still to happen out here for day 3 of 5 out here at the Dew Tour. When we come back, we're going to have Dew Tour Live. We've got Kim Woozy, Megan Pitchke, and are you a skateboarding fan, Tom?
Of course, of course.
We've got none other than Sean Malto joining the group here for Dew Tour Live. Do a little bit of look into what's to come at the Summer Dew Tour for 2022. So stick around. Dew Tour Live coming up. That's a wrap here from Women's Ski Superpipe Final.
Okay, what would you like to talk about? Talk about boobs.
People think that we're just all about having a good time. That's all that matters. It's not the way it is. You know, athletic, healthy women are not above breast cancer.
What today is all about is sort of a snowboarding Lollapalooza, generating awareness and funds for breast cancer research in honor of our girlfriend Monica Stewart.
1 out of 9 women dying of this disease is an epidemic.
I've noticed that snowboarders are just passionate about their sport, and it's so gratifying to see them include in that passion breast cancer.
Primus manned up, and they played in the rain, and then Les Claypool comes out and is all, "Now to witness electrocution of Primus."
Press, press, press.
And moving in a dime-size area at a time, all the way down, just like you mow your lawn. Every woman is at risk for breast cancer.
I think it's terrific because a lot of young people come to the event for the snowboarding, for the music, but in the meantime they get loads and loads of information on breast cancer.
And so much excitement coming together for good music, for the joy of snowboarding, and for a real cause.
Cancer affects everyone, men and women, old and young.
I support boarding for breast cancer because I'm concerned about the health of my wife, daughter, and my mother.
I support boarding for breast cancer because this year over 215,000 women will be diagnosed
and 40,000 will die.
Being proactive with your health at a young age can make a huge difference in your life.
I support boarding for breast cancer.
We want to continue educating young women about breast cancer because it doesn't discriminate with age.
My name's Blair. I'm with Boarding for Breast Cancer, also known as B4BC. We're a youth-focused educational awareness program teaching young people how to be proactive with their health.
And I support Boarding for Breast Cancer because I want to stop breast cancer.
B4BC, for me, it means a community that really has come together to celebrate each other.
My name is Megan Pitchke, and I am the Boarding for Breast Cancer Marketing and Wellness Director. I had wanted to do these wellness retreats. I had these ideas around wellness, and at the same time wanting to support Boarding for Breast Cancer and young women who would need these experiences. So after the birth of my second child, which was about 8 years into doing these retreats, is when I was diagnosed. And so being able to share with them the things that either helped me during my cancer treatment or things that I've considered always as medicine, like snowboarding, surfing, or being in the mountains, those things are important for me to share, and I feel really grateful to do that.
The day before my 26th birthday, I was diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer.
Hormone positive breast cancer.
Stage 3A breast cancer, HER2 positive.
When I was 36 years old, I was diagnosed with DCIS, a form of breast cancer.
Pushing ourselves physically to find out what our new normal can be after surgeries and drugs, and years of that sometimes. These retreats wouldn't be possible without the partnerships that we formed, as well as the sponsorships that we receive.
I'm really happy to say that the past little over a year that I've been on treatment, I've been able to surf and snowboard. Participating in these retreats with Boarding for Breast Cancer gives me the opportunity to continue to do that with women that are going through the same thing as I am or similar situations.
Hey guys, I'm Elena Height. Being active and striving for good health is super important to me.
Hey guys, I'm Jamie Anderson, and living a healthy and active lifestyle has been a privilege for me through my snowboarding career.
Boarding for Breast Cancer is such a deep connection for me because of my experience with my family and cancer, and also living a healthy and active lifestyle.
I support B for BC because I know everyone has been touched by cancer, and breast cancer definitely has affected a couple of people.
What's up, everyone? My
life.
name is Kim Lucy. Welcome to Detour Live. I am joined here with Megan Pischke and Sean Malto. We just watched an amazing video about Boarding for Breast Cancer, celebrating 25 years. Megan, Director of Marketing, Ambassador, Survivor. Can you tell us a little bit about Boarding for Breast Cancer for those who don't know what it is?
Yep, Boarding for Breast Cancer, B4BC, is a women-founded, female snowboarder-founded nonprofit based out of California, and we educate people about the importance of a healthy, active lifestyle, and we teach them about breast cancer, and we support survivors all over with wellness and nature-based experiences.
Awesome. And Boarding for Breast Cancer has a long history in the snowboard community. 25 years we're celebrating, founded by snowboarders. Can't even list them all. There's just so many amazing women that have been involved. I know that it's something that kind of surprises us. You know, with breast cancer, growing up, I always thought, oh, that's something that like my grandma has to deal with. Can you tell us a little bit about what are some of the common sort of like myths or surprises that you've come across?
Well, first of all, more and more young women are being diagnosed, and when I say young, these are women who haven't had children yet in their 30s or haven't finished college yet in their 20s. 1 in 8 is generally a statistic that we're hearing with women in their lifetime facing breast cancer. So I think it doesn't discriminate on age, and definitely being healthy and active is an important part, but sometimes it just happens when you're younger, and I think that's something that surprises a lot of people.
Yeah, and what are some, for folks at home watching, what are some takeaways? What are some action items that someone could do like right now today?
Well, be in tune with your body. That health of active lifestyle is important, but also advocating for your health. If there's a problem or an issue, you definitely need to go to somebody. And if they don't listen, you find somebody who will listen. We also have a free app that you can download, and it's a part of your cycle, and it'll prompt you every time of the month that it's the best time for you to do your self-breast exam. So knowing your body and being aware of any changes, and just loving yourself.
Awesome. Thanks, Megan. Yeah, It's never too early to start, and it's never been easier with the app and everything we can find on Boarding for Breast Cancer, their website, their Instagram. Make sure to give them a follow. Sean Malto, legend of skateboarding, welcome. Want to chat with you. What's up with, snowboarding? I heard you shred out there.
Freezing right now. Not used to these conditions. But yeah, I've snowboarded for a lot of my life, and I love it. You can go a lot faster snowboarding than you can skating, so it's just kind of bombing a big hill and carving around. It's really fun.
Yeah. Okay, I always got to ask, what's harder, skateboarding or snowboarding?
Oh, man, I have so much respect for snowboarders. I think they're both equally the same. These guys, I watched the Superpipe yesterday and watched Danny Davis and all those guys, and incredible athletes, incredible to watch, and I would say they're the same.
Gotcha. Humble, modest skater here. I personally think skateboarding is way harder, but lots of respect for all the athletes out here. Something that's really cool as a Dew athlete, a Mountain Dew athlete, your team is comprised of snowboarders and skaters. You don't really get a lot of that, right? So it's kind of cool to be able to do both. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, you know, just as with any Mountain Dew sponsored event, especially the Dew Tour, you know, they do a really good job at, you know, making it fun for everybody and whatever discipline or sport or whatever you're into. So they invite me out to Dew Tours in the winter, and I have such a great time supporting Red, Julia, Danny Davis, and those guys come to the skate one, and they support us. And, you know, we have like a nice little good family connection at Mountain Dew, and it's a great sponsorship. And you know, I'm so happy to be here, and I'm having a great time, even though I'm not even skating. I'm just hanging.
Yeah, that's the best. Speaking of skateboarding, we're looking at some highlights from Dew Tour back in the summer out in Des Moines, Iowa. Zion Wright putting down an epic run.
He's
making
incredible.
Team USA a fully underdog situation there, but it's so fun to watch Zion, and just the park discipline in general is amazing to watch. What did you think about it?
I mean, he's the man. I never count him out, but also to do what he did on his third run with everything, you know, like he had to do that to get to the Olympics, and he made it work. And man, I love his energy on the course, and obviously he's a good friend of mine and so fun to hang with too.
Did you check out, were you watching Tokyo from home? What did you think of it?
Yeah, I was watching from home. It was cool. It was interesting, you know, best athletes in the world, you know, and it's funny just to see skaters there. I never would have thought.
Cool. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. Sean Malto, Dew athlete, Megan Pischke, Director of Marketing at Boarding for Breast Cancer, doing amazing work. Appreciate you both. We're going to check out men's ski slopestyle coming up next.
All right.
Dew Tour Copper Mountain rolls on from beautiful Copper Mountain at the base of the Rocky Mountains. Mother Nature providing the good stuff, and now we are set to go. The transition has been made over to the Slopestyle course. Free skiing legend Tom Wallace on the call with me. I'm Todd Harris. Glad to have you with us, folks, as we get closer and closer to the grand finale of this amazing event. Tom, the course looks good. The kickers are huge, and that's always a fan favorite.
Yeah, exactly. Big jumps, some fresh snow during qualifier slowed things down, but conditions are ripe for perfection today. It's going to be a focus on the rail features, though. A lot of technicality there. The jumps are big, good technical tricks, but a good variety of rail tricks into a great jump combination is how you're going to walk away with the top spot today.
All right, let's talk about the athletes that we have here, because we've got a world-class field competing. Some guys are focusing on points and podiums for the Olympics for Team USA, and others are here. This is a training opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody wants to win. There's a notoriety, prize money, everything. But the Americans, they want to qualify for Beijing, and this is a trial event. So a podium result today for a Mac Forehand, for a Colby Stevenson, and Alex Hall, and Nick Gepper would be huge.
Nick Gepper, you've got to think, has a little bit of an inside track. He's been there before. He's been to the big show twice, come away with medals, still looking for that elusive gold medal. But Alex Hall is a guy that we've called many a times. He could be dead last on the third and final run. It's Shazam. He's top three.
Yeah, you never know what to expect out of Alex Hall. I mean, he is so good. And Colby Stevenson qualifying first, so he's going to be dropping last with that ability to watch what everyone else does.
So there's the format. 10 riders have made the prestigious cut. There'll be 3 runs. Only the best run counts, and it's all out of 100. Overall impression is really what the judges are looking for. It's one of those things, you know it when you see it, and the judges know a great run when they see it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no criteria broken down per feature, per anything like that. It's really the overall run. How well you do it, the progression, the new tricks, how big you go in the jumps, the amplitude, the variety of tricks, left, right, switch and forward, technical difficulty and execution. So really, we want to see the biggest spins, the most technical tricks, done the best with the best style, the best grabs, the best landings, and anything different, creative, and unique. If you see someone out there today do something that no other man in the field is doing, that scores well. That's progression, that's variety, that's free ski.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but what some folks may not know, if you make Team USA for Slopestyle, you're also competing in Big Air.
Exactly. And Big Air, we had a big event just 2 weekends ago, the Steamboat Grand Prix Big Air, where Alex Hall, get this, he did a 1980. I know that sounds like the year I was born, but it's not. It's a trick. And he's gonna be coming out swinging today. So look at it at the start list. We've got a lot of Americans, 4 Americans in the field, but don't count out some of the other athletes, the Oliver Magnussons, the reigning world champion in the sport, Evan McEachran, guys like that. I mean, Fabian Bosch, he's flipping off of everything. He's crazy. It's going to be an insane men's slopestyle final.
Man, no question about it. As we said, 10 athletes all getting 3 runs. Yesterday during qualifying, it wasn't just about the brightly colored jacket. It was all about Colby Stevenson and what he did in the rail yard.
Yeah, basically all about Colby and his unique line choice through that rail yard. So great variety, standing out, spinning, different directions. And here's a nose butter. So that first feature in the jump air section is small. It's not as big as some of the kickers we've seen in recent years. So instead, if you're able to do something unique and different, a nose butter, that stands out. So Etienne Joffrey, I mean, Canada, this kid is coming up. He's not known to be on the big podiums, but with runs like that qualifying run yesterday, and with these jumps kind of setting up for more 1260s and 1440s instead of the 1800s, he's got more than a fighting chance.
So there's the look at the very top of the course, as Mother Nature's brought a little bit of cloud cover in here, but some fresh snow overnight, a little dusting on the course. Athletes have been out practicing throughout the morning, following up on the fantastic event we saw earlier today with you and Jimmy calling the women's ski halfpipe, and Eileen Gu, talk about a force.
I mean, absolutely incredible. The women are in charge in that Superpipe, and Eileen Gu, she has not seen anything but the top of a podium in the last 3 weeks. It's been all gold, all first place, and just amazing to watch her come out. And we look forward to seeing her on this slopestyle course with the rest of the women later this afternoon.
Weather shouldn't be a big factor today at Copper Mountain. This little squall's coming through. It's supposed to clear out and then continuing warm days over the next 2 or 3 here in the high country. But Tom, we've talked about competitions before, how important it is to lay down a good early run because you don't know what's going to happen 30, 40 an hour from now.
Exactly. The speed can change. The weather can change. The light can change. Anything can happen. So even in a big 3-run format like this, you really do want to put down a first run just to secure yourself. And the big thing on this course from the qualifying round yesterday is speed. If you can get the speed, if you can maintain, you can't have a bobble. If you bobble on one of these landings, good luck trying to clear the next kicker. So all perfection on the landings. Look for some tucking in between. All these athletes have their skis freshly waxed and ready to go.
22-year-old Kiwi Finn Balouse will get started off coming from the mad free skiing nation of New Zealand. The Wells brothers really got things going down there. They are the first family of free skiing for New Zealand, but Finn is a talent.
Oh, exactly. And getting things started for us with that unique line up top, doing a flip off that wall ride, sort of wallying up the side there. The second feature came off a bit early on that one, so could be some deductions on the rails. And here he is, tucking into the jump, starting off with a double cork to the right and just a 900 to the left. So I think he knows that with that bobble on the second rail feature in the rail yard, it's not going to be enough. With 3-run format, the level of talent in this men's field is so high that if you don't have a perfect line through the rails and a perfectly set of jumps with grabs and variations, you're not going to do well.
It really has to flow. I mean, everything has to flow from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's got to flow perfect. And here's that line up top that's unique and special. Cuts across, hits that wall ride with a nice flat spin out. So a fun flip added to the run, and really, I mean, great run. It's going to have to count as a warm-up. He's going to get a score, but with a 900 on that second jump, that's not what he's looking for. He's looking for a double cork variation. Look for basically double corks the entire way. If one of these athletes might even do a triple cork or something even crazier on that bottom kicker where if there's enough speed, we're going to see something wild.
I was going to say, is there enough speed? Is this course big enough? And is there enough run-in for someone to throw out a 1980?
The 1980 might be off of the table for today. I can almost guarantee you, though, we're going to see some 14s, some 16s, and who knows what else. I mean, once you land a run, why not go for the bigger trick?
Right. So Finn Ballou's score comes in as a 51.50. To Tom's point, he'll look to runs 2 and 3. Mac Forehand now representing Vermont. Just 20 years of age, and Forehand has been coming on strong over the last couple of years. Really burst on the scene about 2 years ago. People are like, who's this 17, 18-year-old kid that is just lighting it up? Well, it's none other than Mac Forehand.
Yeah, exactly. And I love it. East Coast roots, grew up skiing Stratton, and just able to really put together a run on any aspect. I mean, great big air athlete as well as slopestyle. So let's see what he can do in this rail features. I mean, as an East Coast native, they're great at rails, and
you just announcer jinxed him. Announcer jinxed. You know, the funny thing is Mac is the guy that if you say, oh man, it's really icy out there, I don't know when I'm going to go out. He's like, icy? This isn't icy. This is spring slush.
Exactly. And I mean, so again, a little bobble on that top rail, but really what it is just you got to be crazy. So try the craziest rail trick. You get 3 runs. Eventually you're going to land it, and I think that's Mac's thought.
Yeah, I liked his opening line there, going up high on the box, came off, and just could not put the landing down and right away. So he will look to runs 2 and 3. Well, here's a look at the U.S. free ski team's current Olympic qualification standing, showing athletes who are closest to achieving criteria to be nominated. That's a key word, nominated to Team USA for the 2022 Olympic Winter Games. There are multiple pathways to qualify for the Olympic teams this year, including FIS points, podium results, and tryout events. So it's kind of convoluted. We will explain it along as we go. But Tom, you either need podium results or you need points, bottom line.
Yeah, exactly. And Mac Forehand and Colby Stevenson, a result from last year, helps them out. Anybody else that gets on the podium here is going to be a huge help.
International field continues with Mark Hendrickson now out of Calgary, Alberta. Man, I tell you what, Calgary as of late has been producing some fantastic skiers both in the pipe and on the slope.
Yeah, exactly. The COP there, the Calgary Olympic Park, has an amazing slope style and half-pipe setup where all these athletes are learning. So Mark there, that's the right side 1260, but no grab. He was looking for the double Japan grab, and now we see him just sort of, I mean, as I don't want to say that was mellow, but the double cork 1260 and the switch 5 is just a mellow run. He knew he missed the grab, and the judges are strict. They have to be strict. The hardest part about judging this sport nowadays is with everybody being so good, being able to land a full run, you have to differentiate every single run. Everyone's going to land a good run by the end of the day. So if you're not critical of every miscue, it's impossible to judge. And Mark, great rail tricks up top. He's got an amazing line through here with that backside 360 switch up, the right side 450, so spinning to the left and the right, which judges love to see, but here's the miscue. Just doesn't get the grab. But I got to say, the skis look amazing. Those are the Tom Wallish Pro Model skis.
I was waiting for the plug to come in.
So I mean, he's got the best looking skis out there, and I don't think he gets a kick out of me always saying that, but I sure do.
You know what? All the nice kids out there on the Christmas list, they're getting those. The naughty kids, not so much. But the nice kids are getting the Tom Wallace limited edition. Mark Hendrickson, 56.50, which is the best score we've seen so far. But again, only 3 have gone of their first of 3 runs. So a lot of talent still to come, including this man from the beautiful Park City, Utah, Tom's hometown where those skis reside. Alex Hall set to drop in 23. Alex Hall is an interesting story. If you don't know, Germany, Alaska, Park City. He is just the man of the world and speaks fluent German, so he's often used as a translator for Team USA.
Exactly. He's all over the place. Just an incredible story. And once he came to Park City, I remember first seeing this kid, and I was like, who is this tall young
Drink
kid
of water, yeah.
who is just so talented? He was learning tricks day by day, and now here he is in the Dew Tour slope finals.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, never count out Alex Hall. If he is in last place and still has a run to go, there's a good chance he's going to win it.
And he is not holding anything back. That was a 16:20 on the third and final jump there. So huge run. We were talking over most of it, but he linked up some major moves. This first trick, he's sliding up the wall right. So switch 270, pretzel 450 out, but the way he comes onto the wall is unique. There's the big backside 360 switch up.
That transfer is no joke either.
Yeah, jumping over to that rail, just like unique, fun variety. Any fun line choice like this. And here's the bottom. Let's see if he gets to Japan. Oh, the seatbelt Japan 1620. I did not know we were going to be seeing 1620s in the first run, but Alex linking a switch right side trick, a switch left 12, and a forward 16.
Yeah, 91.75 is how the judges like that one. So he vaults to the very top of the board and sets a very difficult score to beat. Anytime you're tickling the low 90s or mid 90s, that is probably a podium run. We'll see if that holds up with a lot of talent still to take their first runs. Evan McCachran now out of Canada, Oakville, all the way over in Ontario.
Yeah, this is a guy known for his rail prowess. Coming from the East Coast in Canada, there's a massive spin. Switch on, 360 switch up, front side 450 out. So tons of technicality, and the judges obviously love that. They love to see you spinning, especially when you're smooth and controlled. They don't want to see your arms flailing. They want to see it smooth and comfortable. Evan, off that top, smaller side hit with the 1260. There's the switch right side 1440. Spinning opposite switch left 1440.
Wow.
Okay. Alex Hall came out. He set the bar with the 1620, and now everybody's like, okay, we're doing this.
I was going to do a 12, might as well bump it to a 14.
Wow, okay. Back to the top. There's that first rail trick. Switch on, 360 switch up. So it does a full 360-degree rotation from rail to box. And then here he is doing the backside version, the 360 switch up, spinning blindly around and then into the jumps. Evan's known for his 1440s, these second 2 jumps. He's got it switch right side, his unnatural direction into the switch left side.
Yeah, that is just so... It's just so awkward to watch. It's like, how is he doing this?
It's incredible. Being able to spin both ways like that, it is like frying an omelet with your foot, honestly. It's unnatural. It's uncommon. It's like throwing a baseball with your right hand, but I've said that too much. We don't want to say it again. And there's the 1440, and I mean, that's another run, and this bar has just been set.
Evan McCachran, the 2018 Dew Tour champion, drops an 86.50, which has him in second place. Just being able to land that 14 switch on that hill is impressive. Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon out of Canada, just 24, Yukon Territories, set to go, rocking the salmon-colored sweatshirt.
Yeah, and I've had a chance to see this guy come up through the scene every summer at Momentum ski camps. He's there, he's training. I've seen him learn trick after trick and finally make it onto this massive stage. And incredible to see just the level and commitment. A little bit of a bobble that you notice there on feature number 2. So will we see him chuck the full jump run knowing that rail trick is going to get some deductions up top? There's the switch, double Misty. So diving forward, getting big amplitude on that. And there's a 1440. So the jumps, wow, incredible. The rails up top, though, definitely some deductions. And we continue to talk about it. I can't say it enough. We need to see top to bottom perfection. Every grab, every rail needs to be perfect if you want any chance of that podium, because there's just that much talent out here.
Super clean on the first rail.
Yeah, exactly. And here's where that bobble is. He's transferring between those rails and just doesn't grind the whole rail. Seeing it from our drone angle or cable cam angle from above makes me think it wasn't as bad as I initially thought. He got a good
Came off a little early.
Definitely came off early. It'll be a deduction, but it's nowhere near as bad as I would have previously thought. And here's that 1440 down at the bottom. I mean, gets the tail grab, just capping it.
Man, when you cap it and hold it that long, the judges appreciate it. As you've always told me, it shows control. You see the deductions, 64.50 for Etienne, so he will go up with 2 more runs. Down to the final 4 competitors. These are the top qualifiers here for the men's ski slopestyle final. They'll start things off with Nick Gepper, the elder statesman in the field at 27. When did 27 become elder statesman?
I don't know, but it makes me feel very old. And something to talk about, Nick. Obviously, he's got a bronze medal, a silver medal, but as of now, he needs a result to even make the U.S. team for Beijing. So a podium place here would go an incredibly far way to getting him onto that team again for his 3rd Olympics.
This event, and then coming up, there's the Mammoth event in early January. But do you really, Nick Gepper has problems.
Problems on the rail features, and that's because there's 3 runs. If your rails aren't incredibly technical, incredibly unique, you're not going to make it on the podium. And Nick needs it. He knows he needs a podium result. He wants to make that a team for the elusive 3rd time, get back for that gold medal. So this jump line's kind of a warm-up, but just getting the grab on that 12. That bobble on the rail is definitely going to bring him down. And coming back to the scores we saw earlier, Etienne, he got that 64 because of that minor bobble I spoke of. So any bobble we see is going to be big deductions. It's not just a couple of points. It's going to be 10 or 20 points. And that's how they differentiate these runs. So here's that second rail features where we saw him switch on. Goes for the switch up, comes up a bit early and can't quite get it all the way around within a 450 out that he's trying there.
Looked like he had the speed, though. He came in that first hit, coming in switch, and just muscles the second one around.
Yeah, and just gets the grab perfect on that 12 at the end. So the 12, great. Jumps were solid, and the speed looks to be running much better today. If anybody out there tuned into qualifiers yesterday for the men's field, it was slow. It was very challenging to get over these jumps, and it looks like they're having a much better time today. The snow let up, the course is running fast and smooth, and it looks like everybody's able to really throw down that full quality run that we love to see.
Swiss skier Fabian Bosch now on course. This guy, his video parts, his Insta stuff is just next level.
Yeah, exactly. And he is good at everything. A big Frisbee golfer. So if you're ever looking for a round, and you're looking to chuck some discs, this is your guy. And there's a really awesome switch K-fed with a backslide maneuver in the middle. So only balancing 1 foot on that rail. That's what we call the backslide, the back foot of just the 2 skis. Right side, double cork to start things off, spinning to the left with the 1260 and the tail grab. And here's the switch double bio 1260 and a full run from Fabian Bosch. So really trying to take advantage of some of the slow conditions. And I saw him doing that switch double bio on the last jump in qualifying. And the reason for that, I believe, is that it pops him forward. It gives him the momentum to clear that jump. And it really helped yesterday in making to the finals. And there at the top, I love that opposite mute grab out of that 450 of that box. And there's the backslide. A lot of variety in this run. He's got a flip out of the wall right. He's got a one-footed maneuver, a pretzel, one of my all-time favorite tricks, and double corks in both directions. Oddly enough, he's doing 2 double corks to the right, where normally we see him do a lot of maneuvers to the left. The right could even be his more unnatural, but just the way the run works out, that works best. He's able to dive that switch right side, double misty, double bio, whatever you want to call it, forward, clear that jump, and put together.
Fabian will check in with an 80.50, which has him in the top 3 with 2 runs still to go. We talk about talent. Well, the final 2 competitors to go have all the talent in the world. As we give you a look at the current standings with American Alex Hall leading the way, the only man to dip into the 90s with a 91.75 by way of that 14 on the final hit. It'll be Oliver Magnusson from Sweden, and then the final competitor will be American Colby Stevenson.
Yeah, Oliver, super solid, and he is known in the big air circuit for the 1800. He has 1800 in forward and switch variety. So, are these jumps big enough today? Was the speed enough for us to potentially see an 1800? If there was anybody to do it, it'd be this guy.
See almost every skier, Tom, going into that modified tuck, getting to the back seat to try to build some speed.
Exactly, trying to go as fast as they can into this course, and that's a full run. That's the switch double cork 1260 there at the bottom. Has a ton of technicality up top. He's got a big pretzel maneuver on the first rail and 3 different double corks. So another guy putting together a full run. Here's the switch right side 270. So it used to be we wanted to see left and right side spins on just the jumps. Now at this point, the judges are watching on the rails. If you're spinning only to the right on all the rail features, that isn't good. That's gonna hurt you. If you can spin both directions as well as going onto one switch or one forward, that's a big benefit as well. There's the right side 12, and here's the final trick. Going switch left, gets it all the way to 12, but we've seen him. He's got more that way. He can go 14, 16, 18.
Magnusson bumps Fabian Bosch out of that 3rd position. His score comes in as 83.25, and it takes us down to the final competitor, the number 1 qualifier from Park City, Utah, Colby Stevenson. And he looks fired up, doesn't he?
He always looks fired up. I've had a chance to ski with Colby a lot, and there's really no aspect of skiing he can't do. From the backcountry to the park, everything in between, such a talent, and just watch the way he skis. It's so smooth, it's so flawless. 450 out of that rail. That rail has a down to flat connection at the bottom and a double cork nose butter. This is already a big step up from what he threw down in the qualifying run that already had him qualifying first place.
So the Americans with an opportunity to go 1 and 2 as Colby brings it into the end. Looks like he came up a little bit short. I don't know how I was going to say, is he going to knuckle on this thing? But Colby with a smile on his face. Yeah, how did that get that done? You'll have to explain that to us. Is he rocking like lizard skin? What is that print he's got going there?
That does look like some snake or lizard skin. He's the chameleon out there and blending in. This landing on that box, switch 50-50. So pretty blind, skis together. Here, switch on, the 360 switch up. And then here where he gaps onto this rail, I don't know how he muscles that 450.
Got it around.
I mean, on a down to flat kink like that is just insane. And there's that nose butter, goes for the double cork. We saw him doing a nose butter cork 1080 in qualifying round. So he decides it's time to up the antes, it's finals. And here's the bottom jump. Does he squeak this 1440 all the way around? Let's take a look. Comes around, cameras on the knuckle. You can see just barely.
The tips just catching that first blue line,
now,
which could have been a disaster. He's able to get it around. Oh, look at this. Yeah, coaches appreciate it.
Yeah, that's U.S. ski team slopestyle coach Dave Euler at the top, giving him the thumbs up. I mean, amazing that he's able to put his feet underneath him down there on that 14.
Colby Stevenson fan club out in force as he waits for his score to drop. He needs better than a 91.75 to overtake fellow American Alex Hall and move into the lead. But remember, we've still got 2 more runs. And Tom, you know as well as I do, they all have not shown their proverbial cards.
Yeah, exactly. You got to save something and also, build on something. So putting a rundown, even if it's not picture perfect, is something to build on. And you can have going into that next run with that motivation is what you want to do. And you can hear it on that angle. Just the tails of his skis catching that bottom of that knuckle of that jump.
82.50. So Colby Stevenson, the number 1 qualifier, now sits in 4th place. So the top 4, Alex Hall, Evan McCachran, Oliver Magnusson, and Colby Stevenson holding down those top spots with Fabian Bosch on the outside looking in the 5th position. But those scores are all going to bump up over the next 2 runs. This is just run number 1, Menski's Slopestyle final. I'm telling you what, I'm looking forward to seeing Nick Geppert clean up, obviously, his run. That was the rail feature that went awry. Mac Forehand had some issues. He's going to clean that up. So the Americans looking to make some noise here, but right now holding down the top spot with Alex Hall. Send him back up to the top. Finn Belouse, the Kiwi, will get things started. Is it just me, or is the mustache a proverbial? Is it a must-have this year for competition?
It's a must-have.
Okay.
And Finn is pulling it, making it look good, and you can tell he's, he's
stash.
There's this cool line that we see where he does the flip off of that box. Maybe a little low on the speed there, but smooth, unique line choices.
Is it a setup trick for that center rail, or is this just the line he's going to do no matter what? Doesn't matter where it is. Oh!
I think it's just the line he likes. Yeah. And what's cool about it is that you do get to hit one extra feature. So where he's almost fitting 2 tricks on that top rail section, where a lot of the athletes are doing one trick. So it adds something to his run. It might not be the hardest line, but it's different. Anytime you're doing something different is creative and progressive, and you want to stand out. You don't want to look like everybody else out there competing. You want to do a line that's unique to yours, and that helps the judges recognize it.
All right, let's go back to the rail section.
Yeah, that's where we saw the mess up in run number 1. So came off that rail early, comes off that rail early again, and then I think that just throws him off. So into his next 450, he's not locked in, he's not centered over that rail, and just not able to put that one together.
So Finn sitting on the 51.50. He will wait for his 3rd and final run for the big improvement. Mac Forehand looking for the biggest improvement, had an early fall, only logged a 4.
Yeah, fell on that top rail feature, so the higher up you fall, unfortunately, then you get really docked on the score. And there, big spinning maneuver through there, switch 2 steps, switching it up, then spinning to the right on the next rail feature. So continuing to do what I'm talking about and spinning different directions on those rails up top.
So Mac Forehand clean through the rails now onto the big 3 Amigo kickers. Second one good, final one, here it comes. This is the big one.
Double cork, 1260 with the tail grab for Mac Forehand. So there he goes, spinning through the rail section, technically spinning switch and switch right, and then big double corks down below, where we saw Alex Hall on the final jump bring a huge spin. Mac doing the 1260, but gets the grab. So anytime you're grabbing further out on the ski or grabbing with both hands like that with the double Japan, those are more difficult. Here, reaching back on that final jump, you see him tweaking. Gets the tail grab, holds it the entire time. No flailing, no looking for it. That is a great grab.
Mac's going to get a nice improvement because he was sitting on a 4. Not a 44 or 94, just a 4. As Tom said, when you fall high up on the hill, not opportunities to score. The judges pretty much put their head down and turn away. And an 84.75. So Mac Forehand goes from last to 3rd.
Big improvement. And also, just anytime you can get up near the top of that podium for the Americans, they want to win today, but they also want to qualify for the team for Beijing. So you need podiums and you need points. So the higher up on that ranking you can get, the better.
Mark Hendrickson of Canada now dropping in. He had an interesting run. I don't know if the judges just didn't know what to do with it because he had a different line, a unique line. It'll be interesting to see if he changes things up or if he stays with it and just cleans it up.
Yeah, I'm looking for him to just try to clean it up, put together a little bit more.
Oh, and again.
Snow snake.
Yep.
And that's just one of the issues. You just never know. I mean, you come off these slick metal rails, and if you're a little off, you land on edge like that, the skis, you just need to maintain. With the speed being so tough to clear these jumps, you really need to be perfect on all your landings to get over the knuckles.
Tom, give the kids at home a little hope. Has the snow snake gotten you a time or two?
Yeah, you know, I've been hit by a snow snake a couple times. You need to keep the anti-venom near you and on lock to try to avoid.
There it is. The tails crossed.
It was the tails, but also the tips on that rail. So, I mean, you got to be perfect. You got to be perfectly centered and balanced on those to just come off clean. And unfortunately for Mark, not this run.
Current leader Alex Hall out of Park City, Utah, dropped a 91.75. This is the difference when you go out and throw a big score down and land it on run number 1. Now he can mess around. Now he can take some chances.
Yeah, I expect Alex to roll the dice here, up the ante. Oh, super clean, stalling out that one to switch. There's that big transfer and gets the pretzel out of that rail.
So smooth. Adding
some technical difficulty into the jumps. Switch right side, double cork 1080. Here's the switch 12. Will we see another 1620 down here at the bottom? Wraps it up, 1620. Double cork with the seatbelt Japan grab. Alex Hall is not holding anything back out here today.
Absolutely worth the price of admission. Oh wait, it's free, but this was an amazing run.
Yeah, up top, the switch 270, pretzel 450, and then transferring backside 360 switch up, stalls it out nice and clean. And where we saw him spun the switch 270 to the right up top, that is a switch 270 to the left. So then gets that one pretzeled out. The big thing for me on this run is he had the seatbelt Japan grab on the bottom 1620 perfectly in run number 1. Oh, a little bit of a bobble.
Yeah, did he miss the grab? I saw him reach back. And
I was waiting to see the replay because to me, when I saw it at first, it wasn't quite as grabbed as run number 1.
89.25. Ball don't lie, neither does slow motion. So Alex will stay with that first one score of 91.75 and remains the current leader.
Something to be said, though, his 89 there still would have him in first place. The 2 best scores of the day thus far.
Evan McCachran now from Canada, dropping in switch.
Wow. There's that big spin up top again. 360 switch up maneuver and the big spin out. And then doing another 360 switch up. So full body rotation from rail to rail. Incredibly difficult to describe.
You know what's hard to believe is there's really no rail park that's going to be the same. And so for these guys to come to the Dew Tour, first time they see it, get a couple days to practice on it, and then come out and perform on it.
Oh, unfortunately, bobble in there. But yeah, can't say it enough. What I love about slopestyle as a discipline so much is the jumps are never the same.
Right.
The rails
Never the same.
are never even near the same. So you can't go build a slopestyle course and train like you can with Superpipe or Big Air. You legitimately have to come out here and figure out a run. You have to ad-lib it.
But you see the little Groms in Park City and Nefland, whatever, and they're like, oh, dude, I could perform at the Dew Tour. I'm like, could you? Because you got this place locked in, but could you go somewhere else brand new and do the same thing?
Exactly. Every new course has got to be a new rail run, a new jump run. And there, Evan he knows it. If you don't land absolutely perfect on the bases of your skis, barely on edge, you're not going to maintain that speed into those jumps. It needs to be perfection today to keep the amplitude up.
Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon out of Canada, just 24. Still impressed with the rock and the salmon style up top.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
I was going to call it coral, but I like salmon.
Coral's good. I just figured he comes from Canada and the salmon, the spawn. You know, I went with salmon.
Okay.
Method of madness.
Perfect switch 270s, really clean through the rail line, and there's that double flat spin, the kangaroo flip, some would call it, popularized by Yoon Olsen back in the day. Switch, double misty, 1260. Oh, and wrapping up the 1440 again. That's another run where, like Alex Hall's last trick, I'm going to need to see the slow-mo replay on that last one, though, to see the length and the quality of the grab, because all these tricks, if you miss the grab, it starts to just become aerials. And the judges want to see you grab in the skis. When you're going to do these big 1440-degree rotations, you can't be just spotting the landing and wrapping it up like a mummy. They want to see you stylish and smooth, grabbing the ski and making it look clean.
Which I think is a good thing, too, because if you don't do that, then it's just a big huck fest, right?
Exactly, and we don't want to see maximum rotations just to see them. Here's that bottom hit we're talking about. Let's see if he reaches back, gets the tail grab for the first cork of that double cork. But then lets go and has to sort of wrap out of it. So what was so good about run number 1 on that bottom hit is that he held the tail grab the whole time. So definitely going to be a little deduction there, but still a full run, technical rails, and solid jumps.
All the way from Yukon and Whitehorse, the biggest city in northern Canada, 7th place right now for Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon, 76.50. Beautiful day, day number 3, Dew Tour 2021. American Alex Hall leads the way right now. His best score is a 91.75 that he dropped on his very first run. Evan McCachran sitting in second, Mac Forehand in third, and then it's Magnuson and Colby Stevenson, the #1 qualifier. Nick Gepper has yet to take his second run. He's still to come, and Finn Bialew's had his issues out here today at Copper Mountain. As the snow guns are going, little overcast skies, snow coming in last night, but we are set for some amazing skiing, set to go down in the midst of run number 2 in ski slopestyle final here at Dew Tour 2021. Are you warm?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, going to the fruit snack. He's going to the fruit snack. Dew Tour Copper Mountain day number 3 as we are in the midst of the men's ski slopestyle final. Todd Harris alongside free skiing legend Tom Wallace on a beautiful course and a beautiful day as Alex Hall leads right now in the midst of run number 2 of 3 with a 91.75. So now you're up to speed. Nick Gepper now needs to get up and go. Already with a gold, with a bronze and a silver medal, looking for the gold. And to do that, he needs to make Team USA, and this would be a big opportunity today for him to get on the podium and get those points.
Yeah, definitely needs to get on the podium. A result on the podium would go a long way. Here's the technical rail maneuver up top. The backside 360 switch up, 450 out. All these technical rail tricks honed at Perfect North, Indiana, where he learned to ski. Shout out to all those guys and girls back there. And there's the pretzel. So we saw the bobble in run number 1 there, and he's not messing around in run number 2.
Yeah, his rails are usually on lock, and here he comes. The final 2 features, Gepper winding it up and puts it down smooth.
Yeah, big double Misty with the switch. There's the forward double cork 1260. So he had some solid jumps, but it was that bobble on the rail that really brought his score down, and that could be a good run. Let's take a look back at these rails and see if he really nailed the landing. Comes off a bit loose there. I thought he was going toward one of those banners, but able to just keep it together, smooth into this next one, gets the 450 out. So technical. That's where the bobble was in the first run. Switch to 70, pretzel 450. So much spinning, so much technicality up top. And this, the double flat spin gets, look at that hand all the way out. So I spoke about it earlier, but anytime you get further out on the ski, and he does with that double Japan grab, reaching all the way up, same with that tail grab, you see the ski flex, that adds the difficulty of being able to hold on to the ski all the way out in the tip or tail is that much harder.
Gepper knows how the game is played. He's made 2 U.S. teams, first in Sochi, then in Pyeongchang, looking to get his spot for the team heading off to Beijing, with the Olympics starting on February 3rd on the networks of NBC. So Nick Gepper, big improvement, 89.50. That is a big bump up into second place. So the Americans now holding down the top 2 positions, with Evan McCachran breaking up the trio with Mac Forehand sitting in 4th. Final 3 to drop here on run number 2 to be Fabian Bosch, Oliver Magnussen, and then Colby Stevenson, the number 1 qualifier. Fabian had a pretty good run, Tom. Where did he lose the point sitting on that 80?
Yeah, it was just a little bit of the execution of the whole run. I mean, he put together a top to bottom, but we keep saying it's got to be perfect. It's got to be smooth. The rails get to the end of everything, and you got to lock in the grabs. He just needs to clean up the run. He doesn't necessarily need to up the difficulty of it. It's more on the execution. Here's that 270 pretzel. So pretzel, what I mean by that is spinning on one way and spinning out the opposite direction. Coming up a bit short on that one. Let's see if he can keep the speed up. Starts things off going 16.20.
Carried it.
He is not holding back on this run. Switch, double 12. So, where the biggest trick in his run, the previous run, was to the right side on that bottom hit with the switch double Misty. Here he brings a big spin into the equation. Here's that backslide. So using just the back foot on that rail feature, so much harder to grind and balance when you're just on one of 2 skis. And this is the pretzel, spinning on to the right, gripped with the edge of the ski and out to the left. Spinning on one way, out the other way is a pretzel.
How did he manufacture the speed? Because it looked like right there he came up a little short on jump 1, but jump number 2, he had it all.
Right, exactly. And he must have just had good tuck in between there. You get the right wind direction out here. It all comes down to the weather and the luck sometimes. If the wind blows your way, and there's that diving forward, switch double Misty, double bio, whatever you want to call it. Big pop off the lip to make it all the way to that landing.
And the compulsory mustache intact for Fabian Bosch, so this should be a nice improvement for him. Remember, his first run score was an 80.50, and he's going to jump up 5 points. 85.50. Fabian now 1 spot off the podium. Alex Hall, Nick Gepper leading the way for Team USA. Evan McCachran holding down 3rd. Fabian Bosch just moving now into 4th, bumping Mac Forehand into the top 5. Oliver Magnussen out of Sweden now, just 21 on course.
Yeah, coming off a big victory this past season in Aspen, the world champ. So he's got the air tricks. Let's see if he can lock it all the way through that rails, and he does. Really technical with the switch 450 there to finish. And now into the jumps where we know he's got the technical difficulty. 1260 to the right, gets the grab, so left and a right side double cork to start, and the bottom switch 1440. Oliver bringing out a big spin, spinning an extra 180 from what we saw in that first run, trying to just continue to push the ante on that bottom jump. He sees Alex Hall on the top of the podium with a 1620. They've seen Evan McCachran doing the back-to-back 14s. All these skiers know they need to spin a little bit more. They got to add some technical difficulty if they want to get on top. There's the switch 450. I love seeing those rail features from above. You can see the distance the gap is onto some of these rails. It's 8, 10, 15 feet of gap you have the chance to spin on. There's the double cork. So spots the landing. If anything, he's only doing a safety grab on that run. So a little bit easier than some of the more technical grabs.
So he's going to stay with the first run score, which is an 83. And he will look to that 3rd and final run for Oliver Magnussen. Colby Stevenson now set to go, feeling good, music's tuned in, giving some love to the folks, and now looks down course, trying to get onto the podium. To get onto the podium, he's going to bump Evan McCachran off, so he needs better than an 86.50 to move into that 3rd position.
Yeah, and he qualified first, so we know Colby Stevenson has the run and the skills for it. It's just a matter of being able to put it all together today.
Oh, goes to that rail section so fast.
So fast, including that 270 disaster, gapping all the way to the 2nd kink of that rail. There's the right side, 1260. Look for a big 1440 here at the bottom. Colby Stevenson, switch 1440 with the stale grab. He is not holding it back.
Landing that trick switch is next level.
Yeah, so that's where we saw that bottom hit is where he had that weird landing, and now he's coming back with a different grab. And as we look up top, I love how he lands on the top wall ride of that box on top of that wall ride. Switch completely blind with his feet together. Switch 50-50 we would call that. And here's that rail trick we love. He just catches that rail so clean, spins the front side 450 out, and then into the jumps where that nose butter is just awesome. A trick popularized by Henrik Harlow, the nose butter double cork from years and years ago. Amazing to see Colby bringing it into the repertoire here today with the Japan grab, kicking it out underfoot, and really it's this bottom hit.
Yeah.
Gets the ski, and we call that the stale grab, stolen from skateboarding and snowboarding, and gets way more speed, way more amplitude on that one. That's got to be an improvement.
Yeah, it is, to the tune of 94.25. So the number one qualifier, Colby Stevenson, goes into first place with 1 run to go. No better time to check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. And not only did Colby clean it up, but you just moved into the lead with that run. Where does it sit with you?
I was really stoked. Also, having some trouble with speed again, and barely got the last jump, and just stoked to get all my rails and have enough speed. It's tough out here. Just need for speed, Ricky Bobby,
Exactly. On this course, where else do you see an opportunity to add to your run?
Well, I originally wanted to do a 16 on the bottom, but like I said, with the speed issue, I just couldn't do that, and I think everyone's experiencing the same thing, trying to do 14s and 16s out here. It's pretty tough, so I think, clean always wins, so that's what everyone's doing.
Team USA sitting really well right now. How competitive is it amongst you guys?
We're all such good friends, but obviously it gets a little competitive. I don't know, we want to see each other do well. It doesn't really matter if they're going to beat you or not. It's we're all out here riding, having fun, and may the best man win kind of thing.
Yeah, and I feel like your skiing just keeps pushing each one of you as well.
That's right. It's everyone skis better at different events, and it's just we have fun pushing each other's motivation and skill level, and it's great.
Keeps the sport progressing. Thanks so much, Colby.
Thank you, Tina. To quote the great lyricist Miley Cyrus, it's a party in the USA, because right now the Americans are holding down the top 3 spots. Colby Stevenson, Alex Hall, and Nick Gepper going 1, 2, and 3 with 1 run still to go. If we could get Colby Stevenson coming down the next run, just get another Ricky Bobby go, I'm going fast. Just yell it out.
Exactly. And to quote Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. And he moved into first on that one, and I don't know if he's going to look back. A 94.25 is a great score, and like he said, I still think he could add more to that run, especially with 1 in the tank now.
So Ricky Bobby's been quoted, Miley Cyrus has been quoted. We now have the 3rd and final run, the men's ski slopestyle final here at Copper Mountain Dew Tour 2021. Thimbalus of New Zealand will get started off. Remember, it only takes 1 run. Best run counts of 3.
Exactly. That's the beauty of this format, is that you get 3 different chances. And while Finn's had some trouble, he's not on this 3rd and final run so far. The rails, technical through this top section, perfect on that bottom 3rd rail feature. So that's why you get 3. A lot of opportunities to put down your best run. Go for it all on all 3 runs. And there, spinning the left side, double cork 1260 into the bottom hit for a full run for Finn. Switch, double cork 1440. The Kiwi comes to play in the 3rd and final one.
Might have got a pep talk from the Wells brothers, although it's probably middle of the night over there. But wow, that was a tremendous improvement on his first 2 offerings.
Exactly. So much trouble on those top rail features because he's trying technical tricks. He's trying to do some switch-ups on that battleship rail here. So switch 270 on into a backside switch-up. So just hard to go slower and do something more technical rather than go fast and get the rail over with quicker, which makes the balance easier. Here he is in the jump sections. Let's take a look at these grabs in the replay. Can you see that he holds the grab the whole time? Here's the bottom hit. Just not getting the grab there on that final switch 1440. So a smooth trick, a smooth landing, but if he's not getting that grab perfectly, it's going to be really hard to crack into the top 3 with those 3 Americans sitting up top, Colby, Alex, and Nick.
Needs better than an 89.50 to get onto the podium. Needs better than a 91.75 to get into second, and better than a 94.25 to move into first. And Finn's going to improve to the tune of a 71.50, which bumps him up 1 position.
Yeah, so clearly some deductions there. Judges being pretty particular about the grab, I would think, on that last jump. They really want to see you grabbing your ski for the length of the rotation, not just a bit of it, the whole entirety of that 1440.
This is the 3rd and final run in the men's ski slopestyle final. Mac Forehand now currently sitting in 6th place. Forehand's best score, of course, being that 84.75. He's on the 2nd position right now in the U.S. ski team qualification points, so he's in a good place, but man, being on the podium here at Dew and then having Mammoth still to go would be even better.
Exactly. He's the only American in this final not on the podium right now, so definitely looking to jump up there and take over one of those top 3 spots. And with a clean rail section, massive technicality up top, he's well on his way. Let's see if he ups the jump difficulty down here at the bottom. Switch 1260 into the final kicker. Going big, 1620, so challenging Alex Hall, who brought out the 1620 in his previous runs. Mac Forehand, not wanting to be left behind, goes for a 1620 of his own.
Did I get it around? Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah. And let's take a look back up top. Here's the switch 270, switch up, and 270 out. So tons of spins, tons of change-up maneuvers, and then spinning the right side direction on that rail feature. Switch right 450. So both of those tricks are really mirrored, showing both of those varieties for the judges. He's got 2 1260s on the jumps, a right side and a switch left, and then he finishes things off with that huge 1620. The only thing I'm worried about is what's the deal with the grab on that final hit. Here's the switch 12, perfect grab, comes around, just has so much momentum on that one. And then here's where we really got to break it down, because Alex got some big deductions when he didn't get the grab. Mac gets the grab.
Didn't cap it.
He didn't cap it, you're right. That was what we would call a toxic grab. So see what the judges think about that, but still, a 1620, that's massive on that final kicker.
Offering up some prayers there, so it's going to be identical. Wow, you don't see that very often. Now, excuse me, an 87, it bumps up off the 84.
That puts all 4 Americans in the top 4 spots. I mean, talk about dominance today from the USA.
87.75, Mac Forehand, not enough to get him onto the top 3, but does put him in the conversation and in 4th, and those will be valuable points if he can stay there. Switching gears from the USA to our neighbors to the north, Mark Hendrickson of Canada. He's had some good runs so far. Hendrickson looking for something big here. He's on a 56.5 at his best. He's had some bobbles, especially early on, and as you pointed out, Tom, when you bobble at the top of the rail section, the run's pretty much done.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and even there, the little shuffle, going for the pretzel maneuver. Maybe, I mean, it looks like he purposely wanted the frontside 270 out to me, but he kind of just shuffled it on the ground. There's the right side 1260, switch, left side 900. So a little bit lower on the difficulty scale with just the 900 there, and then looking for the double grab there on front of the ski on the final jump of the run. Let's take a look back up top. I want to see this rail where he does a little spin on the ground, a little bit of a shuffle with butter. There's the 360 change up, switch up top. So super smooth. And then here, grips the rail, looks for the front 2, and just goes. Yeah, that's a miscue. To me, you can do that for style. You can do that for fun points to land kind of sideways. But to me, that looked as if he wanted to do the front side 270. Wasn't able to get the grip and the edge pressure necessary, so it has to kind of just swivel it around.
If this was ballet skiing, that would be awesome, but it is not, and so it is not awesome, and he gets the deduction. So he stays with the 56.50 back to the top. Beautiful look at the peaks here at Copper Mountain. Alex Hall bumped to second place after Colby Stevenson drops a 94.25. So now the game is really on for the Americans.
Yeah, these two have battled a lot over the last 2 to 3 years. They're both so talented and so good at slopestyle that it's a back and forth challenge always between them to see who takes the top spot for the Americans. Switch, right side, double cork 1080, so smooth through the rails. Here he is into the jumps. Switch 12, where we see another 1620. Potentially with the signature Buick grab. Wow, Alex Hall bringing out another amazing run.
I did not think he had the speed for the sake. I was like, there's just no way he's got the speed, and somehow, yeah, he had the speed.
Just incredible to see him carrying the speed through. Here up top, look how smooth this is. Grinds to the full end of the rail, adds a little shifty in, an old school move with the twister there to go to switch, and then just calm, cool, and collected through the rails. And that's what the judges wanted. It makes it look easy when you watch Alex ski. And that transfer, that is not easy. That is a big gap over to that rail. Gets the pretzel out, so that rail section is a big improvement from run number 1. The big issue is these jumps, the same as we saw in the first run, but how was the grab again on this last one? He definitely got some deductions on run number 2 because of the grab, but that one looks good. Does he get the double grab or is it just the seatbelt? Oh, it's the seatbelt, but he holds it the whole time.
Just the
all
seatbelt.
The way to the landing. Huge improvement from that run number 2, and the rails are good. That's got to challenge Colby Stevenson in the top spot.
And he does go into first, 95.25. So he ups the ante on his friend Colby Stevenson, who goes into first place only momentarily, and he is now in first. He'll sit and watch as we send it down to Tina.
Yeah, and we were actually watching on the screen the grab on that last jump. Take us through that.
Oh, I don't even know. I wasn't thinking too hard. You just got to tuck as hard as you can to make these jumps. So I think we're all kind of just going with our gut feeling, not thinking about anything and just trying to send it.
You know what? A couple weeks ago, I was watching you in big air and tricks like 1980, the 1800s. To go back to this and be able to piece together a slopestyle, how much fun has it been?
Really, really fun. It's been tough for the speed, but we've been getting it done, and all the boys are trying their best. So it's just fun to be out here and make it work despite a little tough conditions. But the course is amazing, so it's been really fun.
Yeah, and you did just post a high score. Thanks so much, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Alex Hall now in first place, 95.25. You look at his line, and it's not terrible. 95.25, 91.75. His low score, 89.25. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible riding today from Alex. And you can really tell you land the first run, and it sets the mood for your day, and he showed us that today.
Evan McCackron now currently sitting in 5th place on his 3rd and final run here in the men's slopestyle final.
There, a little bit of a bobble, but really no issues up top, and adding some flavor with the backslide on that rail feature there in the middle of the jib feature for Evan. Clean through there, but he's gonna need to make some big improvements here on the jumps if he wants to jump up into the 90s and take over one of the podium spots from one of the Americans. Here's the bottom jump, switch 1440. Oh, and gets the amplitude. Where did he find the speed for that one?
And he carried that one almost down to I-70. That was an impressive final jump for Evan McCackron.
Wow, so top to bottom, gets the whole run. Let's take a look up top. There is a slight bobble here on the first rail section, but I think it's just cosmetic. He comes off, front side 1440. Does he put a hand down or anything? No.
A little outrigger on the left.
Yeah, a little outrigger, so it should be okay. Here's where he spins that backside 360 switch up, lands on 1 foot only. Really unique there.
Judge is not feeling that. They're going to keep him with his first run score of 86.
I think that outrigger, that bobble up at the top, I mean, I kept saying it, but maybe we forgot about it. You gotta be perfect. No matter how big and great that final hit is, the little backseat, the outrigger is just, that bobble is gonna hurt.
So Alex will sit and wait and watch. 95.25. I'm fairly confident going on a limb that he's going to be on the podium.
Yeah, I think if you were a betting man, you could pretty much guarantee that. But you got to watch out. Colby Stevenson dropping in that final spot has a chance to overtake him once again.
Here we go. Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon from Yukon Territories in Canada on course. 3-run format. Only your best run counts.
Oh, Etienne smooth through the top rail section there. Switch 270 off. So big consistent rail tricks with that 360 switch up. And here's the double flat. So flat the way he spins. It's not flippy. It's smooth and around the shoulder. Unique. Here's the bottom jump. The 1440 reaches the tail grab. And that, even in first glance, you can tell he was holding that tail grab for way more of that massive rotation than we saw in that run number 2 where they really docked him on it. When the skiers have come down, and some of them mentioned to Tina Dixon that the course is a little difficult, a little challenging, are they talking about the overnight slough? Is it running slow? Is the snow a little grippy? Exactly, yeah. The overnight snow always slows things down. And this is a course that's built on a slightly flatter run. And these jumps are so big, so gnarly, that really to get over them, you got to have perfect conditions. So difficult, but I like what Alex said. No matter what, everybody's competing in the same conditions, and it's cool for me to see more tricks like that. The double flat spin 900, you don't normally see that anymore because the jumps are too big. You see too many big spins, and this is scaling it back, making everybody focus on their grabs, on their landings, on the variety that they can add to a run. And here's that 1440. Let's take a look at the grab. Oh, a little bit on the inside, so a little bit toxic, but is able to hold it pretty long. But judges, not enough for that one either, just an 81. Etienne, though, on improvement on every run today, so he ends up with that 80-1. A little bit of a program change here as Fabian Bosch is going to drop in. Nick Gepper is scheduled to go, but he's got an equipment issue, so he'll work on that. And you know, these guys are, as they said, all friends. It's like, you know what, Nick, we want you to do your best, get your ski fixed, whatever you have to do. I can drop. Fabian's always ready to go. Yeah, he is always ready to go. He's always ready to do a flip as well. I've never met somebody that's so good at everything gymnastic. He'll flip off of anything. Born with air awareness. Triple anything. Yeah, he's just born with it. Oh, and there's that switch on K-Fed with the backslide. So keeping the rails the same. Looking to probably up the ante on the jumps as he's done that rail line all 3 runs today. Do you see a difference in style from the skiers coming from Canada or Europe compared to what we're seeing from the Americans? Not necessarily. I mean, everybody really is on the same playing field. Today, it just seems like the Americans are on fire in terms of their ability to execute. Even that run from Fabian, he's got the 1620 in the middle of the run, but there's so much spinning that leads into it. It's not grab the whole way like Alex Hall's trick is. So it's the execution. Like all these Europeans and Canadians, their skills and their tricks are really the same, but the Americans today just seem to be grabbing the skis better, getting the landings better, and just executing where it counts. If you made the final of the Dew Tour in men's slopestyle, you have the skills to win it. Yeah, exactly. And that's what's the beauty of slopestyle, is that really it is. Every course is unique, and every day is a different chance for any of these athletes to come out and win. And Fabian here, the right side double cork 10 is great. It's that final hit and that middle hit where he does a lot of spinning in. He definitely brought it today with this big 1440 on the final hit. It's just whether or not the judges are going to be able to give him it for that hit number 2 where he does a full wrapped up 1080 before getting into the grab, and they just don't love to see that. So he's going to stay, Fabian, with the 85.50 we got on run number 2. As those athletes that are done, they will sit and watch. Great sign of support, camaraderie. They want to see the progression. Oliver Magnuson now set to drop in, the penultimate skier on course. The number 2 qualifier needs better than a 95.25 to take the lead. He needs better than an 89.50 to get on the podium. Yeah, and really this is the only guy that can shake up the American sweep of the podium right now. Smooth through the rails there. That switch 450 landed perfectly centered on top of the rail feature. Might be my favorite feature is that first kicker. I'm waiting for someone to jump that Toyota Tundra. There you go. It's going right over it. Don't roof tap it, but just jump it. Oh, big spin. Oliver switch 1440. Okay. Needed a run, third and final run.
Oh, that was really good, Oliver. You might have just bumped me.
You could see them thinking, what's the deal with that one?
When you were competing, were you at the bottom doing the math in your head like,
Oh, you're definitely, if you know you're on a bubble spot or on the potential podium, there's somebody that can knock you off. You're watching every run. And Oliver here, there's the switch 450, gets that trick clean. Yeah, here's the feature you're talking about. Oh, caps the tail grab all the way out. Let's go of it a little bit early there, but able to just still spin it around. Now,
here's your truck.
The tricks in the run are good, but the execution, again,
not as clean.
It's just the grab's a little bit easier. He's grabbing the mute grab on both of those. Let's see if he gets it the whole way. Oh, gets it all the way out to the end, comes around. But still, I mean, the 1620 from Alex, Colby Stevenson's rail line. It's hard to keep up with some of those guys with those scores in the 90s.
Is he rocking Henrik Harlow trousers?
Oh, he is.
Man, okay, Oliver Magnuson unable to break up the American sweep with that 85. So it's Alex Hall, Colby Stevenson, and Nick Gepper. So Nick Gepper, who had a equipment issue earlier, was given a pass. He will drop in, and then it will be Colby Stevenson. So the Americans will sweep the podium here due Tour 2021. The question is, where will their colors be? Will it be gold, silver, or bronze? Speaking of which, this man has a silver medal at the Olympics. He has a bronze medal at the Olympics. He needs to make Team USA so he can go for the gold medal in Beijing. Nick Gepper capable of it out of the skiing crazy town of Lawrenceburg, Indiana.
Yeah, where all great skiers hail from. No, but the Midwest does. I mean, all you need is a rail
yard,
some jumps, and a small hill, and you can get as good as Nick Gepper, and it's an amazing story to see. So great to see him back on top. And he's sitting in third. He knows he's guaranteed a podium place, but he doesn't want third. He's used to seeing that top of the podium. So look for him to bring it all out on this third and final run. Oh, the pretzel just squeaking that one around. And the rail line, he's through and finished with it. Tons of technicality into these jumps.
2 to go.
Switch. Double. 1260 holds on to it.
Nope.
Not enough.
That minor bobble. I mean, he was just in the back seat for a fraction of a second. And it just goes to show you your point, how big these jumps are. You can't mess around with your speed.
No, exactly. And you could tell he didn't even attempt that final jump. If you're not perfect on that landing, you're not going to be able to clear that third one. But, I mean, Nick, what a result today. He's had some trouble getting on the podium recently. So here to come out and for an American sweep, we still got Colby Stevenson to go. So there's still some potential to shake up the leaderboard. But 3 Americans on the podium. And what does that say leading into Beijing 2022? I mean, this is an event the Americans have been good at. We had the American sweep in 2014. Wow. Couldn't see it again.
Here we go. Colby Stevenson, the #1 qualifier, currently sitting on a 94.25. He needs to be better than a 95.25 to take the win. Guaranteed himself at least second place here at Dew Tour 2021.
Yeah, Colby Stevenson, Alex Hall have been battling for years now, and I don't think it's ever going to stop. And he doesn't want to relinquish that first place position. Oh, that 270 frontside 450 is so smooth. There's the nose butter. Double cork, 1080 tucking into the second jump. Gets the right side, 1260.
This is for the big cash.
Will he go 14? Will he tuck it to the 16? 1440 with the scale grab. Oh,
Alex can appreciate that.
So does the same run that got him the 94.25. Did he land that final jump better? He had a bit of a squat on the landing, so wasn't perfectly executed. That definitely could be it. Let's take a look back through this and try to break it all down. Here's that 360, a full spin switch up, so going fully blind on that second part of it to land on that rail. Everything needs to be perfect in this run if he really wants to take over and get a 95.25 or better.
How clean he caught that rail.
Just incredible the way that second rail feature. There's the 360 switch up, and then just high speed disaster bounces off that bottom kink of that rail. And then, I mean, the nose butter is a great addition to that run. So unique. He's got the 1260 into the final 1440. So there's the top angle. Really lets you see. When I call it a nose butter, it's because he's pre-spinning the first 180 degrees of that 1080 and doing it off the noses, using the flex and the press of those skis. And here's the bottom jump. This is where he could have made an improvement because he did have a little bit of a bobble on run number 2, but he also held the stale grab a little bit longer, I think.
Oh!
Misses it.
Missed it the first time, but went back and got seconds.
Got it the second time. So, I don't know. That I would hate to be a judge right now with Alex Hall in that top spot and his teammate, fellow American Colby Stevenson. That's really close.
Wait for the score to come down. So we saw it in slow motion. Nice way to examine it. Colby Stevenson needs better than a 95.25 to take the win. How about that? 96.25, and Colby Stevenson claims the title at Copper. Holy smokes, what a run, what a battle. The Americans sweep the podium. Colby Stevenson, the #1 qualifier, with the win. Alex Hall second, Nick Gepper in third. Tina Dixon standing with the man of the hour.
Wow, the last competitor to go, and you did it. You bumped yourself up to the top of the podium. What does it what does it mean to win here at the Dew Tour?
It's so insane, like the amount of years I've been doing Dew Tour and like never had a good result. Like tore my shoulder out in 2018 on the last jump in finals, and then like got 4th 2 years ago when we had it here. And yeah, to just come out here, I learned that nose butt dub 10 today and just put all that down and come down to the last run. I don't know if I've ever clutched up like that. Like watching Alex get that 95, I was like, trying not to look at the screen. I was like, oh my God, focus on this. It's insane. So excited.
Yeah, and you cleaned up the landing on that last jump. What were you telling yourself there?
I was coming into it like, I think I'm going really fast, like should have enough speed, and then almost missed the grab. And then once I got that, it was like, gonna stomp.
We talked earlier about this, but it was a sweep by the Americans for this event. What does that say about the opportunity going into Beijing?
I mean, it's insane to have all 3 Americans on top, and I mean, it's different every competition, but yeah, it just shows that our team's been putting in work and we're ready for what's to come.
Congratulations on this win, Colby.
Thank you so much.
Colby Stevenson out of Park City, Utah gets the win. Alex Hall, also out of Park City, Utah, finishes in second. And Nick Gepper from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, finishing on the podium in third. It's the fact that he had no base layer and the reptile print, I think, that gave him the extra points that he needed, because that final jump was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, such good speed, gets the amplitude, goes big on that final jump, gets the stale grab, and just great execution. I mean, Colby Stevenson, and we talk about the American sweep, but also in Mac Forehand, who has got some good results from last season, also looks good heading into Beijing. I mean, I would hate to be anybody else leading into that slopestyle final.
As you look at it right now, do you think that's Team USA going to Beijing for slopestyle?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That looks really good, especially seeing all those guys make the finals here in that incredible showdown that they just had. I mean, I would not be surprised at all to bet on that as our foursome heading into slopestyle for Beijing.
You think about Alex Hall dropping in 95.25, and you're thinking, all right, game over. Colby, great job. #1 qualifier. You'll finish in second. But he comes out and has something to say to the tune of 96.25, not to mention the fact that he quoted Ricky Bobby when he was speaking with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, I did love it. That was amazing. And I mean, really just everybody today, that whole top spot, for the issues with the speed, we saw that there is some fresh snow and it's hard to get over the jumps, but they're perfect landings, tuck into the next jump, and all 4 of those Americans in 1, 2, 3, and 4 were able to just execute when the time came.
Stepping up in the big pressure moments, and that's exactly what they've done. Alex Hall doing a great job. Colby Stevenson, as you said, Nick Gepper. Remember, he was towards the bottom. Then he had that malfunction with his ski, but good enough on his second run to put himself in a second and then a third position with an 89.50. Nick Gepper needs those results. And for Mac Forehand, not on the podium, but those points, very valuable.
Yeah, exactly. And he's still got a lot of events left. For Nick especially, he needed a big result. He's not sitting high up on the FIS ranking, so that's not the way he's going to get in. He's going to get onto the U.S. team by getting podium results, and a third place today is a great way to start.
All right, let's go back and look at some of the highlights. We'll start with third place. As we said before, Nick Gepper, the pride of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, struggled early on, but it was the second run where he put the magic down.
Yeah, smooth here with the big 450s out of the rails, the double flat spin, gets it all the way out with that double Japan grab, and then just the 1260 at the end, but the grab is good. So really just didn't have that big 1440 that some of these other athletes did, including Alex Hall. Here all day he had scores. His lowest score of the day of 3 was in the 89s. So just a dominant performance here. And really, it would have been his day if not for Colby Stevenson.
Yep.
He has this 1620 at the bottom, the biggest rotation we saw from anybody all day. And you can hear him. He's stoked. And I mean, it would have been his day if not for this guy.
But what's in the water in Summit County up in Park City? You guys are going crazy up there.
Exactly. And Nick Gepper as well lives in Salt Lake right now, still skis and trains in Park City. So all three of these athletes skiing and training up in Park City, Utah. But Colby Stevenson, I mean, the big 1440, way more amplitude on that final jump. It was really his day at the end of the day to put it all down at the third and final run. The American sweep is complete.
Colby Stevenson, Alex Hall, Nick Gepper, top 3. Mac Forehand finishing in the 4th position. So the American sweep +1. Team USA looking very good with Beijing now coming up in February. We send it down
ladies
to DC.
And gentlemen, it is time to get underway here with our podium presentation for men's ski slopestyle finals. So before we get underway, let's get a big round of applause for all the men throwing down out here this afternoon. And before I bring up our podium finishers, I'd like to introduce to you our very special guest, our award presenter. We've got the Dew Tour VP and General Manager, Courtney Gressick. Courtney, thanks for being on hand with us. And with no further ado, your top 3. In third place, let's hear it for Nick Gepper. Yeah, can we get a woo? Let's hear it for Nick Gepper, third place finisher. And in second place, hands together for Alex Hall. And again, let's hear it for your second place finisher, Alex Hall. And rounding out the USA sweep of the podium, his first Dew Tour podium, and he's doing it in style, ending it on top. Let's hear it for Colby Stevenson!
Congrats, son. You guys?
Again, your champion, Colby Stevenson, and your USA sweep of the podium.
That hasn't happened in a while.
All right, thank you very much, DC. Congratulations once again. Coming up next is the Toyota Adaptive Bank Slalom. Amy Purdy and Brad J will have the call. And Tom Wallace and I will be back for the women's slopestyle final. That's coming up at 12:30, but it was Colby Stevenson today that came out. Look at his line. His scores were impressive. 82, 94, 96.25. Tom Wallace, that's how you win a competition.
Yeah, exactly. You see what's going down, and you could tell the advantage of going last. He saw what his fellow teammate Alex Hall put down, and he knew that he needed to up the ante, go better, get that landing cleaner, and just incredible to hear him talk to Tina. He learned that nose butter double cork 1080 today. And that's what the kids are doing these days. They're learning tricks out here in the field to add to their run, and just an incredible performance by Colby Stevenson. Love it.
All about the style. Colby Stevenson, Alex Hall, Nick Gepper, they get the sweep of the podium in the men's slopestyle final with Mac Forehand, the other American, finishing in 4th place. Coming up next, Toyota Adaptive Bank Slalom. Amy Purdy and Brad J will have the call. Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is a letter that I wrote myself right when I got home from the hospital after losing both my legs. I was 19 years old. Okay, so let's see if I can do it. Okay. I'm here and I'm alive. And I know why I'm alive. Because I wanted to be. Oh, I can't do it. Being able to snowboard like I do, or being able to dance, being able to work out, just doing all the stuff that I do, it's taken 20 years to get here. So to now possibly lose that was terrifying. This was the first time that I felt limited. This is the first time that I felt pain, that I felt disabled at times. This is the first time that I've had to heavily rely on others, like my husband, Daniel. I love you, babe. It's not easy. I'm used to being so independent. This has given me a completely different perspective on what so many people go through. It's made me more of a whole person because I'm experiencing the depths of life, like the highs of life, but also the lows of life. It's like, you know, everything's still so raw for me right now. I want to be able to kind of share the things that I've learned and that I'm learning along the way. So, for the second time in my life, my world has flipped upside down. And for the second time in my life, it makes me want to cry, but I'm fighting to walk again. I think it does just add to the work that I already do. I try to relate to people, whether it's on stage or through social media or just in person, so that they feel like they're not alone. From me to you, whatever you are, be it all the way. What I've seen just through social media, like when I share my story, the amount of people who share their stories and what they're going through makes me realize just how many people are going through struggles and obstacles and challenges, no matter how big or how small. We relate to each other when we're vulnerable. You know, those stories we're scared to share, the stories that we feel like embarrassed by, or that make us feel a little bit uncomfortable, sometimes those are the stories we should be sharing because they make us human and that connects us all. Okay, so this is it. I'm here and I'm alive, and I know I'm alive because I wanted to be. I feel stronger by my choice. I see it in my eyes, I see it in my smile, I see it in my skin, my family, and my friends. I'm more fulfilled now, more than I was before, because I shed my shell. And I feel comfortable with that, because I've accomplished so much just by being here right now. And just having enough faith that the universe is my guide, and everybody around me are my angels, and I'm theirs. I have no feet, but I have my spirit, and my passion to learn are my wings. We can get so attached to thinking like life will begin when I'm better. And in our minds, we think better means what we were before. But, you know, you can be even better by just embracing where you are today. It's not about stepping back into who you were, it's stepping forward into who you could be.
And a very big welcome to Tour Copper Mountain Day number 3. And it's all about the adaptive bank slalom presented by Toyota. We got the men, we got the women. They're ready to do battle out here for the fastest time. And I'll tell you what, I am honored and so stoked and a little teared up right now to be joined by Amy Purdy, and a 3-time Paralympic medalist. Amy, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, so good. I wasn't expecting that to play, so we were all tearing up.
We both are. We're both crying right now. All right.
Yes, it's amazing to be here. I'm so excited. Today's going to be really exciting.
And you've been along for the whole journey. You've seen it grow. You've seen Adaptive make it into the Paralympics. You fought the good fight. You got 3 medals. You founded what you guys are, the Adaptive Action Sports here. You've done so much, and it's an honor to be part of being next to you and being part of this and feeling the stoke that you feel for all these athletes.
I mean, that's why I'm here today. I love this sport so much. This sport saved my life. I mean, being able to snowboard again with 2 prosthetic legs, that was my dream. And then, never could have imagined I'd make it to the Paralympic Games, but we were able to do that. And now we're here. We've got all these incredible athletes competing today. I'm just excited to represent it.
Yeah, don't let her fool you. She has 3 medals, too. She's, no slouch on that. A couple of bronze and a silver. Hey, taking a look at things first, these ladies that we're looking at here in your women's snowboarding adaptive bank slalom, temperatures are kind of cold. That means we're going to have some hard conditions. That course is the same course they use in the Nationals, I think, for border cross and ski cross.
Right.
What are they going to have to do to put up fast times today?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about the women. Some of these women are brand new at the sport. This is some of their first races competing are today at the Dew Tour, which is amazing. But we've got some incredible athletes, even summer Tokyo Paralympic medalists who are here competing from other sports, from running and from track and field are competing here today, like Noelle, who's going first.
So how does this work for Paralympics fast forward when we're talking about Beijing? Is there spots for athletes to try and make it to their Paralympic teams coming up?
Right now, they're doing trials. Half of the field is actually in Austria doing a World Cup right now.
Okay.
So we've got some of the best men in the world competing here. Some of them are also in Austria. There's an opportunity for all these athletes to still make the Beijing Paralympic Games.
How hard was it to get adaptive bank slalom here into Dew Tour?
It's such an honor for us to be able to do this. We were able to work with Toyota, our long-term partner, who's been a partner of mine for 10 plus years, and we were able to get snowboarding into the Dew Tour. This is our 4th year, so this is incredible.
Oh my gosh, it's been 4.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, let's get into it right now. It looks like we have Noelle Lambert going to start things off out of Manchester, New Hampshire, 24 years old, a goofy foot rider.
Yeah, so Noelle, she lost her leg in a moped accident, and she was a lacrosse player. She was the first lacrosse player in Division 1, which is amazing, even as an amputee, as an above-the-knee amputee. Now she's out here snowboarding. She medaled in Tokyo this summer, so her goal has been to be a summer and winter back-to-back Paralympic athlete. And she's killing it. She's just starting with snowboarding, and she's here competing at the Dew Tour already.
I mean, that's got to be something in itself. Look, you're just starting in snowboarding, and now you're competing in snowboarding.
Yeah, she started by competing in snowboarding. Like, her start has been just jumping into World Cups and learning along the way. And so it's amazing. And, bank slalom's really not that easy. It looks like an easier course than snowboard cross because you don't have jumps.
Yeah.
But it's really not that easy for us because the way our ankles move, and she's one of the only above-the-knee amputees competing here this week, and she's still adjusting her leg. She is still trying to get her legs set up for this, so she's doing amazing.
And it's also, when you look at her, it's the back foot, and when the back foot and the back leg, that's everything for you.
It's everything. It's everything, exactly. Your back leg is what really does all the dynamic motion, so yeah, she's still getting that all set up.
And so we will look to our next competitor as we'll get some times as they become available. We have Annika Hustler up next, 25 years old. She's local out of Aurora, Colorado. What about her, 25 years old? Do you know her?
Oh, yeah, I know her well. She trains with Adaptive Action Sports. She's a Marine, actually.
A Marine?
And let me tell you about Annika. Literally, like 2 days ago, my husband, Danielle, who's running this, just goes, hey, want to be in Dew Tour? And she's here. So she has never raced or been on a bank slalom course ever, and she's killing it. And let me tell you, that she's so incredible. She lost her leg and did 8 competitive sports within like a 10-month period.
Wait. Wait, you lose your leg and you go in 8 sports.
Yeah, she's like, Amy, I do track and field, I surf, I do archery, I do wheelchair rugby. And then she's like, now I want to snowboard. And now she's here competing in the game. She's doing so good. I'm so impressed right now.
And I mean, the limits are the limits you put on yourself as a human being. And
exactly.
You're a person who definitely, there's no limits. You do what you want to do, and you do what you feel you need to do, right?
You do it, and if you believe you can do it, you can do it. You figure out a way. If you're committed to figuring it out, you will figure it out. And that's why each one of these athletes gets creative, figures out their prosthetic leg. Like Annika here, I mean, she's still figuring out her prosthetic leg as well. Everybody has a different setup, but we learn from each other and, inspire others along the way.
Oh, that's a good point, because you can compare how your prosthetic may work to with your other fellow competitors and talk about, styles or what you could change to make it better for you.
Exactly. I think that's the coolest thing about adaptive action sports. We get these new athletes in and we're like, okay, you can do this with your foot, you can adjust your leg like this, you can do all these different creative things to try to get your legs to move the way you want them to, and we figured it out.
Looks like we have Kiana Clay now from Corona, California, 27 years old, on course.
Kiana, she is the first Burton-sponsored adaptive athlete, men and women. She's amazing. So Kiana actually has a paralyzed arm. It's a brachial plexus injury from a motocross athlete. She's a big motocross athlete, and she had an injury with motocross. She actually fell in the bike. The wheel went over her neck and paralyzed her arm. So riding with one arm is harder than you can imagine because that's your balance, right?
Yeah.
So she, as you can see, her front arm's really pointing where she wants to go. She needs that to guide her because her other arm isn't really there to balance her out.
And that's kind of one of the things I always used to teach my kids when I was getting them into snowboarding is lead with that arm, lead with that front arm. It'll go, your board will follow.
Oh, exactly. I mean, that's how we teach all these athletes, no matter, what their abilities or disabilities are. We're like, just point where you want to go. Your eyes will go that way, your board will go that way. So, Kiana Clay.
Oh, and with a claim. I like that. Kiana Clay with the claim. Very good. She was happy with that. And I mean, that's what you want to be. And it's tough right now because it is cold out there. Conditions are hard. Conditions are fast.
Yeah.
With the snow. And we got Peggy Martin, the legend, 57 years old out here.
Yeah, so, she's the oldest competitor out here today. She's amazing. She's representing. She rides so well. She also has a brachial plexus injury. We've got 4 female athletes with the same injury, which is interesting, all from different things. But so she's an upper limb injured athlete. If we were doing classifications, that's the classification she would be in. And so once again, she's kind of pointing where she's going, and she's got to balance it out. And some of these athletes, especially the women right now, the entire female field retired, and now we've got all these new athletes coming in, and they're here today. So
it's like the door opens for the future of it, right? And that's probably pretty nice for you and your husband, Daniel, but for the adaptive action sports to have more competitors come in there and support.
It's exciting. We had kind of the same women for a very long time. We were all like best friends competing against each other. Yeah, and now to have all these new women at all ages come in, it's so cool. It just shows what the possibilities are,
And Peggy Martin, 57 years old, third of the Detour in 2020, Goofy Foot rider. And there's a pump fist right there. She's happy about that. And just the smiles and the camaraderie that we see. It's just
that's what I love about snowboarding in general, but adaptive snowboarding. We're all in it together, growing this movement together, supporting each other, learning from each other. It's pretty amazing.
So we have Jennifer Akers.
Yeah, and she's a brand new athlete as well. She's a mom of 2. Her kids are here today.
Oh, awesome.
She also has a brachial plexus injury, so she injured her arm snowboarding.
If that was a classification for Paralympics, what would that be?
It would be an upper limb.
Okay.
So right now we don't have an upper limb in the Paralympic Games for women. However, all these women are fighting for it.
Yeah.
And so if we had classifications today, they would be in their upper limb category. She injured her arm snowboarding when a snowboarder actually, or a skier I think, ran into her, and it partially paralyzed her arm. So this is a brand new, this is the first time she's ever been on a bank slalom course or any course. And that's what I think is really cool about what we're doing is we've got some of the best in the world here today, and we have some of the newer athletes, which to me I think is really inspiring. It shows what the possibilities are. Exactly.
You have to have the pipeline of the future athletes coming up, and so for Paralympics and for adaptive and other competitions, you got to have those youngsters coming up.
You do, and I think sometimes when you're sitting at home watching this on TV, you can get intimidated watching the best athletes. It's really cool to watch the newer athletes and go, oh, I can do that, and then from there you just work your way up.
And you talk about bank slalom. Bank slalom, especially in hard conditions, when it gets a little icy, it's not very easy. You can't get a good edge in it. You can slide out pretty hard in this. Conditions.
And the light is flat. You can't really see what's under your feet. Having prosthetic legs, you can't feel what's under your feet. So if you can't see it, and you can't feel it, you kind of don't know what you're doing. You know, sometimes the conditions can make it really challenging with a prosthetic leg.
Amy, is it something that you have to look down to your legs to see how they're feeling or how they're acting with the snow?
You know, it becomes really intuitive. Eventually it becomes very intuitive, but it's not easy.
Definitely not easy. Darian Haynes now, our final competitor here in your women's adaptive bank slalom presented by Toyota.
Yeah, so Darian is also an adaptive action sports athlete, and she's brand new as well, but she's a surfer.
She's from Maui.
She's
right?
from Maui. She lives in her van the majority of the time, traveling around, and she also has a brachial plexus injury. She was actually at birth, and so her arm is paralyzed, her arm and her hand, and yeah, it's funny. Today I was like, Darian, wait, how long have you been snowboarding? And she's like, maybe 2.5 months. I'm like, well, welcome to Dew Tour. This is awesome.
Now, do you think though, since she is a surfer, I feel that surfing does probably help her, don't you think?
You know, surfing definitely helps, but I'll tell you, when you're racing and snowboarding, it's quite different than surfing. Surfing, you have all your weight on your back leg.
Yep.
Snowboarding, when you're racing, you actually have your weight on your front leg because you're trying to drive the
momentum,
board.
yeah.
I'd say bank slalom's probably a little bit closer to surfing than snowboard cross because you can kind of lean back and ride those berms. But yeah.
Maybe it gives her a little bit of an opportunity to kind of understand it too.
Exactly. This is exciting for all these women to be able to start here, and you know, no better way to learn than to actually be in the start gates with the nerves, with TV, with everything, and like be forced to learn quickly.
Oh my gosh, she was so excited. That was awesome to see that run right there.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so this is how we're doing it now. Of course, the women have taken their run, and it is 2 timed runs, which you get. It's the fastest of your 2 runs. That's the one that's going to count. And then we'll switch over to the guys now, and they'll do their first runs. And then we'll go back to the women for their final run, which will be their second and final run, and then back to the guys. And then we'll have a 3, 2, 1 in both categories.
Yeah.
Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see the new faces in there, though, right?
It's great. You know, I mean, we've worked so hard. We worked for so many years to get snowboarding in the Paralympics. And, you know, athletes are going to retire or get injured. I got injured, so I'm not competing right now. And just to know that, you know, we opened the door for these other athletes to step in, and now they're taking over and they're representing, it's really exciting to see.
And what do they say to you? Because you guys are the one who held the torch to help, you know, get it into the Paralympics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Did they thank you a lot?
They do. You know, I think they're all very appreciative, and just even the sport here right now, I mean, every other competition nobody else gets to see. You see the Paralympics and you see Dew Tour. So this is a big way for us to represent adaptive snowboarding. It's one of the only ways for us to represent this sport.
And you want to see more qualifiers, right? You want to see more events.
We want to see more events. Yeah, I mean, for us it was always important to be inclusive, to get adaptive snowboarding into these able-bodied events and show that the athletes, you know, what they're capable of, and just represent the movement.
100%. All right, we're going to switch it up for the guys now, and Alex Massey's going to take things. He's going to start things off for the Dew Tour in 2020. He's regular foot, 26 years old, Canadian out of Ontario.
Yeah, so Alex, he's amazing. He came in second place just last week in Finland in the World Cup, which is incredible. He prides himself on being one of the biggest athletes out here. So Massey is a mass of muscle, and that muscle and that momentum carries him down the mountain.
I'm glad you're saying this, Amy, not me.
Listen, no, he likes that. That's what I'm telling you. He's happy with that, and it helps him out, right?
Okay, yeah, well, downhill.
Yeah.
A little heavier, you're going to go a little fast. I've learned that with my extra weight over the years.
Exactly. I mean, Massey's honestly one of the best riders we have out here. He's incredible. He lost his leg actually in a wake surfing accident, but he's one of the top athletes in the world.
And he is here to show what he can do, too, as well. Amy Purdy, Brad J here with the call. And we're so excited. First of all, I mean, you and I were supposed to work together at Dew Tour a couple years ago, but 3 feet of snow pretty much stopped that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. I was sitting inside staying warm.
Wow, what happened? But we got more coming up. Stay with us because the men are going to take their first run. Men's adaptive bank slalom on the way. It's all presented by Toyota. Amy Purdy, Brad J. We'll be right back. And welcome the world. Thanks for joining us here. We are live at Copper Mountain, Colorado. New Tour Copper Mountain, day number 3 of the action. Your women's adaptive snowboard bank slalom, run 1, presented by Toyota, just took place. And now we're getting into the men's adaptive snowboard bank slalom, presented by Toyota, run number 1 for the men. This is Brad Jake, joined by a 3-time Paralympic medalist, Amy Purdy, in the house. Amy, what are the guys going to have to do to put down them fast times?
Listen, all these guys are incredible. We have some of the best in the world here today, so I think it's going to be a really close race for everybody.
So Massive Massey starting things off. Is he okay with that?
Yeah, he's,
Okay.
you know, he's got momentum, and he's such a strong rider. He's a single below the knee amputee, and yeah, he's got a lot of momentum to carry him down the mountain. And he lost his leg in a wake surfing accident. He told me he's a huge fan of mullets and happens to have a mullet himself.
What is up with the mullets these days?
I think it makes him go faster. Maybe he thinks it makes him go faster. But but Alex is actually he is the Crystal Globe winner. So he's the overall winner with adaptive snowboarding right now, and he's just incredible. He's killing it in every race he's in.
So Massey right there finishing up. He's got his first one and looked really solid, kept it nice and low into the course. Now we will look to Maddie Hawkins, it looks like, on course right now. Run number 1. Talk to me about this guy.
Okay, Maddie's amazing. So actually today we're calling him a staff lead because he is also one of our staff. He's actually helping to put on this event. He has never competed in bank slalom before. He's a single leg amputee. He actually works for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's probably the only athlete here who's got a Super Bowl ring on his finger, which is pretty amazing.
I bet he is the only. I mean,
Yeah.
you said he's probably the only. I think he is the only one. The Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, so this is brand new for Maddie. He's amazing. He just went off course there. I think he missed one of the gates, but
Yeah.
you know, this is still exciting for everybody.
I think he's going for some power runs.
I think that's what he decided to do. He's like, that looks good over there. That looks more fun. Let's go do that.
Because he got off course and then he came through a little pow section and he's like, oh look, there's more over here.
Right.
Now when you don't stay in the gates, obviously you can't get an accurate time.
You can't, right. So if you miss a gate, you're done. You know, he may have pushed down a little bit too far and decided just to ride off course there. So I think we've got Owen Pick here, is that right?
Yeah, it looks like Owen
Yeah.
Pick up and riding.
Yeah.
Fast too.
Listen, Owen's one of the best riders out here as well. He's incredible. He's actually a wounded veteran. He lost his leg in Afghanistan. And everybody convinced him to come snowboard because he was a killer wakeboarder. And we're like, are you snowboarding? And he showed up, and he's been incredible. In fact, he's the gold medalist from Dew Tour.
He is.
Yeah.
From Dew Tour 2020.
2020.
But
Yep.
you look at him too, how he cuts time off by staying close to those gates too as well. And so much speed, even throwing some big slashes out there.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think he's so far the fastest time for the men's.
Yeah, that's got to be the fastest time of the
Around.
day right there,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Nicely done. Owen Pick. Solid stuff. And, you know,
Yeah.
winning in 2020, you got to expect that he's going to be up on the podium.
Yeah, defending his gold medal.
So Jimmy Sides up next. He was 14th in Pay on Chain there at the Paralympics. Here he is.
So Jimmy, he injured his arm. He lost his arm and his part of his eyesight actually in Afghanistan as well. And so he's a wounded veteran. He actually retired after the 2018 Paralympic Games after competing there, and came out of retirement to compete at Dew Tour today.
Yeah, you know, I'll just come out of retirement. So, well, Jimmy, is he trying to go to Beijing or?
No, actually, you know, interesting fact, he actually is a ski patrol up here at Copper Mountain now. So he kind of, he traded competing and snowboarding to being a ski patrol, and he works with the explosives and stuff, which is actually how he lost his arm in Afghanistan.
But, wow, and so he works still with it. What
But he
an
still works
amazing
with
story.
it, yeah. And look at him, I mean, he is absolutely killing it.
Did he just gap that?
I feel like he did.
And Sides coming through with authority out here. Good stuff. Loving what we're seeing so far. Now we're going to move And Tudhope up next, and he's been doing it for a while, huh?
Oh yeah, so Benny's amazing. I've known him since he was so little. He's one of the fastest out here. I mean, look how he takes those turns. He's got such good style. He actually has cerebral palsy. He's not an amputee, but he's got weakness in his arms and his legs. But I actually think it makes him snowboard better.
Well, I mean, you look at how low center of gravity is, and look how he goes high and then tight after the turns.
Yeah, he's a super dynamic rider. He knows how to take really good lines. He knows how to finesse his board really well. Yeah, he's incredible. He's going to be one of the fastest out here, I think.
Well, it looks like it so far. And this is the same course we talked about Nationals run. Their border cross and ski cross on the same area. Oh, yeah, there's the little gappy right there.
Yeah, and so Benny's part of a team that we're calling Team Unicorn, which is amazing. We've got a couple different athletes part of it, and so we got Team Unicorn coming across the finish line there.
Why Team Unicorn? Did they give you any insight on that, Amy?
You know, it's because they're from different countries. We've got a handful of different athletes coming from different countries that are actually on the same team. So, and they're magical.
They are magical. Here's JBM, James Barnes Miller now, 32 years old, out of the UK.
Yeah, so he's missing his right hand. He was actually born missing his right hand. This is actually one of his kind of disciplines with bank slalom that isn't his high point, but he's working really hard at it. He's amazing at snowboard cross, so he's just today trying to ride as good as he can. And I mean, he's an incredible athlete. He's been competing at this for a while, but you know, like I said, some of us are good at snowboard cross, some of us are good at bank slalom, some are good at both, but like, it's interesting how different they are.
Completely different. I mean, you look at what Mount Baker has done with their bank slalom for how many years.
Oh, yeah.
One of the coolest events. Look at that gap. I loved seeing that.
Yeah. And also, James, he won silver and bronze just last week in Finland at the World Cup.
It's kind of right. Looks like he's right now with a pow stick right there, too.
Yeah, I think some of the athletes, you know, this is exciting, Dew Tour, to be able to come out and just kind of have fun. And everybody rides different boards. They'll ride powder boards and you know, just kind of whatever gets you around those turns quickly.
Well, we all know about this man right here, Maddie Hamari, 35 years old now. He was Paralympic gold, right, 2014 out there in Sochi?
Yeah, so Maddie's, once again, one of the top riders out here. He's absolutely incredible. You know, cool story about him. So he lost his leg in a motorcycle accident. He saw Evan Strong, who's not here today, but one of the top, you know, athletes snowboarding. He saw him in an article, and he was like, oh my gosh, if he can do it, then I can do it. And then Maddie came out here and now is competing alongside Evan. I mean, they're always battling it out for gold medals. So.
And Evan competed before his injury too in skateboarding, right?
He did, yeah. And so Maddie, he also just had a kid, and this is one of his first races afterwards. So it's amazing to see him out here.
Yeah, you don't have to change diapers; you can go snowboarding. I think that's actually a good thing. So Maddie Hamari, Paralympic gold 2014, also second in the Dew Tour 2020, and we move on to John Leslie.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about John. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
John's amazing. So he competed in both the 2014 and 2018 Paralympic Games. He's riding really quick today, which is so cool because he actually retired after the 2018 Paralympic Games, and he came out of retirement to compete at Dew Tour today. He's now a fitness instructor.
That's awesome. I don't see, I mean, with more events starting to happen, you know, Dew Tour, you know, getting behind it, Toyota getting behind it, and then Paralympics having it, I would think with more events coming up, you might want to push that retirement off just a little
That's
bit.
what I'm thinking. I'm like, what are you guys doing retiring? There's so much fun stuff to do. Oh, look at that. That was a nice gap. Yeah. Oh, so John he's riding good. I heard he was riding really good in practice yesterday, and here he is. That was quick.
And we'll get those times as they come available. Two-time Paralympian right there, John Leslie, out of Ontario. He's 29 years old. And we'll focus our attention back up top. Your men's adaptive snowboard bank slalom presented by Toyota. Run number ones we are going on. And this guy, Colby Fields, out of Summit County.
Yeah, Colby
16?
is the youngest athlete we've got out here, 16 years old. He is brand new to bank slalom, to Paralympic snowboarding. My husband, he's actually standing up there at the top right now. You can see him. My husband saw him at a skate park and could tell that he had a bit of a disability because he's got cerebral palsy. And so my husband could tell that he was, that he had a little bit of a disability, but skated incredibly well. My husband said, come snowboard. And now here he is.
But he hadn't snowboarded, or was he messing around a little bit?
Actually, he rides for the Breckenridge Big Mountain team. So he rides Big Mountain competitions. He's actually an incredible snowboarder. This is just the first time in a course, in a race. Well, he actually competed last week in Finland and the week before in Netherlands, but this is the first time he even knew adaptive snowboarding existed. He was just riding, amongst everybody else, and Daniel said, "Hey, you could be a Paralympic snowboarder," and he was like, "What's that?"
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Yeah, and he rides so well. He's so clean. Oh gosh. Some of these turns, it's so interesting. It's like you kind of get in the pocket, and sometimes the pocket will shoot you into the gate. I mean, it's like you're trying to ride the bank, but you're also trying to control your line. And so for some of the new riders, it's just something, it's just something that takes a while to learn.
And for a bank slalom course, too, it's tighter than some you've seen in the past. Like if you look at Mount Baker, that thing's a massive. But this one, you don't have a lot of room for error. So if you get off your track, like you're saying.
You really don't. You start going a little bit too fast, and then you shoot right into the gates. So, especially if not all the banks are the same, right? Some banks will hold you in. Some banks are strong.
Exactly.
Straighter.
So you get the run number 1 is in the books for the men. Remember, this is a 2-run format, and your fastest time is how it's going to work. And here's your standings, how it's looking right now. Kiana Clay, the number 1 spot right now, best time on the women's side. Peggy Martin will check in that number 2 spot. Annika Hustler will go in that 3rd spot, and then Darian Haynes just on the outside in that 4th spot.
Yeah.
Surprises? I heard you say, whoa.
Well, I was seeing Annika riding super fast. I mean, she's in 3rd, which is great. So it'll be interesting to see how this comes out, because those top 3, I think, are pretty close together.
And then we'll get into their second runs. How many times do you think they get the chance to run that course before they actually get to compete on? Is it 3 or 4 maybe?
I think they got a practice run this morning, which, to be honest, is more of an inspection, just to see where the icy spots are and if anything's changed, kind of where the gate placement's at. They got a couple runs yesterday, but you never feel like you have enough practice. And the conditions change so much. So one day it might be like just super soft and cruisy, and the next day it's super hard and fast. And
that's the way it is right now. It's super hard and fast because these temperatures have been quite low over the last few days. I mean, they've got some fresh snow. We've had 3 days in the last, I've been here a couple of weeks now and seen the snow come in, and big props out to Copper for doing such an amazing job to get more terrain open for everyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is such incredible course that these athletes get to ride, but it's always different. That's the thing with bank slalom and border cross. Every course you go on is different. So you could do good on one, and then you show up to another, and it's a little tighter, it's a little more complicated, and so, but Dew Tour is always a good one. It's good for kind of the entry-level athletes as well as the top athletes.
You just gotta have your plan. Run it once, maybe feel a little bit more comfortable, but then it's just that fine line of you don't want to go too fast and get out of control.
Exactly. So we've got Noelle here, and once again, she's got that incredible leg, which is a BioDAP leg. One of our other athletes makes this leg for the athletes.
Above knee, right? Amputation.
Yep. She's an above the knee amputee, and it's her back leg. So that's really what does a lot of your dynamics and control. And so, it's a little bit more complicated than if you had a prosthetic on the front leg.
And also being above the knee, too, as well, because if you have the knee motion, you have a little bit more to work with, right?
Exactly. It's like, if your ankles move, then your knees move. If your knees move, then your hips move. And so if you don't have a knee, and then you got to try to get your hips over your board and over your edge, that can be a little bit challenging. But, she was just up there at the top cranking away at her leg, and, it takes a while to get it perfectly set up, and you might set it up for one course and it's completely set up different for another course. So so adaptive athletes are very adaptive. We're very good at adapting our equipment and adapting our bodies to the terrain, but we have to use tools. We usually use Stanley tools to do it.
I know. I actually saw the workbench over in your guys' place over there at the Adapted Action Sports area.
Yeah.
So I see how you guys got the little work area going over there.
We've got like a snowboard tool shop, and we've got a leg tool shop, and everyone's cranking away at their legs and their board at the same time.
How long have you guys had that now going on?
Oh God, we started, 2005 is when we started Adaptive Action Sports. And our goal was to get snowboarding into the Paralympics and also into these able-bodied races. and we've been able to accomplish that. So I'm really proud.
I'm very proud of what you guys have been able to accomplish, because I got to be part of the announce team for 2014 in Sochi, and it was pretty cool to see that.
Yeah.
Currently in third, we got Annika Hustler now on course out of Aurora, Colorado.
I'm really proud of Annika. I mean, she's been training with Adaptive Action Sports. She's also an actress. She's a model. She was just in an Athleta ad. I mean, she's been all over plus her 8 sports that she does.
Plus her 8 sports.
She's just incredible. I mean, I really have never met anybody with as much energy as her, and she's completely impressing me today, because she wasn't sure if she was going to continue to compete in snowboarding, because she actually hadn't even started competing in it. She wasn't sure if she was going to compete in it, and then she showed up to do tour, and she's riding so well that I think we're going to have to convince her to stick around.
You might not have to convince her to stick around. Seems like she's going to like it now.
Yeah.
Being in that third spot. Okay, so one thing I want to ask, I know it's kind of a personal thing, but where is the point when you have an injury that you just say, I can feel sorry for myself, or I can get up and I can do something about it, and I can go out there and live my life?
You know what? Sometimes it's watching a race like this. Literally, sometimes it's seeing this on TV, seeing somebody doing something with your type of disability, and a light bulb goes off, and you go, you know what? If that person can do it, I can do it too.
Well, now we have Kiana Clegg currently in the #1 spot.
Yeah. Yep. So once again, Kiana, so she's an upper limb athlete, meaning her upper arm is injured. She's got a paralysis in her back arm. You can see her really pointing her way down the mountain. That's how she keeps her hips in line with her board. And she's doing incredible. I mean, her lines are really clean. She did really well last week in the Euro Cups as well. So, and she's also really representing upper limb athletes in the Paralympics, because it's not yet a Paralympic category. So she's out here saying, hey, if I can do it, you can do it too. Let's get more women involved.
But I feel like we have a lot of competitors in that same situation. So I think that would be a no-brainer for Paralympics to put that as a class, wouldn't it?
There's a lot of women out there doing it, but they all got to show up. They got to show up to the World Championships, and that's part of the challenge. If they don't all show up to one race, then the Paralympics don't know if they're out there and can eliminate the class. And so as of right now, it won't be in 2022, but hopefully in the next games.
You just got to keep that torch lit and just keep working on it.
Exactly, and you got to do exactly what Kiana's doing, which is out here riding, representing, showing what the possibilities are.
And she is wiped out
right
there. So that is, I am done. Now we go to Peggy Martin, currently in second place right now. Peggy to drop in her second opportunity here.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm really a fan of Peggy, because we are the same age. So I'm kind of digging her style right now.
I'm a fan of her because she comes out here and just charges. I'm always, we won't see her all year, and then she'll come out here for a race and win a medal.
Yeah. Peggy, where you been? And she walks away with a medal.
Yeah.
She's like, I got a medal now.
She's incredible, and she's amazing. She's also got paralysis in her upper arm as well, and or in her upper limb in her arm, and she's and so that can be quite challenging. If you can imagine snowboarding, but with like your hand in your pocket. You don't really have the control of that arm, and oftentimes, where your shoulders go, your hips go. And so it's a little bit harder for these athletes. Like you can kind of see how she's going around the corner. She's really guiding with the arm that is her strongest because she doesn't have both arms to balance her out.
And it's one of those things, you said it right there, because when you teach snowboarding to able-body or something like that, you're going to tell someone to use your shoulder, point the direction you want to go, your hips will follow, your board will follow.
Yeah, and that was a really quick run by Peggy.
Well, Peggy's trying to challenge that #1 spot. Kiana Clay the #1 spot. Peggy the #2 spot. So that was the time to do it. As now we look at Darian Haynes, the Hawaiian.
Yeah, so we got Darian here, and once again, she's an arm. She's got paralysis in her back arm, so you can see how she's guiding her way down the mountain with her front arm. This is really how we teach the riders to ride. This is how we all ride, actually, because it keeps our hips in line. It allows us to control our board better. And I mean, she's doing really, really good for only riding for 2.5 months.
And I mean, come on, the temperature difference from Maui to Copper, there's a little bit of a difference right there.
I'm pretty sure she was surfing like 2 days ago. And then she's here, adapting to 10,000 feet and the freezing cold weather.
So the one day she's dropping in at Honolulu Bay and Maui, and the next day she's dropping in on a bank slalom course in Copper.
Yeah, it's amazing. But, it's so amazing for me to watch all these new women just up and coming. I mean, we had the same women competing for a very long time. A lot of athletes retired after the last Paralympic Games, and now we've got this whole new field of female athletes inspiring other women to get involved. And yeah, if there's any women out there, come to Adaptive Action Sports and train with us.
Exactly. People need to understand Adaptive Action Sports here at Copper Mountain. They can come if they think that maybe this is something they want to try.
Yeah, or if they just want to learn how to snowboard or snowboard better, like learn how to adapt better to their disability and to their snowboard.
You don't have to drop in and compete for a gold medal?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to, but I guarantee you'll want to.
Yeah.
You'll want to.
All right, well, there you go. The women have finished up. We will check the times here, and we'll have the awards coming up after that. But we got the men coming up, and here's how the top three right now. John Leslie, number 3. Owen Pick in the number 2 spot. Maddie Sir Amari holding down the number 1 spot right now. A couple Americans down in 7th and 8th. So besides in Colby Fields, all coming up. Second and final run for the men. And we'll put this thing in the books for 2021 Dew Tour Copper Mountain after this. Brad J. Amy Purdy in the booth. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching us at home, we'll get your butts out to Copper one of these days and stop by and say hi at the Adaptive Action Sports Center out here.
Yeah, we're working with all these athletes, training them for the Paralympic Games, teaching new athletes with disabilities how to snowboard, and just having a good time.
Will you go to Beijing and work with the Paralympic athletes, or what's your plan?
Beijing's a little interesting. I don't think we're going to be making it. We're going to be working with the athletes all the way up till they go to Beijing, but I don't think we'll be headed out there.
And so you have valuable knowledge to be able to share with them because you've been through the trenches. You've been there. You were there in 2014. You know what it's like to be in their situation.
There's nothing like the Paralympic Games, especially for adaptive snowboard, because usually we don't compete with spectators. We don't compete with cameras. Most of the time our World Cups are kind of in a little bit of a vacuum. Then we come out here to Dew Tour. This is actually great practice for the athletes for the Paralympic Games because there's cameras.
Yeah, it breaks them in.
Yeah, exactly. It breaks them in. All of a sudden you're at the Paralympic Games. You have cowbells going off. You've got cameras in your face and you're just like, the world is watching. Don't mess up.
Let's take a look at some of our highlights so far of the women and how they've been getting her done out here today on the slopes of Copper.
Yeah, so we've got Annika here. Yeah, they're doing incredible. These women are representing what the possibilities are and getting more women involved in the sport.
And I think the one point that you made is like, it could just be a situation like this. Somebody could be at home and turn on and watch this and they go, you know what, I could do that.
Yeah.
What am I feeling sorry for right now? I should get up and I should make something happen.
Exactly. I mean, when I lost both of my legs, I remember I was laying in the hospital bed, had no idea if I'd snowboard again. Someone actually brought a picture of a runner, a double leg amputee runner, into me, an article, and I saw her running and I thought, if she can run, I can snowboard. That was it. I knew that I would be okay.
You're going to get me crying here in a second.
So, I mean, that's what these athletes,
awesome.
They're not just representing, they're representing the possibilities, they're representing high-level sport, and they're here today.
There you go. That's going to be the results here. We'll find out the hardware later, but Donica Hustler, she's done it, man. 3rd place. She got the bronze. Peggy Martin, age is just a number. Peggy Martin's in 2nd. Kiana Clay, she takes the number 1 spot.
This is incredible. I'm just so proud of all these women. This is amazing.
Unbelievable, and hats off to Dew Tour for, bringing into as well and having adaptive bank slalom as something that we can all get behind.
Exactly, and I want to say thank you to Toyota as well. Toyota is my longtime partner. I've been with Toyota for almost 10 years, which is incredible. They're sponsoring Adaptive Action Sports. They sponsor a lot of these athletes, and they sponsor the entire Paralympic movement, which they've been the most incredible sponsor of the Paralympic movement out of any other company out there. So
yeah,
it's incredible to have them backing us up.
Yeah, and you look at what Toyota done for the Paralympics and for adaptive, but Toyota is also action sports in general. Toyota has been behind it for free skiing, for snowboarding. Big ups to Toyota and what they do.
Okay, absolutely. I'll call you in a bit. Oh, look, we got the ladies up there. This is what I love. Just the friendship. Everybody's helping everybody.
Where's the I don't like this person, I'm going to beat this person. You don't see that out here.
You don't see that out here. Well, however, you may see it at times.
Okay, so that's a thing that I know that they all love each other. They enjoy each other, but you still want to win.
Listen, when you're in the start gates, you have no friends. You're just like, I got to get across that finish line first. That's all there is to it.
It's like a powder day. You got no friends on a powder day either.
Exactly.
Right? Amy Purdy, Brad J here in the booth calling it with you. And our final action going on here for the dudes. And our standings right now, there you go. John Leslie in that third spot. Owen Pick in number 2. Maddie Sir, Hamari in the number 1 spot. I'm not really surprised about our top 3 right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. I mean, but Benny's incredible. This is usually his discipline as well, so he may step up in there as well.
Well, it looks like we'll start with Alex Massey here now.
Yeah, so you've got Alex Massey once again. He's a single below the knee amputee. He's moving quick. I think that first run was more like a practice run for them because I'm seeing everybody pick up really quick now.
And it's like it's a game of inches where you dive into the corner. You got to keep that speed going, keep that flow going.
Yeah, exactly. And everybody's prosthetics are adapted to the course and adapted to the sport that we're doing.
Oh, so very good, yeah.
So they're probably up there cranking away at their legs with the Allen wrenches, trying to just get their legs just right for this course. Sometimes it can take a while to do that.
Is that something also that you'll share with other, other athletes that you're up there in the booth with? Like, oh, here's what I do. I kind of turn it this way, or
exactly. And we're constantly adapting our gear. That was a quick run.
So massive Massey on run number 2, trying to see if he can get up into that top 3, maybe above John Leslie or Owen Pick or Maddie Sir Hamari. So we'll look to Maddie Hawkins, or is this Owen Pick? Oh,
we got Owen, and so he is trying to get up to that gold medal again because he won it last time. So. And he's quick around these turns. He's got a really nice tight line.
Well, the game plan here, you're already in second place, so just let her rip all the way down.
Exactly, yeah. And this is a course where it's like you can let the board run, but you also have to be strategic on your line. It can take you offline pretty easily as well. So.
Oh, speed-wise, yeah, because speed is not your friend of a tight turn.
Exactly. You get too tight, you slow your speed down. And so Owen, he lost his leg in Afghanistan. Just amazing to be a wounded vet and out here representing, but also one of the best in the world.
Well, definitely. Oh, no, nice. Love that air gap.
Yeah.
He clears that, no problem. Then pumps this.
Those are sharp rollers at the end there.
Yeah. I saw them the other day when I was snowboarding by them. I was like, oh, those things look pretty tight right there.
Yeah, you have to really absorb them. Yeah. To try to stay on your feet.
So now we go to Jimmy Sides out of Silverthorne, the local.
Yes,
of course.
He is. He's our local ski patrol. Came out of retirement after retiring after the 2018 Paralympic Games and decided to compete in Dew Tour. And he's riding super clean today, having a good time. He's an arm amputee from Afghanistan as well.
So much respect for all these riders out here, and what they were dealt with in their life, but to be able to be resilient and get out here and compete, it's just awesome.
That's what it's all about. We're also like hyped up on each other and excited to be a part of this together. That it's like we love our community. This is the most resilient, kind of badass community I've ever been a part of. And we all feel that way, and we all just kind of, we like magnetize those types of people to us. So we've just got the coolest crew here.
I love it. A little frontside layback slash at the end of that. Throw on some spray. Nicely done, Jimmy Sides.
Yeah.
Now we'll take our attention back up top. We got Benny now ready to go. And he's looking for a podium spot. What's he going to have to do, Amy?
Oh, man. I mean, gosh, I feel like this is Benny's sport. I think he's got it. Like, look how quick he is around those turns. He really sinks into his board. He's got really good style. Typically, like, really relaxed around those turns. I think he's got a chance of coming in top here. I think a lot of the athletes,
good turn.
That first run, once again, it's like you're kind of strategically going around those corners. And
I think you called it just a little while ago, going too fast, and he came into that corner and had to revert out.
You've got some turns that are tight, and then some that are wide open, and you pick up the speed. Then all of a sudden you get around a tight turn, and it throws you off.
And you're hyped too, because look, you were gunning for a podium position. Well, Benny is going to let her all go on that one.
And Benny wanted me to give a shout out to his amazing mom, Melissa Ted Hope. She's incredible. She's raised amazing athletes.
Melissa is her name?
Yeah.
Mom Melissa, big shout out.
Mom.
James Barnes Miller, JBM now on the course.
Yeah, so James did really good. Last year he finished with the Crystal Globe, so that's the all-around winner. And he won silver and bronze in Finland just last week. So that was a really good turn.
And he's got that stance really far back, because that's like a pow stick. You look at that back stance and see how close it is to the tail.
Exactly. So bank slalom, that's where it's quite different than snowboard cross, which is the other discipline that athletes compete in. This is a little bit more like surfing, because if you can get on that back foot and you can kind of just ride those berms, some of the athletes will show up in these powder boards and set their stance completely different.
Yeah, because it's
that was a clean run.
Because you get a little bit more of a wash when you ride those, a little bit more of a powder stick.
Yeah, and not knowing what to expect with the weather too. I mean, if there's a powder day on a big slalom course, you definitely want a powder board. That helps you whip around those turns.
Matty Sir Hamari now, 35 years old, and he is currently the leader right now. So if you're, the Finnish leader, what are you doing here? Just trying to clean up your run from before?
I think so. I mean, Matty, once again, he's a really strong athlete. He's got a lot of momentum that carries him down the mountain, but then sometimes that can go against you too. So he's got to be super strategic getting around those tight turns.
Looking good here. Now he's already in the lead, so if you could take a couple more, speed that time up a little bit, drop a couple more seconds off, it's going to make it that much harder for someone to catch it. Yeah,
and Matty's the 2018 gold medalist for Korea Paralympic Games, and he's like the one to beat typically.
That was a fun mountain too. The place we did that in Pyeongchang.
That was fun. Yeah, that was so fun.
So Matty's done what he can do. Now it comes to John Leslie. Now John Leslie, who was in third after run number 1. So he knows he needs to go a little bit faster to try and challenge those top 2 positions.
Yeah, and John is ripping. I mean, he retired. He may rethink his retirement after this.
Come on. If you're on the podium, come on.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing like it. And yeah, he's riding so clean. So something interesting about John, he has a very interesting amputation. He had cancer in his leg when he was younger, and he goes down. Dang it. Those turns are icy. They're quick. They're tight. But his amputation super interesting. So he had this tumor in his bone. They actually were able to take that part of his bone out, but keep the rest of his leg and his foot. They actually turned his foot backwards, and that's what goes in his prosthetic leg. They rotated his foot. That goes in his prosthetic.
My goodness.
They just took out the section that had cancer. And
they caught it.
And he's an incredible athlete, and he's a fitness trainer, and ripping.
Look at that. Love to see that. John Leslie, third place after run number 1. We'll see if that holds up. Will he be on the podium? And now we take all our attention up. The final rider in the mix, and happens to be one of the youngest at 16 years old. Colby Fields, skater too, right?
Oh, yeah. Colby is he's got so much style. I mean, he's just such a sick skater, and my husband, who's standing up there in the army jacket, found him at a skate park and was like, hey, you should try snowboarding. His mom was like, oh, we didn't even know that snowboarding was in the Paralympic Games. Like, what are the Paralympic Games?
I don't even know.
And now he's already podiumed. He got 4 podiums just last week in the World Cup and Euro Cup, which is amazing.
So at 16 years old, he's got a little new lease on life and what he wants to do, maybe to really keep challenging and make Paralympics and represent, right?
Yeah, I mean, he rides freestyle and big mountain already, so he's already just a really experienced, sick rider. But, it's different when you get into the snowboard course. You actually have to, you're not free riding, you're going around gates. You've got to ride certain lines. You have to make a lot of decisions.
There's a plan.
Yep, you got to have a plan and figure out, how are you going to get down the mountain fastest. And sometimes when you try to go fast, you actually go slower. You have to really let your board just run.
I always feel like running the course the day of, so you really see how it's looking, and then you just try to see where you can button up things, not really try to just let it go as fast as you can, but work on turns.
It's those little things that make you go faster, not trying to go faster.
Exactly. Amazing stuff right there out of all of our competitors.
Yeah, that was exciting. That was really, really fun for me. Just being a part of the sport for so long, and now watching these new athletes come out here and represent. And
Can you tell me this? When you were pushing to get Paralympics, snowboarding in the Paralympics, did doors get shut in your face?
Oh yeah, we got turned down multiple times actually trying to get snowboarding in the Paralympic Games.
How'd you stay positive?
What was that?
How'd you stay positive on that?
We just loved snowboarding. So, we were snowboarding no matter what. It's like you win a race, you lose a race, you don't make it into something. We were still snowboarding no matter what. We just got a bigger and bigger army together and eventually showed that this is a huge movement, should be in the games.
Love will triumph.
Yeah. And then it happened. So, we knew that someday it would be in the games and we wanted to be a part of it. And we knew someday it would grow enough to be in the games. And so we just made it our mission to get it there as soon as possible. I certainly wanted to be able to compete and was honored to be able to compete in two events and bring home 3 medals.
3 medals there. I don't even think I got participation medals maybe. I've never got anything like that. But I'll tell you what, just seeing this, and you got to give props out to Dew Tour, for making this definitely part of the schedule, putting adaptive in here and making it happen every year.
This is incredible. This is huge. This is how people even know that our sport exists. This is what helps grow our sport. I guarantee there's kids at home who lost their leg or lost their arm and didn't know that they could snowboard, didn't know that they could be in the Paralympic Games or compete even at Dew Tour, who are watching this today and who will go, okay, I want to show up and do that next year.
Do you think sometimes the parents, after your child has an injury, you tend to kind of like baby them a little bit, or do you think that happens a little bit more?
Oh, for sure. I think parents want to, always protect their kids. But if you let kids just be kids, they'll always adapt and figure out a way, right? Yeah. They'll always figure out a way. So you just kind of let them go and they'll figure it out.
Unbelievable just to be able to see it and witness it. And just there's so many feel-good stories when you look at it, and then you tell me something, a little background about each of these athletes where I hear that, it kind of just tugs at the heartstrings, and you feel part of it and just excited to see it being part of Dew Tour.
I think so, because we all face adversity at times. We all have to be resilient and persevere and push through challenge in our lives. So to actually
you just got to kind of do what you need to do.
Yeah, so to actually watch athletes doing it is incredible, right? Like to watch them persevere, to watch the resilience. I think it makes you feel like, oh, I can do it too.
I think that was one of the things, the late skateboarder John Comer was a friend of mine, and I remember complaining about, getting older and skateboarding and how it hurts my back and stuff. And here's a guy skating with one leg and competing at the level that he did back in the day. And I told myself after meeting John and knowing him for a while, I was like, you know what, I'm done complaining. Just go out and do what you can do.
And that's the same for all of us. I think a lot of people, they'll see me with 2 prosthetic legs and they're like, oh, I can never complain again. And I'm like, look, I complain too. We all just have to use what we have. That's all you can, to the best of our abilities. That's all you can do. We're so much more capable than we give ourselves credit for. We think we can't do things. We're too old. We've missed our, our prime. We're overweight, whatever it may be. And it's like, these are all just weird beliefs and stories we're telling ourselves. So why don't we start telling ourselves, no, I got this. Yeah, it's like, I got this. Like, if they can do this, I can do this. Like, I'm all good.
Something to be said about the positivity factor, right? You know? Like for you, Dancing with the Stars, that's wasn't that out of your comfort level?
Oh.
To do something like that? Dancing with the Stars, I would think that would be one of the hardest things that you could commit to in your situation.
It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I cannot feel my feet. I don't even know what they're doing. And I'm dancing on a very slippery dance floor on different types of feet that there's not any cha-cha or salsa feet out there. Like, we had to create different feet. I wore swimming feet to dance in because they helped me get on my tippy toes. I wore my running blades to do the quick step in. When you're committed to something, which I was committed because I was on live TV, you can't just be like, I can't do this, I'm out of here. So I was committed to figuring it out. When you are committed, you will get creative and find a way. And we did every single week.
And you didn't just compete, you're runner-up. So you did well. It wasn't like you just showed up and you got blown out the first day and you were done. You went on. You kept going on.
I was surprised. I just didn't want to be the first one eliminated. And then to make it all the way to the end to almost win, I was like, man, I did what I wanted to do. I wanted to experience every single week. I wanted to make it to the end. And I did.
So proud of you. All right, let's check into the boards and see what's going on right now, because tell you what, we got to hand out that hardware here.
Oh yeah, all
Here's all of our athletes. They're probably ready to get all warmed up.
Oh yeah, it's looking colder and colder up there.
check.
Today was already a
Give
cold
a big
day.
round of applause for all the athletes throwing down. Congrats, everybody. Much respect.
Just listening in here.
Welcome
DC.
out here to the official awards for. This is going to be the women's adaptive bank slalom presented by Toyota that we're going to bring up to the podium first. So chivalry existed here. Going ladies first. Before I bring up our podium finishers, I want to introduce a very special guest, our award presenter. Thank you, Russ Coble from Toyota Sports Marketing. Russ, thank you for being on hand here.
Nice.
And big ups to Toyota. My
He's been a
Forerunner gets me around the
long-time
mountain
supporter of
safely, so
adaptive action
tell
sports,
them
which
thank
is
you very
awesome.
much.
Nice.
And with no further ado, in third place, let's hear it for Annika Hustler.
You know, I am so proud of Annika. She's just incredible.
That is pretty darn cool.
That is amazing. Literally 2 days ago, my husband Dan was like, "Want to race and do tour?" She's like, "Sure."
And then she goes on, he gets on the podium.
This is huge.
And
This is
in
incredible
second
for her.
place, let's hear for
I'm
Peggy
so proud of
Martin.
Annika.
And second, I missed that one. Was it Peggy? Yeah.
Oh, we got Peggy, you know, representing every year out here. She's amazing. She shows up out of nowhere and wins hardware every time.
Keeping up with them.
And your champion out here for Women's Adaptive Bank Slalom, presented by Toyota. Local girl, so Colorado, raise up. Let's hear it for Kiana Clay.
That is amazing. You know, Kiana, she's been training with Adaptive Action Sports full time. She is the first Burton adaptive athlete.
That's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
Yep, and she's just getting better and better, and she's got a gold from Dutour. This is huge.
Well, there's your podium right there. Annika Hustler in that number 3 spot, grabbing the bronze. Peggy Martin in that silver, and then Kiana Clay taking the big win. So what does that mean for them now? Now that they have to start rethinking, like, okay, am I in this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think so because, you know, Kiana, I mean, her sport's not yet in the her category, being an upper limb athlete, is not yet in the Paralympic Games. So, you know, these are the little wins you need, though, to keep you going. That's like, yes, I'm doing this. I'm getting better and helping other women. And eventually it will get into the Paralympic Games and she'll be there competing.
But you got to push.
You got to push and you got to stick it out, and you're going to be told no a lot. Like, you know, it was a big no for women with upper limb impairment to be in the Paralympics for 2022. So you got to like be in it for the next 4 years, but know that you got to know you're doing something bigger than just for yourself, right? You're doing this for all women who want to compete in that category.
So did Benny grab the 3rd spot?
Oh, I think he did.
Yes.
What a beautiful place to reconnect.
I mean, that's amazing. You know, Big Slalom is one of Benny's best disciplines, so I have I'm not surprised at all that he's on the podium.
But what a comeback, because he wasn't in the top 3.
Yeah.
Great Britain.
I know, right?
Let's hear it for Owen Pick.
And so Owen Pick grabbed the 2nd spot then.
Yeah.
So Benny made it up. That's awesome. Yeah, because remember, he was not in the top 3.
Yeah, and then he slid out on that next run, but yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know the times, but I'm sure some of these were quite close. Sometimes these times are like within a 1/10 of a second of each other.
Yeah. And time to hand out the gold here. First place.
And your champion out here for Men's Adaptive Bank Slalom, presented by Toyota. And you'll please have to correct me if I mispronounce the name here, but Maddie Hamari.
I think he did well. He pronounced it.
Yeah, we'll call him Maddie or Matti, you know, if we were in Finland. But,
Matti, yeah.
But he's always cool with us calling him Maddie, though, which is nice.
That's his American.
That's his American name, exactly.
He's in the U.S. He's Maddie.
Yeah, and so we've got two. So Maddie and Benny there are both Team Unicorn. Maddie's from Finland, Benny's from Australia, but they're training together. Also, Alex Massey from Canada is part of Team Unicorn as well. They had an incredible coach, Miko, who unfortunately passed away just last year, and it was a big blow for our entire field. Oh, look at that! They're exhausted. They did it. But yeah, you know, everybody's just so supportive of each other, and it's incredible.
Just awesome to see it. There you go. That's our podium, Maddie Hamari, Owen Pick. And then Benny Tudhope right there in that third spot, making it up on that second run.
Yeah.
So much fun. All right, Amy, what's your thoughts on what we just saw here today?
I am just blown away by everybody being out here representing how well everybody rode, having some brand new athletes. The women are brand new out here competing, and seeing how well they did today was incredible.
So when you look to the future of adaptive and you look for a future Paralympics, what do you see?
Oh my gosh, I mean, it's just going to continue to grow, and the level of skill continues to grow. I mean, it's incredible. Guaranteed, if you watch the 2014 Paralympic Games compared to the 2022 coming up, it's going to be a world of difference in skill set. And it's just incredible that, everybody's pushing their limits and pushing each other's limits.
And you know what, and I know you don't want to sing your own praises on that, but I give you a lot of credit for being where we are today. And I've been a fan of the Olympics since I was a little kid on Miracle on Ice, the first time I ever saw something happen. And then now to see, with Para getting pushed in there and me being part of the first time announcing it in Sochi for snowboarding against Para, honored. And it's people like you that have made it there. So big ups to you, Amy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. This was so fun.
An amazing day, number 3, and we are not done yet here. Due to Copper Mountain, that's going to do it for your adaptive snowboard bank slalom presented by Toyota. On behalf of DC out in the field, Amy Purdy, tell you what, Brad J here, and I am absolutely dumbfounded on what we get to see. The future looks bright for adaptive bank slalom here at Dew Tour and for Para. So thanks for coming out. More stuff coming up. It's Dew Tour, Copper Mountain, day number 3. Thanks for being part of an amazing competition.
You are looking at the future face of female half-pipe snowboarding. There is no one better in the pipe. She just keeps building and building potential in all of these events for the next few decades. Certainly, she doesn't look as if there's any pressure on her.
There's a song called Dollhouse by Melanie Martinez, and she says, "Get in your places, throw on your dress, and put on your doll faces." That line hit me every time because it was as soon as I stepped outside, I felt like I had to put on my doll face. Be perfect. But I'm not,
Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. This one is kind of hard. So as some of you guys may know, I have decided to take this season off competing. I don't hate competing whatsoever, I love it so much, but at the same time, I wanted to kind of explore life outside of that scene.
I asked myself a long list of questions before I did this. Okay, I can keep doing well at contests. I can do that for the rest of my life, and then when I'm done, just have nothing to turn back to. Or I can take a step back, do something else, explore the other part of me, discover who Chloe is outside of snowboarding, and then come back and be in a better mental state. When you grow up in a world where you are basically like a machine, right? Like people tell you what to do, people kind of tell you what you should say. Everyone kind of doesn't seem like a person anymore, right? You feel like everyone you surround yourself with is like also a machine. It made me feel like no one was independent at all because everyone had a boss, everyone had to do something because someone else told them what to do. Everyone's there to work, and when you're at work, you're very proper. You are like the best version of yourself. There are no flaws. So then when you do something that's flawed, it's immediately like bad. Like that is bad, you're not allowed to behave that way.
Fell on her first straight. I don't know that we've ever seen her fall on a run this early before.
I always felt like I couldn't visibly be upset in front of a camera. And I would try so hard to be happy, but when you keep shoving that sadness down and like pushing it away, it just bottles up and then you just become angry. Like I was so angry for so long. And I think like everyone could kind of tell and people thought I was being cocky or like whatever. No, I was just upset because I felt like I wasn't allowed to feel.
I don't want anyone to think, you know, I'm about to retire or anything like that. That's not it. I just need some Chloe time. I need to be a human. I need to be a normal kid for once because I haven't been able to do that my whole life. So I just wanted to give myself 1 year, first year in 7 years, to just take a break from competing.
It's different, you know, I'm not traveling as much. I'm not like learning tricks. I'm not snowboarding all the time. And that made me kind of sad, and like talking about it, thinking about it kind of upset me. But I knew I had to do it because it was always a back and forth, right? And some days I was like, I really need to go to school. And other days I was like, no, I can't. When I first started snowboarding, I was like really excited when I was gonna go snowboarding. Like I had this gut instinct and now it's like what I'm known for. It's my thing. With college too, like it was my gut instinct to come here. Yes, I'm not getting straight A's, but I'm also like taking away so many important life lessons that I wouldn't have been able to learn anywhere else. Me giving up those 6 competitions for 1 season to be able to find the other part of myself was far more valuable. It's crazy because it's such a dramatic switch. I have snowboarding dreams, right? And then I'll wake up and I'm just confused because I'm like, wait, in my dream I was in Aspen, like why am I here? And then I'm like, oh, right, I'm at school. Self-taught. When I got here, I didn't decorate my room for like a month because I'm so used to being in and out. And my friends would be like, this literally feels like prison. It was just like empty. Like picture all of this just gone. It's terrifying. I like that I'm not sleeping in a hotel right now. I like that I have my own space, and I like that I have my own schedule and I can kind of do whatever I want. You know, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, I didn't really go to school, so I was really socially awkward for a long time. I think I'm better now, but it was bad. I didn't know anything but snowboarding. Like, I didn't know anything about history, just like nothing. See, I just learned a lot about myself when I came here because I was like, wow, I've lived in a bubble till now, and that's crazy to me. Seeing people break down at the library in front of everyone, it made me be like, oh my gosh, people have feelings. Like, people are real. There are real people in this world. And that was something I needed to learn, you know? And I'm like really grateful for that. I'm really happy with who I've become. Like, I'm happy with myself. And I've learned to like embrace my flaws instead of like pushing them away or like trying to, you know, get rid of them in an unhealthy manner. I feel like I'm a person again, you know? I say what's on my mind, no filter, and that's actually the favorite thing about myself. I like that I'm blunt, brutally honest. That was something that I felt like I couldn't do, but now I'm gonna start doing it. The thing I did wrong before was I didn't take myself out of that place, and I didn't let myself be who I really was, because I just always felt like I wanted to turn into that perfect version of myself that everyone wanted me to be in front of a camera. And so now, I'm not gonna do that anymore.
I'm Jamie Anderson. I grew up in Lake Tahoe.
I'm from Barcelona,
My name's
Spain.
Maddie Mastro. I'm a snowboarder
I'm a
and a free skier from Norway.
And I'm from Westport, Connecticut. First time I stepped on a snowboard, I was 6 years old.
I started skiing when I was 2.
When I was 5 years old, my dad took me up to Big Bear, and I hadn't stopped since.
When I was like 12 years old, I met Tara Dekitis, and I think at that moment, that's all I wanted to do was like, I want to be a pro snowboarder.
I don't know, I didn't really think about wanting to be a professional snowboarder specifically, and everything kind of just happened.
My favorite part of being a pro skier is to travel around the world with some of my best friends.
The best part is just being able to be outside on the mountains.
I love the mountain, I love snow, and I love snowboarding. You know, it's very lucky that I can do that for life.
There's not a lot of us, and to have other women around you is inspiring, and we've got to stick together and push our sport the best we can while helping each other.
We're all friends, and we want to see each other do our best. I mean, I would do anything to help them reach a new level of confidence. Like Jamie took me under her wing when I was super young.
And now here I am, 29, being super inspired by these young girls who, you know, tap into their power and realize that you can do anything you want to do.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Circle K. Take it easy.
most just cannot begin to understand. The path is off the map, uncharted and undone, where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. Cause there's gold in them there hills, and it will take innovation and creativity to strike it.
Yes!
Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
Day 3 Dew Tour Copper Mountain rolls on. Mother Nature bringing in a little snow overnight as you look down the belly of the beast. This is the slopestyle competition as we get ready for the women's slopestyle final. Men's taking place earlier. If you missed it, the Americans sweep the podium +1 with Colby Stevenson putting on a show, Alex Hall, Nick Gepper, Mac Forehand, top 4 Americans. Now we turn our attention to the women's side of things, and this course, Tom Wallace, is no joke.
No, this is no joke. A big rail section, a lot of opportunities up top, and then 3 large and in charge kickers, and we've got a big field today. 13 women taking the field, 3 runs, best run count, so a lot of opportunities to build on different runs, progress your tricks, and go for the top spot.
That's what the judges are looking for. Lots of little items, little trick words in there like amplitude, execution, variety, trick, difficulty. Bottom line is you need to be nearly flawless in both the rail section and in the jump section. 3 rail sections, 3 jump sections. You need to put together a run that is flawless top to bottom.
Yeah, flawless top to bottom with a lot of variety of tricks, spun both ways, and even some big cork flip rotation. So here's the start list. A lot of people to look out for on there. You've got Sarah Hoffland, the Swiss, the gold medalist reigning from 2018, as well as Tess Ledoux of France, another woman to watch out for, and Bella Bacon of the U.S., who qualified first, who you might not have heard of, but she is up and coming on the scene and definitely someone to look out for today, as well as, of course, Kelly Sildrew and Eileen Gu. Yeah. We cannot talk about them enough. Coming off Superpipe earlier, where we saw the American Hannah Fallhaber coming out swinging with some huge amplitude and getting onto the podium in 3rd.
Kelly Sildrew still nursing that broken hand, skiing without the poles, placing on the podium in 2nd. Such a clean run from her, but man, no one, and I say this again for the, 3rd week in a row, no one can catch Eileen Gu.
Absolutely, and really, we can't say it enough. We saw them battling it, Kelly and Eileen, earlier in the Superpipe, and Eileen just going massive, big cork rotations, and now they get to do it all over again today in women's slopestyle finals here in Copper. I'm really looking forward to this because I know Kelly likes to be on the podium. She likes to be in the top spot, and she's got more rail tricks on the slopestyle course. So Kelly, while she's a force in the Superpipe, she's got the rail technicality that almost no woman in the world has. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if she can bring out a crazy run in the rail sections to take the top spot over Eileen Gu today.
Tom, is it a stretch to be good in the half pipe and be able to make the transition over to slopestyle? Did the skills translate and move across?
Of course, there's a couple air awareness skills that translate, but for the most part, the disciplines are so unique that it's so rare for somebody to compete in both disciplines because you have to focus so much time, and the practice schedule, the competition schedule is so difficult to be able to compete in both. They were competing this morning. They were competing for all that money, all that notoriety, and now they got to get back up to the top, eat a little lunch, and then go do it again.
Yeah, less than 2 hours, and they're back at it again. It's an impressive performance. Eileen Gu, Kelly Sildrew, triple threats, and then you throw in big air, which Eileen Gu is good at as well, so she's just so good. Speaking of good, this is free ski legend Tom Wallace. I'm Todd Harris. We're glad to have you here. Day 3, Copper Mountain. What a beautiful scene behind us. The fans are coming out and enjoying the snow that Mother Nature has given and the athletes that we've got. And this is, used to be kind of more of an American thing. This is an international field that have come out to play.
Amazing international field. And we had a little bit of snow over the last few days, but finally today, it's a little overcast, but the snow has qualmed, and it's like a lot better. The speed's better. I'm looking forward. We saw the women's Superpipe nice and fast. Will we see the slopestyle course be fast like that so we can see everybody clearing the jumps and getting full runs together? I think so.
Some of the men said that it was a little challenging getting the speed, so you're going to have to make sure that third rail is clean to transition to that first jump, because we've seen it before in the men's competition. If you have a scrub, you lose any speed on the first, second jump, you're no shot taking that third kicker.
Exactly, and I spoke to the judges earlier, and they've got a big focus on the rails today because the rails are such a dominant part of the course. There's a lot of options. It's over half of the features you're going to be able to do. So in that case, it's really going to come down to, you need some big tricks on the jumps, but not only the jumps, you need some very technical rails, which is why I keep talking about Kelly Silderu. She's got those rail technical tricks, and she's able to land them really consistently.
If you were coaching the athletes today, would you tell them go out and get a clean run in first? Maybe even have to back it down a little bit on your rotations. Be clean on number one and build on it.
No, you're exactly right. On a day like today where the speed is a little bit of an issue and there is the thought that you want to land perfectly to clear that next jump, you got to go out there with a solid plan to land your first run. So that'll open the door for you to build on it with confidence. But again, it's just tough to say. You can scale it back, but it's still hard to guarantee you can land it perfectly.
Beautiful aerial footage of the course. Before we get to the actual finalists, check in with the third member of our crew. Here's Tina Dixon.
Yeah, and to add to what you guys were saying about scaling it down, you know, I did get a chance to watch practice earlier, and the women, you know, the speed is going to be an issue. In fact, the men were talking about it earlier in their event, but they are scaling it down when I saw it. They are making the landing, so that is good news, but we'll just have to keep an eye on that, as well as the wind. Right now, it's not an issue, but something do we need to keep an eye out for. Also, Kelly Silderu and Eileen Gu, you guys have been talking about them. Something to note, there's only been one slopestyle contest this season, and Kelly Silderu won that. And you better believe that she wants to get back up on the podium and in that first place spot, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. More from you throughout the competition. So the field is now 13 women competing. They all get 3 runs. Only the best run counts. Yeah, what Tina pointed out, Kelly Silderu winning that first event, you got to think Eileen Gu's thinking, no, I need to be on top of the podium. This was earlier today. Nick Gepper already with a silver and a bronze medal at the Olympics, trying to make his 3rd Olympic team.
Yeah, really nice to see Nick come out and throw down a good run today. He needed a result, needed a podium place to get a chance to make a 3rd U.S. ski team. With so much talent now in slopestyle, it was definitely important for him to get up there, but the battle has been these last few years between Alex Hall and Colby Stevenson, and they went back and forth today, punch for punch. Alex taking the early lead, Colby overtaking, Alex overtaking him, and then Colby Stevenson on the final run was able to throw it all down to take over again. And it was just incredible to watch. A little bit of the issues with speed, so we saw some of the tricks scaled down. We saw some 1440s when recently we've seen 1620s and 1800s, but it was the rails, those perfect rails, that newly learned nose butter double cork and this bottom switch 1440 that propelled Colby Stevenson to the top of that podium.
And we just saw him in the lodge a few moments ago, and you're like, dude, you're supposed to tell me when you've learned a new trick and give me a little heads up.
I was looking for a little beta. I had to learn on air with all of you watching that Colby learned that trick in practice this morning.
There you see the U.S. Olympic team points in the standings. Now, this is what they're trying to do. These are the events. So you had Aspen last year. Auschwitz has already taken place. The Big Air and Steamboat, which we've already seen. Do Tour, and then it's all on to Mammoth.
Yeah, exactly. Team USA, to make that team, it's either through the FIS point ranking or through your podium placement. So if you see an American woman out here today make that podium, that is a massive step toward qualifying for the team, and a lot of ways to go about that. So
13 high-class athletes set to drop in on a perfectly manicured course here at Copper Mountain. This is Do Tour 2021. No better way to start things off than with a hard-charging Viking, Johanna Keeley out of Norway.
Yeah, Johanna has some amazing tricks, especially in the jump. She's known for the switch double cork, one of the most technical tricks we'll see on the jump all day. I'm curious to see if she'll bring out a technical move like that in run number 1, or if she'll try to play it safe.
Look at her trying to get that speed, get in the back seat.
Left side 540, not a lot of speed on that one. You can tell it really is. You got to be perfect on these landings. There's a switch 720 into this bottom jump. The switch 720 to the right. So we kind of missed it there for a bit on rail feature number 3. I'd like to see that again to see how that one worked. But really, top to bottom, getting started. When the field is this big and you do have 3 runs, you got a little bit of time to build on it. You definitely don't want to go out and send it and accidentally crash or hurt yourself or something in run number 1. You got to build on that momentum.
This may be a crazy statement, Tom, but I really feel like in this format, run number 1 may be the most critical, because if you go out and you do a great job and you lay down a solid, clean run, you're in the driver's seat. You can build on that. If you go out and crash on run number 1, now you back yourself in the corner and you start to feel a pressure like, oh my gosh, I've got to do something on 2. And if you don't do it on 2, then you've got 1 run to do it all.
Yeah, exactly. It really alleviates that pressure. Yep. You're able to put something down, and then you can do the harder version. All of these women, for the most part, have a run, and then they also have a more technical version of that run, whether it's an additional spin or a harder jump trick or a rail trick that's a bit more difficult. Right. There's always ways to build on a slopestyle run, and that's why it's so important to land that first one.
And let's not forget, every course is different. So you come to Copper, the Dew Tour 2021 course is different than what we saw in 2020 or 2019, I should say. Johanna Keeley drops a 42.50. So you get a couple days to get here, train, learn these rails, learn these jumps, and then put together a run that you think is going to put you on the podium. As we move our attention now to Julia Tano, representing Switzerland, just 23. Take a look down here. So tough to go first. So Johanna Keeley will have kind of, as you said, little beta testing for the rest of the field.
Yeah, exactly. And the advantage of going last, qualifying first, is that you get to see everyone else drop. You get to see all the women go, and then you have a better idea what the speed is, what the judges are looking for. So Julia, having to go early here is tough, but also you have the ability to go first to set the bar. And there's a big switch 900, just barely clearing that jump. The bottom jump, forking out the 900. So 2 900s on that run, and that's a good way to get things going.
So speed, not her friend on that. You want to clear at least that first blue line over the knuckle. Otherwise, that is some hard landing on the knees, and just did not have the pop, but looked good in the rails.
Yeah, solid in the rails. Here's the front side 450 out. Grips with the ski, using both of those edges to set the spin out of that rail. Here into rail section number 2, the front side switch up. So look at the transfer. She's jumping from one rail to the other rail, adding a level of difficulty. Whenever you're doing something different in the rail features, comboing the rail features, judges love to see it rather than going straight down the fall line, we would say. We're not going straight at it. She's transferring from one to another, and there you can see that first blue line, like you said, Todd, came up a little short on that landing, but that might be the name of the game today, to be able to muscle through those hard landings.
67, the judges like the technicality up top and that rail transfer, so she's awarded with the best score so far, a 67. Next athlete coming to us by way of Port Matilda, Pennsylvania, and just 17, Jay Riccomini.
Getting psyched up at the top. Got some music going.
Gotta have that, right?
Gotta have some music playing.
What's your go-to? What's your go-to tune if you had to have one?
I was always partial to Tupac, but that was a little heavy. Not everybody likes to be that aggressive at the top. Jay here, nice switch on to forward on that second rail feature there, and a solid 270 on.
Good speed too.
Yeah, maintaining the speed. You're going to see everyone today really trying to tuck into those jumps and getting low in their stance to really get as much speed as possible. Here's back-to-back 360s.
Good
to
distance.
The right and then to the left. And then going for the double flip, the double flat spin 720. Jay is hyped on that one. So opting for a little bit easier of tricks on the 2 top jumps. Really relatively easy with just 360s, and then just going all out with a big double flip maneuver.
It all starts with the rail section, though. 3 key features.
Exactly. The 450 out on that top rail. Clean 270 on. The rail's really technical, actually, and then it's just these first 2 jumps. That's the only thing that isn't crazy technical. She opts for just the 360 and then the left side 360, but Jay just, if adds a little bit more to that, the double flat spin is massive.
And I think Jay maybe sacrificed technicality on that first jump to have the speed for 2 and 3, and it played perfectly.
I mean, tucking it up on the first 2 and then going double flat spin, that is massive.
Let's go, baby.
Wait for the score to drop. Julia Tano has the best so far at a 67. I'm telling you, those last 2 jumps were very impressive. And it's a first place score, 74.50. Claiming it. See, that's what it's about right there, right? I mean,
exactly.
Your people are there, and people are hyped on you. It's just, and 2 more to go. Tess Ledoux now from La Planche, France. Been around the game for a while, just 20, but I feel like it's been the last 5 years we've been talking about Tess Ledoux.
Exactly. I mean, so solid, especially on the jumps. Got a lot of big air results, including, you know, World Cup wins, X Games wins with the double cork. One of the first women to bring the double cork to the scene, and it's just incredible to see still doing it so perfectly, coming off some great results with the 1260. She's got a double cork 1260 that is just so solid, and I'm wondering if we're going to see the big double cork maneuver, or if she's going to opt for having it later in the day to put down a run with some easier tricks.
Okay, I've asked you this question before, but for those folks just tuning in, no advantage, disadvantage to riding with poles.
Exactly. No advantage or disadvantage. There probably is an advantage. It's probably a little bit easier to grab without the poles, but it's totally personal preference, what you feel comfortable with, and what you think looks good. And makes
Judges are not giving extra points per poles or without poles.
Exactly. Oh, and Tess, the cork 900. So I kind of thought that would happen. Playing it a little safer, doing a really technical rail run, and then locking in the grabs, doing the 900 there at the bottom, and perhaps saving a bigger spin like the double cork for another run, waiting to put something down. There's the switch 270, backside 270, and here's the switch up. So technical through these top rails. The judges on the rails want to see you getting to the very end of every rail. So in slow-mo, there's nothing to hide. You can tell, gripping to the end, sliding the whole thing into the jump section, brings the switch 720 there on that first jump. Switch right side 900, so really technical, 7 and 2 900s. And here on the bottom jump, she does the 9 with a perfect tail grab, and that's the jump where we could see, if she's got the speed, the double cork 1260 that we've seen her do before.
I've never thought I'd say this before, but I feel like switch tricks have kind of become commonplace. I mean, the first time we saw someone do a switch trick and land switch, it was just, oh my gosh.
Exactly.
But now they are just so, oh wow, a 91.50 for Tess Ledoux puts her into first place. I was just going to say that the switch tricks now are so, the kids are just, it's just walking the park.
Exactly.
It's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, switch to switch, the switch 900 and switch 1080, which would have won events a few years ago, are just a part of a slopestyle run now.
Unbelievable. So Tess Ledoux from France throws down a monster score in 91.50 as we turn our attention now to Christine Muir out of Great Britain. How great is it to see these athletes coming out of places that aren't known for skiing? Great Britain, not a skiing hotbed. Lawrenceburg, Indiana, not a skiing hotbed, but here they are at the Dew Tour.
Exactly, and that's what slopestyle is. With the rail features, you can really learn these tricks on a rail, on a dry slope in Great Britain, and that's what it takes. A jump as well. It just opens the door for people from all over the world with any sort of access to skiing.
More places like Woodward up in your home area of Park City, and of course one here right at Copper Mountain, giving athletes an opportunity to try it out in the foam pits before they take it to the snow. Nice run for Krista Muir.
Yeah, huge run there with the 900 at the end. So we saw some good combos, technical up top. I'm a little curious on some of the grabs down below. You gotta lock in the grabs on the jumps. Here's the front side 450 out up top. So gripping, setting that edge. We've seen a couple of the women doing that. Here's the switch to Savon. That as well, great technical. And Tess Ledoux just did that same trick and scored a good score on her run. Her jumps were maybe a bit more technical, but these are really solid. Gets the switch 9 on that first smaller jump. It's that grab. You can really tell in the slow-mo. The judges want to see you get all the way down on the ski. Not on the boot, not on the knee, anywhere else, all the way down on the ski. There's that big bottom jump, another corked out 900. We're going to be seeing a lot of that trick today. That's commonplace nowadays. for all these women in the field.
Slow motion does not lie. 82.50. That's what the judges like for Christy Muir on run number 1. 82.50 has her in second place. This is the first of 3 runs for these athletes, and a champion will be crowned at the end. As we turn our attention now to Marin Hamill out of Park City, Utah. Man, Park City is representing today. First with Colby Stevenson and Alex Hall, Tom Wallish in the house, and now Miss Hamill.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a hotbed these days. I mean, the U.S. ski team based there, the center of excellence there.
Yep.
A lot of talent coming from there, training there full time. Marin with a great start, a little smooth, but a little less technical on the rails. But this is what she's known for, the style and composure on the jumps. Always gets the grab. There's the switch 540, kicking that left leg out with the Japan grab, and a very clean 720, reaching back for that tail grab there. So where sometimes some of these women are trying to do an extra spin, Marin is so good at keeping the spins a little lower and slower, but grabbing so well. I love that switch 540 she does, the way it kicks out. There's the spin up top, so everybody doing that trick. And if I can say anything, that's the hard way to stand out. If it's a technical trick, but everyone's doing it, the judges tend to not award it as many points as if you're going to do something unique. If somebody can jump to the top of that wall ride or hit one of those features in a different way, that's going to stand out. But here in the jumps is where she's so smooth. Look at this one. I love the way she kicks that ski out, holds the grab, comes around, and all 3 of these jumps are very, very clean.
Her landings are so smooth. The only thing I would say to your point is, the grabs maybe make it a little more deliberate, because you know how much the judges love a full grab.
Yeah, exactly. They want to see you get the grab and hold the grab for as long as you can in the rotation.
Marin Hamill slides into 3rd place with that 78. So Tess Ledoux still leading the way with the big 91.50. Christy Muir in 2nd, and Hamill and Rickamini of the USA sitting 3 and 4 respectively. Good look down the belly of the beast here at beautiful Copper Mountain, I-70 in the distance. Big credit to the folks at Copper Mountain. The Grand Prix was last week, and this has been a season where snow has not been plentiful. 2 big storms this last week, but they have done such a good job to putting together a course like this is no easy feat.
Exactly. It might look snowy in the background now because of some recent snowfall, but it's been warm and dry and just so impressive to get this whole course together.
Mathilde Grimaud now out of Freiburg, Switzerland, on course. Run number 1.
Wow, switch 270, pretzel 450 out. So very, very technical. And there's the transfer with the switch up. Mathilde off to an incredible start here in run number 1.
Can you get a pretty good idea, Tom, by watching an athlete go if they're more comfortable in rails or more comfortable with the jumps?
Oh, definitely. I mean, you can tell right away. But all these women, for the most part, have known that slopestyle is the asset that they want to go for, and they know that this is the aspect to try, and they're just gotten so good at the rails.
Yep.
And Mathilde is more known for the jumps. I honestly, that's what I would expect out of her. She was the first woman to ever do a switch double cork 1440, and here the rails were by far the most technical part of her run. But I think that's what the judges want. They know that the rails are at least half your score, and doing a big pretzel maneuver up top and this very unique blindside switch up transfer, totally blind, facing away from the rail
and catching it that clean.
Catching it clean. I mean, 2 switch 720s at the bottom, so we may have seen some bigger rotations.
Right.
But this is a nice rodeo into that switch 720 at the bottom. I mean, a 9 and a 7, still great tricks, and she has more in the bag. Could easily warm up with that run and go for a double cork or something even crazier on that bottom jump.
Hopefully she might have just missed the grab there, but skied away switch like it ain't no thing. Mathilde Grimaud waiting for that score to drop. It's an 80.25, so into 3rd place goes the Swiss skier. Big respect for the skiers that come out of the East Coast. Madbury, New Hampshire's finest, Grace Henderson. Getting a good look at the course, and she is now on her way. 3 rail features, 3 jumps before you get to the bottom.
There's another frontside 450 out of that top rail feature. Seems to be the trick of the day. If you're not doing something as technical as that, you're getting left behind on that top rail. Switch 270 to switch. So Grace coming to play today. Switch 180. So maybe opting for a mellow trick, not knowing if she had the speed on that one. There's the right side 720. Look for her to spin to the left on this bottom jump to mirror that rotation with a left side 720. And a great run there from Grace. Coming off, she's been very unlucky the last few years with some knee injuries holding her back, and just able to put down a solid run like that is awesome to see.
It was very smooth and stylish, and her landings were so clean. Was it as technical as what we've seen before? No, but it was clean.
Yeah, exactly. Those bottom two jumps are great with the two 720s. There's the front side 450 out up top. Then we got the switch up here on the flat down rail. So smooth and technical in the rails. The only thing she's lacking is that first of three jumps where she opts for the switch 180. If she could turn that into a switch 540 or a bigger technical trick, then that could be a really big run. But great start. We just keep saying it. With the 3-run format and the speed is always an issue, it's good to play it smart, get a run down, build on that, and develop it into your dream run down the road.
So 63.50 for the young American out of New Hampshire. 2 more opportunities on the course here at Copper Mountain. Well, already with a win in the bag today, not just this weekend, today. Eileen Gu, champion of the women's ski halfpipe competition, coming off of last weekend's performance at the Grand Prix, which she won, and here she is now trying to go 2 for 2 on day 3 of the Dew Tour. Eileen Gu.
Oh, so matching what we saw from Mathilde Grimaud with the switch 270 pretzel.
Just tap dancing.
So smooth, and really, this is the one discipline she's yet to win an event in this season. There's only been one slopestyle contest contested, and that was Kelly Silderud that walked away with that gold medal. Eileen into the bottom jumps. There's the switch Misty 900, so diving forward off that lip. And there's the cork 720, so scaling back the difficulty from some of what we've seen her do. But a great start, very technical up top, and I love that second jump, that switch Misty. That makes it so much easier on a slow day like today to clear the jumps. So here we are, the switch 270 pretzel 450, just forcing the body around. And when I say pretzel, I mean that she's spinning on one way and out the other direction. So really difficult to stop your momentum and then continue spinning it in the opposite direction of the way you spun on.
Look how good she did. She was going to come off that rail early and was able to save it.
Yeah, great balance there and able to hold on to that one. Here at the end, there's the left 7, and she has a left side double cork that she could add to that. But there's that 900 that we were talking about, just switch Misty style. So picture yourself rolling over a table or a couch, diving straight forward onto the back and rolling over, and it just makes it easier to clear the jump with that form of rotation, but also very hard to bring to your feet. It's not as natural as the corkscrew rotation where you're spinning and corked back.
Eileen Gu with an 87.75, has her in second behind Tess Ledoux. Born and raised in San Francisco, she'll be representing China at the upcoming games in Beijing.
All right, send it.
Sarah Hofland now. Well, if the name sounds familiar, it should. Out of Geneva, Switzerland, she is, how do we say this, Tom? She's accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, going to school for, neuroscience, and just an awesome woman to know. And one of the older women in the field, but just got into the sport late and refuses to give it up, is always progressing and always one to watch out for. Coming off that gold medal in 2018 at the Olympics, this begins her push for another this year in Beijing. Oh, and just tweaking the grab. Right side 540, pulling the grab all the way up. There's the switch, left side 720. See if she can break something big on this final jump. The switch right side 7. So back-to-back switch 7s where we know she also has the ability to do a 1080 on that final jump. So a lot of these women trying to take the smart approach of putting down that first solid run, not knowing where the weather or the speed's going to go, and then build on it from there.
I just like her style. Sarah Hufflin's style, it just to me is like, she's got her own little steez. It's just, it just looks so easy for her.
Exactly, it looks really easy. She just came out with a video recently where she's skiing on her way to dinner that you got to check out. She's going to get fondue and skis through the city there in Europe, and it's amazing to watch.
Through a city before.
I have as well. That's why I really love this video that she made. It was awesome to see. Awesome to see her coming out here and getting those grabs on all 3 jumps really solid. There really isn't a miscue here. Gets the safety locked in, pulls it out to the side, and then gets the very tip of the ski on that grab there. So really solid run.
Yeah. Judges like it. 84.75. So Sarah Hufflin, the reigning Olympic gold medalist, sits in 3rd place right now behind Tess Ledoux and Eileen Gu. International podium as it stands right now. Down to the final 3 competitors in the women's first run here at Women's Ski Slopestyle Final on day 3 of Dew Tour. It'll be Marianne Balsamo out of the USA, Estonia's Kelly Sildaru, and then Bella Bacon, Ellicottville, New York, 17 years of age. Penasco, New Mexico is her home. She's just 19. Good skiing areas down in the land of enchantment.
Yeah, and known for the rail prowess. So definitely hoping to see some technical moves out of this. Oh, there's the backside switch up.
I'm sorry, Tom. It just looks different when you see an athlete out there with no poles to an athlete with poles. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It just has a different look to it.
Yeah, it totally is. And it just is unique to each athlete's preferences. Oh, going down on that switch 9 there. Yeah, the poles for a lot of people make it easier to grab if you don't have them. It also makes it maybe less scary because you don't have to worry about stabbing yourself on landing or anything. And here, let's take a look again at this Switch 900. Just not quite enough speed.
Well,
hoping to get that all the way around, but can't quite get it to full 900 and clearing that full jump there.
If someone says you caught the knuckle, it's not a good thing.
No, exactly. When we say the knuckle, we mean just the edge of that jump from flat to downsloping transition. And anytime you don't clear that knuckle, you're going to have a bad time like that.
So breaking news, we're hearing that Kelly Sildaru is going to opt out of her first run, but will compete in either her second or third run. And that's a strategic thing. Now, we know she's nursing a broken hand, but we saw her competing earlier today where she finished in second place in the half-pipe competition. So that takes us down to the final competitor, the #1 qualifier at 17. This is Bella Bacon.
Oh, and Bella's a favorite to watch for her style. Always trying to do something unique, inspired by a lot of people to just keep it steep. You got the bag outerwear. There's the backslide on that 270. So smooth with it into these jumps.
Bella trying to generate some speed. Jump number 2. Oh, she's going for a truck driver?
Looking for the truck driver grab on that big left side 360. And there's the 1080.
There you go.
Wow, so another athlete looking to really step up the quality of the jumps on the third and final jump, going 360 to the right, 360 to the left, and then going all the way to 1080. So even more spinning on that bottom jump than the top 2 jumps combined.
Hold the phone. No poles, no goggles.
I just noticed the no goggles, and it is cold out today.
Yeah.
It's 20 degrees or something, and to ski without goggles has got to be freezing. So let's take a look. Let's see the grabs on these 360s. Gets the safety on that one. Jump number 2, you're looking for the truck driver grab. Reaches for it, has to open up, and then it's this bottom jump. Just able to squeak around the 1080. I'm not sure how she got that. Oh, just barely around there.
That's doing some Bikram yoga right there, because she just, look at the back.
Arches the back, gets the tail grab, and squeaks it around.
So Bella Bacon, not her best run, but it was full of steez. 76 will put her in 7th. Tess Ledoux leads the way with a 91.50, followed by Eileen Gu, Sarah Hufflin, and Kirsty Muir sitting in 4th place. Top place American right now, Mary Hamill on a 78. Run number 2 still to come as Dew Tour 2021 rolls on from beautiful Copper Mountain, Colorado, spelled just like it sounds. Day number 3 rolls on at beautiful Copper Mountain, Colorado. We just witnessed the first run of the women's ski slopestyle final. Tess Ledoux comes out swinging with a 91.50 to take the lead.
Just looking so clean there. The switch right side 900 and the left side 900. Just smooth grabs, locked in, and that's what the judges like to see. So Tess coming out with a 91.5, and she's got more in the tank. There's bigger jump tricks and more technical rails that we could still see out of her.
All right, back to the top we go. Tess Ledoux, everyone knows now. Well, 90s are capable, even despite the speed situation and all that. A 90 is capable. Johanna Keeley is capable of putting down a 90. But she's sitting on a 42.50, wants to dump that. As soon as I hear if someone's a skier from Norway, I'm thinking, wow, you're probably pretty good. When they say they're from Donbass, you're really good.
You know they're good. And it's just incredible the talent that comes out of Norway. Really, skiing is a way of life for the Norwegians, and it's incredible the amount of talent over the years that's come out now in free skiing, Nordic, everything else.
My grandmother's Norwegian, not a skier, but still a good person.
That's disappointing. Court 900 there for Johanna. Look to try to up the jumps here. Switch left side 720. Switch right side 7 with the grab. So locking in that Japan grab there. So has that 900 up top there to help improve. And that's a full pull for her. Top to bottom, smooth and stylish skiing.
The body language much better for Johanna Keeley after run number 1. She was not feeling it. This time I think the score is going to be a little more to her liking.
Yeah, there's the switch to backside 270 out. All the way to the end of that rail. So spinning to the right on that first feature, then spinning to the left with that switch up there. Let's see the grab. Locking in, trying to get all the way out on that tail grab. And that first jump, as long as you can clear and keep your speed through there, it looks like you're able to get the speed the whole time today, but still, the fresh snow of the last few days is making it a little challenging to clear some of these large kickers.
One fine Norwegian right there. Johanna Keeley looking for a better score. She still has her third and final run. But I'll tell you what, Tess Ledoux has put the pressure on. It's a nice improvement up to an 86. So Johanna Keeley right now sitting in a podium position.
You're right, an 86 could hold up, but that is tough. Third place, sitting on the podium for now, but with a lot of talent in the field, you're never safe. Unless you get a score up in those 90s like Tess, never safe.
From Linterheit, Switzerland, Julia Tano now. She had a few little sketches on hers, first run I should say, and she'll try to clean those up. Maybe staying with the same run, which garnered her a 67 the first time around.
Clean switch up maneuver on the transfer rails there. Oh, and very smooth on the switch 270, 270 out. Here's that first jump, right side 540, reaching for the safety grab. Oh, and there's the 900. Much better speed than in run number 1. Coming into this bottom jump, court 900. Julia Tano with a nice run. There's improvement up top on the rails and then able to get those grabs locked in, including that switch 900 on jump number 2.
So Tano goes back-to-back 9s on the final 2 features. We'll start with the rails.
Yeah, here it is up the top, the frontside 450, the most popular trick by far of the day for the women. And this transfer, I love that. Going right foot to left foot, so able to kind of dip the skis and jump over to that rail. It can't be overstated how hard that is to go against the transfer direction.
I was just going to say, how hard is it to get pop off a rail to another rail?
Really hard. I mean, those rails are set up in a way that leads you to do that, but you still got to jump and opposite twist the body. And here's that 900 at the bottom. Reach back, get the opposite tail grab. Judges want to see you getting, when you go for the tail grab, they want to see you get as close to the end of it as possible, and that one was pretty good right there.
Tano, nice improvement for her, 85.25. Getting a jump start on that goggle tan too, by the way.
There you go.
So current standings, Tess Ledoux leading the way, 91.50. Eileen Gu, Johanna Keeley, and Julia Tano. In the case of Johanna Keeley and Julia Tano, improvements already on run number 2, so maybe the course is starting to run a little faster, which would be good news, and allowing them to do more towards the bottom. Jay Riccomini set to drop in out of Port Matilda, Pennsylvania, just 17. Hyped on the first run, a 74.50. And a lot of times, Tom, as you know as a former competitor, if you're feeling good and everything's right, your music's good, your Tom Wallace signature skis are running well, you're going to do well.
Exactly. Putting your run down first is a huge help. And we saw those stats earlier, so the qualifying points, a good result or a podium place goes a long way to qualifying for the women's team for Beijing. Jay there with the smooth switch on to forward. There's the 270. So we saw Jay bring the big double flat spin on the bottom hit. Already changing things up. We saw just the 360 on that top hit. Jay going for the switch 540. Well, we see the double flat spin 720 once again.
The speed is just not there. I was going to say, Jay was coming in fully committed to that third and final hit.
Oh, and that is the knuckle we talked about. So Jay just coming up a bit short on the speed, and if you go for a double flip like that and you can't get the tips of the skis back under you, that is a recipe for disaster.
That was full commitment to that third and final jump. The safety staff on the scene. They'll retrieve the skis, and we'll take a look at this one more time. Jay Riccomini down in the corral. Oof.
So taking a look back at the top, Jay with the switch on to forward there. Then this 270, nice and smooth, gapping onto that down rail. And then huge improvement going 540 to the switch 540. But it was the switch 540 that's just going to slow you down. Here, the bottom hit, we'll take another look, just doesn't have the speed. And you can see those skis blow off.
Exactly what they're supposed to do, right?
Exactly. You want the skis to come off, obviously. That helps prevent knee and leg injuries, and just a hard fall there for Jay.
Jay was able to get the hands out in front, which absorbs some of this hit. So here on the knuckle, and here's where I was worried about, was the speed not there?
Yeah, just coming up a bit short on that hit. Jay just doesn't have the speed on jump number 2, so then you come to that final hit and you weren't able to pump and generate the speed. It makes it that much harder, especially not just doing a 720, but doing a double flip, a double flat spin 720. Only person doing that trick today in the field.
And you see how violent the impact is. And then the long slide to the bottom. So the equipment did what it's supposed to do, and just when we thought maybe up and
Keep my green hair!
up and feel it. That is the best sight we've seen so far. Jay, rockstar. Let's listen in one more time to our point of coming up short on the knuckle.
Back up, though. Just impressive to get back up after that one. That was a slam.
Current leader, Tess Ledoux, out of France. Sitting on a score already of 91.50. To my theory, sitting so good right now, go out there and have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, what a place to be in. 91.50 in the first run, feeling comfortable and excited about your skiing. This is where you have the chance to really push it even further and almost just set yourself away from the rest of the field.
Because if the ski gods are in your corner today and you're in a 91 and you come out swinging on your second run, Tom, with the skill that Tess Ledoux has, good things happen.
Exactly. There's the switch 720. Oh! Maybe just a little bit of wind or just a little slow on that one. So I was thinking we would see the switch right side 900, and I'm thinking now that she's sitting on a 91, there's going to be a double cork in this next run when she gets to that bottom jump. If the speed is there, she's so dialed at them that it would be so good.
Tess not happy with that second off range. She's got the third run still to come, and she's standing by with Tina Dixon.
Well, and still, Tess is the only skier to hit the score in the 90s. Still one more run, but how important was that first run?
I'm super happy to land my first one. It's so important for me. With the wind, It's super sketchy, so finger crossed, sorry, for the third run.
How are the speeds up there?
The speed is so hard. It's super sketchy. We need to go faster.
Best of luck on that third run.
Thank you.
Guys.
C'est magnifique and bon chance to Tess Ledoux for her third and final run. She is the leader with a 91.50. Just the grab on the tail, Tom, and I mean, she's smart enough skier to know that the speed wasn't there. Don't even risk it on that third jump. Just, yeah,
bail off. And that was interesting to hear it. The wind more than anything. I was blaming more of the speed issues to my look on the snow. The little bit of fresh snow, you get off the course a little bit or you carve a little bit into that fresh snow. But it turns out the wind is playing that factor, and that's the one ingredient that just doesn't work with skiing. The wind can make you go too big or too small. So something to watch out for. Look for those wind flags on the side of the course.
Christy Muir now representing Great Britain on her second run of 3. Yeah, you talk about the conditions, and we'll get more from Tina Dixon on the wind. Probably totally different down in the crowd than it is at the top. But I also think flat light might start coming into play.
Yeah, so light's a little flat, and when we say flat, that's when the light is the same. The snow color and the cloud cover are the same, so it makes it really hard to see what you're doing. So luckily, that blue dye on the landing tends to help. And that switch 900 on the top feature was a big step up for Christy here. 900 at the bottom, so 2 different 900s in that run, trying to continue to build on that first run and do a more technical jump section.
And Tom, it seems like the athletes that have success and land smoothly on jump number 2 set themselves up so well for that third and final jump.
Yeah, it's really about the speed and the perfect landing. If you can clear the first jump, you maintain the speed. If you come up short, you're already getting yourself set behind. Here's that first. Look at that dive. The switch Misty is totally inverted, almost like a switchback full. So just flipping all the way around, and that is a big change from what we saw in that first run. So really, she knew what she had to do. She needed to build that one. That was an easy trick in the first run. She needed to put something crazy there, and that's it.
Tom, who gets credit for inventing the Misty?
You know, that's a good question.
Not Tom Wallish?
I wish it was me. No.
It's just such a cool maneuver, but the Misty comes into play on this one. Unfortunately for Christy Muir, she's going to hold on to that first run score of 82.50.
Yeah, judges just looking for her to lock in that grab on that switch Misty 9. If she was able to do that, that would get you up there.
Current standings in the midst of run number 2 of 3, the women's ski slopestyle final here at Dew Tour 2021. Todd Harris alongside Tina Dixon and Tom Wallish as we get a good look here at Marin Hamill out of Park City, Utah.
So smooth and calm in that first run, sitting on a 78. Let's see if she can just keep it going, work on the amplitude, get those grabs locked in, and improve on that score just a bit. It's not all about podiums. For Marin and the other American women, it's also about placement and being smart. So while, yes, there could be more tricks to do, if the speed's not there, it's smart for someone like Marin to just put a run down and work on working your way up that leaderboard, because every point counts on your way to that, to qualify.
And with one more event still to go. Okay, she rocked on the rail right there. Was that intentional, or was that trying to find her center?
I think that was a little bit of trying to find her center, but also adding a little bit of flavor. I love seeing that pressing out onto the tail. That just shows how cool and comfortable she is on that rail. There's that left side 540, and there's the switch 540. I love that she kicks out the Japan grab on into that bottom hit with the cork 7. This is just so easy for her. Excuse me, she did a cork 7 in run number 1, so just going for the right side 540 there, I think just needs to combine the technical rail tricks and the smoothness of those jumps we saw in the first run, and she could definitely improve that score of a 78. Will it be enough to get up top?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know you're world class when you can throw down 3 completely different runs, as Hamill's second run is not enough to improve, so she stays with the 78 for the time being, has one more run to go. Field of 13 competitors here at the women's slopestyle final. Beautiful day at Copper Mountain. Day number 3 of Dew Tour 2021. Mathilde Gramont now out of Switzerland on course.
switch 270, pretzel 450, so technical. And there's that switch up transfer, totally blind.
Man, clean through the rails.
And you can see Mathilde coming off that rail after the 270 in a tuck, going as fast as she can into these jumps. Oh, there's the big rodeo 900 to the right. Lands super clean on that landing. Does she have enough speed for the bottom hair? Switch 720, just coming up a little short. But so are a lot of the women here today.
Yep, it's all telltale sign is that second jump. Once you get past the tundra jump, if you got smooth run into that second jump and you land it clean, you're looking good for 3. But her rails, just, you talk about the technicality of these tricks, she makes them look so pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, that first rail trick is not easy by any means. Switch 270 and pretzeling out. The grip, the consistency is so tough. And here, on this 270, watch when she lands immediately into the tuck, trying to generate as much speed as possible. Oh, the cork. After that jump, I really thought this was on its way until this bottom jump. It's a really good run until that landing. Did she clear the jump enough for the judges? The judges want to see you make it all the way past that knuckle, and she just comes up a bit short, but at the same time, sometimes it shows more strength and more finesse just to be able to stomp that landing there, but just not quite enough speed per the day.
That seems to be the flavor of the day, is not enough speed, but she does hold on, able to ride away. Second run score was not an improvement. Grace Henderson, Madbury, New Hampshire, sitting on a 63.50. That has her in 11th. She needs better than a 91.50 to go into the lead. She needs better than an 86 to get herself into a top 3 position.
Smooth frontside 450 there. And there's the switch up, nice and smooth. Switch 270, so into the jumps. This is where the speed has become a little bit troublesome. The wind playing a factor, and there's the switch 540. So we talked about it in run number 1. She did the 180 there, and we spoke that she just needed more technicality on that Toyota Tundra jump. And there, the bottom jump. So 540 and 2 720s. That's got to be an improvement for Grace.
Show us your game face Grace. Wow. It'd be difficult in this pandemic era with the face mask and all that requirement, but we'd like to see it anyways. All right, let's go back to the top. Here she is through the rails, carrying her speed nicely.
Yeah, frontside 450, stomping that landing, really smooth on this switch up. Frontside switch up, so we call it frontside whenever you do the switch up or the spin, and the first part of it is facing forward, or you see it. So frontside switch up, facing forward. There's the switch 5, so big improvement on the technicality on that first of 3 jumps. And then these bottom 2, she does the cork 720, so off axis, gets the full jump. You can see clearing all the way to that blue dye on the landing. And there's the family and friends down there.
Despite CDC guidelines, we would love to see your face. So the score coming in for Grace, and it will be an improvement. So she jumps up to a 77, which has her in a top 10 position. Eileen Gu, mouthpiece in place. She's got the look going. She's ready to rock. 87.75 is what she has. She needs a 91.50 or better to take the lead. Already with a title in her pocket from earlier today when she won the women's ski half-pipe final.
My question for her also is, how do you come off a win like that in the positivity and not want to just call it a day? To go back out there with the hunger and the drive to win, and attempt to win another event. The motivation there is just incredible. And so smooth through those rails. That 270 on, absolutely stomped here into the jumps. Gets the Buick grab there on the right side 540. So the same grab we saw her doing her 900 in the Superpipe event. There's the switch 900. Going into the left side 720 again. So technically sound up top, and then the same jump we saw down below, but with an improvement on that grab on that right side 540. So sitting already in second place with that 87.
Here's a tech question for you, Tom. Is it easier to carry more speed, especially when you get to the jump sections, when you are riding normal position rather than switch?
Exactly. I personally think so, and I think a lot of the athletes would agree. Your ability to tuck and get into a smaller ball and generate more speed is easier going forward than
So the reason I
switch.
asked that is Eileen goes into the first jump, our Tundra jump, and switch, but then she comes out of it on this next one, and she goes in forward normal. So she has the speed to carry it in. Here she is. Boom.
That big Misty trick is what generates that speed. I think being able to clear that knuckle with the forward popping switch Misty is what sets her up for that left side 720. Very flippy, because she does that left side 7 in a way to practice for the left side double cork that almost the 7 itself looks like just a setup for the double cork version that we see from her.
So Eileen Gu from San Francisco representing China, a slight improvement for her up to an 89, which has her still in second place with a run to go. Current standings, it's still Tess Ledoux, 91.50 that everyone is chasing. And this is Sarah Hoflin, scheduled to see Marion Balsamo next, and then Kelly Silderu, who opted not to take her first run before wrapping up the second runs with Bella Bacon from the USA.
Sarah smooth through these rails with that front side switch up, the switch 270 there to forward. Watch for the bottom of this run. If she can do the switch left side 720 into a switch right side 1080, it could be a massive score. And she's going for it. 1080!
Muscles it around.
Sarah Hoflin switched 1080 on the bottom jump, and she looks surprised herself that she landed that one.
Yeah, she's just like, I'm so happy I survived that.
Honestly, I have no idea.
She has no idea. The speed was so good at that bottom one to be able to get that 1080 around. Let's take a look up top. There's the front side 450 out. Here's that switch 270. So brings it back to forward. And then this is where things get really technical, is down near the bottom. Starts off with just the 540, but the grab is so good that even if the rotation is small, locking in the grab like that is gonna get the judges excited. There's the switch left side 720, and here's the massive jump, the biggest spin we've seen thus far today, the switch 1080. And this angle should give us a good view of the land. She gets the grab so solid on that.
That looks more like a 1078.
It's definitely a 1078, 1077.
But she rode away. I mean, come on.
The judges have got to commend that. I know they want to see you get all the way around, but on a low speed day like this, being able to still land that switch 1080 has got to count for something in my mind.
Look at, right?
Oh, no hand down though, no hand down. Just a little bit under rotated, but still able to maintain just impressive edge control out of Sarah Hoflin.
And the judges, not as impressed as we were, 84.25, so she'll stay with the 84.75. Sarah, top 5 position right now.
They want to see perfection. They don't want to see the bobble on a hard trick. They want to see perfectly executed tricks.
Marion Balsamo now out of Penasco, New Mexico, still in her teen years, from the land of enchantment.
Backside 270 out of that rail up top. This is where we saw the blindside switch up in the first round. Going with the blindside 270 out this run, trying to maintain that speed into these jumps. Oh, the 180. Will she have enough speed? No.
Nope. That's a savvy move. I mean, it hurts not to do it, but Marion's smart.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw how bad that landing was and how painful that landing was when she went for that switch 900 on jump number 2 in run number 1. So perhaps a little bit worried about having that happen again and just having a tough time with that speed.
So she will look to her third and final run. And some breaking news. It's not good news for fans of the competition. Silderu has dropped out of the competition. Remember, she skipped her first run maybe thinking to take runs 2 and 3. She is pulled out of the competition completely so. Tess Ledoux leads the way with a 91.50, followed by Eileen Gu, Johanna Keeley. Truly international field right now, and the top placed American right now is none other than Maren Hamill in 8th place. So in the men's competition, the men dominated the top 3 positions +1, with Mac Forehand taking 4th. This will be Bella Bacon. Does she get herself and Team USA on the podium here with the second run?
Yeah, Bella's so fun to watch. You can tell she's got some tunes going, just enjoying it out there, trying to keep it steezy. Got the pegging here. There's the 270 to switch. Can't tell. I don't know if she wanted to end up switching or not.
Oh, I think she was going for a trunk tap on the Toyota Tundra. A lot of T's, but that would have been pretty awesome.
The trunk tap.
Yeah, she gets a little lost there, so this is going to be a throwaway for Bella.
Yeah.
#1 qualifier.
And as the #1 qualifier, she'll have the opportunity to drop in last. So able to see how the speed and how the rest of this event plays out, so she knows exactly what she needs to do to get into that top spot. And if I were to tell her anything more than just getting into the top spot or onto the podium, she's got to remember there's a lot of points at stake. Putting a full run down to challenge Grace and Maren Hamill for those top American points is almost just as important as it is to get a podium finish. So trying to just get a full run would be great.
All right, before we get to the third and final runs, we check in down in the finish corral with Tina Dixon for more on Kelly Silderoux.
Yeah, thanks so much, Todd. And right now I'm being told with the speed, with the wind, and also the fact that Kelly Silderoux competed earlier in halfpipe. Remember, she did get that podium result. Just wasn't quite feeling it on this course. Now keep in mind, Kelly does have a broken left hand from earlier in this season, so her arm is completely casted. So you add all of those up and it's very understandable, but right now Kelly will not be competing today.
All right, thank you very much for that update, Tina Dixon. So Dr. Tom Wallish, did she make the right call?
I think so. I think that was a smart call, playing it safe. A lot of season left with the Olympics coming this year and everything else.
All right, we've got a good one here. The third and final runs on day number 3 of the women's ski slopestyle final. It is all France all the time right now as Tess Ledoux into the 90s with a 91.50, leads the way. Eileen Gu sits in second. Johanna Keeley sitting in third. The third run when we return to beautiful Copper Mountain, Colorado. Glad to have you back with us on a beautiful day in the Rocky Mountains. This is Dew Tour 2021, Copper Mountain, our home. As you see I-70 there on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, Some of the world's best as far as women's slopestyle goes. Tess Ledoux from France leading the way, 91.50. Eileen Gu, Johanna Keeley, Julia Tano, and Sarah Hoffman, the top 5, as Marin Hamill, the top-placed American, currently in 8th, as Tina Dixon just reported. Kelly Silderu has pulled out of the competition, so she will not be competing here, already with a second-place performance earlier today in the half-pipe competition. So we wish her a speedy recovery, and I'm sure she will have something to be said when Beijing rolls around.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking forward to that Olympics this year. Having to sit out of 2018 because of a knee injury, so taking it smart and nothing against that. You got to save yourself. There's a lot going on this season, so we look forward to seeing Kelly in the next event.
Johanna Keeley now, third and final run. Remember, her second run was so much better. She bumped things up, but she needs better than a 91.50 if she wants to move into the lead.
Yeah, and if anybody's capable, Johanna definitely capable of that. Oh, there's the cork 900, and that wasn't even a bobble.
No,
it was a minor issue. That anything like that makes it so hard to clear. You see,
even that straight air. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the quote-unquote bobble that really kind of put an end to her run. This is the rail section. Johanna Keeley showing that Viking prowess here. No problem.
Yeah, backside switch up there, 270 out, so smooth on that rail. The switch 270 as well, so smooth there. So it's really turned into a rail competition. Being able to put together some technical stuff up top, and then just, you can see, sitting on the tails of her skis, trying to generate some speed, and just not able to clear that one. But that 86 has her sitting in third place on the podium with speed being an issue. Is that 86 enough to hold up for another full round of women athletes?
Knowing the likes of Julia Tano, Sarah Hoffman, Mathilde Grimaud are still to come on their third run, that is a precarious spot indeed. Speaking of the aforementioned Julia Tano, now on course.
Oh no!
I'm not going to give that the announcer jinx. That was just got into the back seat. So Tano's best score will be that 85.25.
So close to that podium position.
And let's not forget, a lot of these athletes that are here internationally are competing also for their World Cup points, trying to get points to, impress their home nations. So they're on that team as well, which I'd be surprised if Julia Tano does not make the team for Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is the same, or a variety of criteria to qualifying, and every nation's got it different. Let's take a look back at this rail feature where we had the backseat landing. That's that switch up where she spins to the front side. Lands a little bit heavy on the tails and just not able to get it all the way to switch stands to ride that one out. So really, it's just tough with the rails. You have to be so perfect in those minute details and the balance in order to ride away.
Jay Riccomini, we saw the big crash on run 2. Good opening run with a 74.50. It is go time for the 17-year-old from Port Matilda, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we saw the double flat spin 720. Landed in the first run.
Yep.
Big crash there in run number 2. So can Jay bring it all together, solid rails, into a run with that double flat spin in it?
Feeling it. Here we go.
Oh, the blindside 450 out, up top, nice and clean. Switch on to forward on that A-frame down rail. 270. Will we see the 540 here or the back-to-back 360 combination? Opting.
Speed just,
diving forward. Is there enough speed for the double?
Jay!
Double flat spin, 720.
The picture of happiness right there, exercising the demons from run 2.
I don't know how I landed that.
To come
Shout
back.
out to Kylie Schaefer, I love you.
To come back from that crash.
Yeah, that's
in run
exactly.
number 2. Just incredible. Here's the 450 out up top. Stomps that landing. Okay, switch on, smooth through that one to forward. 270, another smooth rail trick, and then it's the change. It's the jumps down below. Only double flip we're seeing all day on that third and final jump. There's the 360, then the 720 before the double flat spin 720. Huge amplitude on that. And this is really here at the end where it all went wrong in run number 2. Jay able to bring it together with the double on the bottom hit, on the final run, final chance.
Got the shout outs in. Showed off the do. So not an improvement, the 73.75, so Jay will stay with that 74.50 on run number 1. And we'll have a break. Let's check in with Tina Dixon.
Yeah, thanks guys. Well, I'm being told right now that in terms of the wind, they are really feeling it on that second jump. Up top, the course where the actual rails are, that's not affecting the skiers at this point, so strategy and really playing to your strengths is gonna come into action here on the third and final run.
All right, thank you, Tina. There you see the temperature, a balmy 15 degrees. The wind is that 15 to 20 miles an hour time. If it's consistent, I've always been told from skiers and people of your ilk that if it's consistent, you can deal with it. It's the gusting that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And here we take another look at Jay's final hit there, the double flat spin. So coming back and getting those feet under, but it's the gust, right? If it's consistent and it's one direction, you can plan for it. One direction in the way it's blowing, not the band.
Not your favorite group, yeah.
If it's blustery and it's gusting and you get into the air and you think you're going to clear the jump and then all of a sudden you don't, that's something you can't judge, you can't plan for, and that makes it so hard. The wind is the one thing we can't deal with as free skiers.
Tess Ledoux, the current leader on a 91.50 on course.
Does she play it safe knowing she's already sitting at the top of the podium and the conditions are deteriorating, or does she go for a bigger and better run in an attempt to improve on that score of hers? Tess, switch 720, you can see immediately into the sit tuck, trying to maintain as much speed, switch right side 900, double cork, 1260, no!
Went for it.
Had it.
Yep.
And that is why Tess Ledoux is one of the best in the world and one of my absolute favorites to watch. I mean, she could have easily sat back, let that score ride for the rest of the event, but she doesn't want that to be women's free ski. She wants to showcase what she can do, and this is massive. The double cork with the grab, I mean, inches away from putting that one down perfectly to switch and putting up a monster score.
Almost saved it as well. The grab is there, spots the landing.
Right here, you can see just squeaks it by. Instead of a 1260, it's more like an 1170 and just doesn't quite get it. And you could tell she's like, why?
I say points for progression. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so proud of her for going out there and trying that one and trying to send it, progressing the sport, continuing to push the limits of what's possible.
She's checking everything. That left shoulder seems to be a bit tender. The 28.75 not helping her cause. But to your point, Tom, she was the leader with a 91.50. Could have come down, safetied it, did not do it, went for progression. So hats off, chapeau, Tess Ledoux. And there are the flags that Tom was talking about that all the skiers will look at as they're approaching. If they stay consistent, it's not a big deal. When all of a sudden they start getting really crazy and flapping in the wind, then it's like, oh, I don't want to be 20 feet off the ground sailing, and one of those gusts comes by.
Exactly, and you might just think those banners are there for branding to show off Copper Mountain and Woodward Copper, but really those windsock, wind sails are there for the athletes to be in between jumps, to see them either blowing or not blowing or what direction they're blowing, and use that information to really decide how big or small off the jumps they're gonna go, how much the wind's gonna affect their speed.
So Muir looking for something big here on the third and final run. Nice little floaty start to the jump section.
360, yeah, on that first Toyota jump feature. There's the right side 720. Into that left side 900.
So speed, not a problem.
And just, it's just luck of the draw sometimes. When you drop in, it might be windy, then the wind dies as you go, or it might be windy, not windy at the top, and then windy when you get down to the bottom. There's just no way of knowing. But here at the top rail section, let's look at this second feature. This is where I saw she's going for the pretzel and just has to kind of shuffle it around. And we saw the judges being pretty hard earlier. If you have anything like that where you sort of land sideways and you got to force it around, not quite fully getting that 270 out of that rail around.
Yeah, the judges have the slow-mo, and the slow-mo don't lie.
Here at the bottom, though, great speed on that jump number 2 and number 3 with the left side 900 there with the tail grab.
And look at the flags there, almost laying flat, so not a wind issue for Muir, but she will stay with run number 1 score of 82.50. Marin Hamill gets the green light. The course is hers. She's obviously looked down the channel, sees the flags are somewhat mellow, and she's going to send it.
Currently sitting in 8th, but our top place American at the moment. So valuable points on the line. There's that 270 out. And again, Todd, like you mentioned earlier, she's doing the wobble, the balance, pressing out onto the tail on that rail. So just showcasing the comfort. Switch 540 with the Japan grab again.
She's got good speed.
Great speed on this one. Really carried it over that jump number 2. And huge 720 on jump number 3. So speed all of a sudden does not seem to be an issue.
Last 2 skiers does not seem to have a problem. So here's a situation. If she wants to move up into the top 3 position, she needs better than 86 to take the lead. Better than a 91.5.
Let's look again at the top. The wobble presses out onto the tails, into the front side, 270 out. And here on the jump section, she got the 540 to the left, gets the grab on that one. Here's that switch 540 I love so much, kicking it out, gets the Japan. And you can see, landed 1 or 2 blue lines down on that one. So clearly the speed better for Marin on this one.
Wow, judges not as impressed as we were. 78.25 for the young American, so she will stay in 8th place.
Which I get. The run is the same as what we saw in run number 1. So similar score, but we're just so happy to see somebody fully clear these jumps.
Yeah, Mother Nature not getting any credit in the scoring today as Tess Ledoux leads it. As we talked about at the top of this event, get a good scoring early. You don't know what the weather's going to do, and that's exactly what Tess Ledoux did from France. She came out swinging 91.50 as Mathilde Grimaud now dropping in from Switzerland. Ooh. She catch a ski on the out on that?
Yeah, kind of bonked the ski there, switched 270 pretzel. I'm so impressed to get the skis back under her and not even have a chance at falling on that one.
You know she'll tell the judges it was intentional.
Yeah, that was a tap, part is what we call that. Oh, left side 720. Here's the rodeo diving forward. Rodeo 900. Lands clean just over the knuckle. She have enough speed for a big spin here on the end. Switch 720 with great speed there. So all of a sudden, these last 3 or 4 women having no trouble with the speed. Maybe not no trouble, but at least able to clear all these jumps. And this is, let's take a look at top. Just gets a little weird with the ski, but totally fine. Gets the trick around. It just had a slight noise to it coming off that sort of crooked rail box. Here's the jump I'm worried about the grab on. Reaches back with the left hand, just kind of tickles it. Gets it slightly for a second. Judges want to see you holding that grab as long as possible. Like on that trick, the Rodeo 900, where she grabs the safety for the whole time, and on that switch 720 at the bottom with great speed, you can tell, reaches down, gets the grab, tweaks the grab. That's what the judges love.
Lock that in. Beautiful landing. Sets it down smoothly, so we'll see if this is an improvement for Mathilde Grimaud, and it is an 85.50, just on the outside of the podium in 4th for the Swiss skier.
And Johanna Kili on that 3rd place spot is really dodging a lot of bullets here today. She has that 86, has her sitting in 3rd on the podium, and she's been there for a while. And like we said, will that last? And so far, so good.
So 3 Americans left to go on their 3rd and final run. We'll kick things off with Grace Henderson here in the 3rd runs, and then it will be Marion Balsamo and Bella Bacon have the final word.
There's the front side 450 out. Grace, really similar, so doing the same technical rail run that we saw throughout the course of the day. Here on the jump is where we saw her step it up with the switch 540 in the previous run. Oh, and just not enough speed.
She clipped looked like the transfer jump with the tip of her skis. She was switch heavy on this run, Tom, but man, it seemed like she had the speed. It looked like things were going well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that first jump, and she's going really inverted on that one. So if you don't have the speed coming around, your tips are just that close to catching.
So Henderson will not improve. She'll have to hold on to the 77 that she got on run number 1.
Yeah, that is her sitting in 9th, but the 2nd place American, so still some valuable points on the line. And let's look, the tips just barely catch, and she goes for the penguin slide down the landing on that one. But up and at them right away. Always good to see these women hopping right back up. In the grab, holding the grab, I think she thought she had the rotation and just came around and just wasn't quite there.
3rd and final runs of the women's ski slopestyle final. Eileen Gu already with a win earlier today in the half-pipe competition. She's currently sitting in 2nd place with an 89. She needs better than a 91.50 to take the lead and an improbable 2nd win of the day here at Dew Tour 2021.
Yeah, Eileen already looks good for another podium result, but if she can step it up a little bit on the jump section of this course, that top spot of Tess Ledoux is not out of the question for win number 2 on the day. Switch 270 with the pretzel out up top to perfection. There's the K-Fed. 270 on, maintaining the speed. Let's see if she's got the Buick grab. Reaching over the shoulder, across the body there on the 900. She does, but the speed is minimal. Going for it still with the switch 900, tucking into jump number 3. Oh, so same run that we've seen all day from her, and the highest score she's received for that run so far is an 89. She also got an 87.75 for a run that's very, very similar.
I don't know if that's better than just the eye test. I don't know if it's better than Tess Ledoux, but of course, not a judge.
Yeah, to me, that's not better than her run number 2, where she had all those same rail tricks, but she absolutely got the grab on the right side 900, where in this run, these rails are very smooth. Don't get me wrong, but they were very smooth in run number 2, and that run only scored an 89. So to me, this isn't an improvement, and that is another bullet dodged for Tess Ledoux, if it is. So right there, comes up a little short, the grab's not as good, and the judges have been so critical all day about those landings, about coming up short, about getting the grabs, that I just can't see that one helping improve.
Yeah, see, they're landing just before the blue line. So Eileen Gu, if she's tired, I can't blame her. She's already won a half-pipe competition, and the score is not going to be an improvement for her. So it is Eileen Gu and Tess Ledoux, 2nd and 1st respectively, as we check in with Tina, who is standing by with Miss Eileen Gu.
Yeah, and we've already spoken to Eileen a couple times today after winning the half-pipe event. How would you sum up what you were able to do today in slopestyle?
Honestly, I was really struggling in slope today. The speed was pretty tough. I ended up knuckling on all my runs. So I'm really happy that I was able to pull through and perform under pressure. And with the conditions that everybody was struggling with. So obviously not ideal, but it was still super fun and everybody killed it. And there were some really inspiring tricks happening today, so I was just excited to be a part of it.
You know, you still had that big win. How did you even reset for Slopestyle?
I ate some French toast in the lodge. I gave my mom a hug. I texted my best friend, and then I came out here.
Keeping it casual.
Exactly.
Thanks so much, Eileen.
Eileen Gu is so talented, already with a win in the half pipe, and now it looks like she's going to finish on the podium in slopestyle. She's also amazing in big air, and she speaks fluent Mandarin. Stop showing off. Come on, enough already. She's going to Stanford next year. I don't even think she has an idea of the magnitude of the way she's going to perform in Beijing, in her mother's home nation, and she's representing China.
Yeah, I mean, so cool to represent China and bring the sport of free skiing and to bring women's athletics and sports to a country like that is amazing.
She's going to be very popular indeed. All right, we're down to the final 3 competitors. Sarah Hoeflin, Marion Balsamo, and Bella Bacon will have the final say. Everyone with an opportunity to take the win still, because it's 3 runs, only your best run counts. The leader, Tesla Du of France, with a 91.50. We saw her down at the bottom just sweating it out. Is she going to get the win? Is she going to be in second? Is she going to be in third?
Exactly. And if I was Tesla Du, I would be worried right now about this woman, Sarah Hoeflin, the reigning Olympic gold medalist. And if she can do this switch 1080 at the bottom, it could be big. Switch 1080 with the grab. No shortness on the rotation that time. And you can see the stress.
Tess is like, that was really good.
That was a massive rotation for Sarah Hoeflin there on the bottom jump. The biggest trick, the biggest degree of difficulty and degree of rotation we've seen all day from any of the women in the field. Let's take a look at the rails, though, because Tess's rails are very technical. Sarah with the 450 out, so advantage Tess. The frontside switch up there, very comparable. This switch 270, again, just to forward where we see the combo out of Tess. So Tess definitely has the advantage up top.
All right,
but
the airs.
The air, especially in that bottom air, is where Sarah really has an advantage. That switch 1080 on the bottom hit, getting all the speed she can. Let's take a look at the grab. Here's the switch left side, gets the safety grab, brings it around. So that one clean. And then the bottom hit, does she have all the speed? Gets the grab all the way around. No hand down on that one. Ooh. I mean, that's tough. The rails up top aren't that technical, but
I don't know if it's better than the 91.
Yeah,
what do I know? It wasn't the smoothest landing, but Tess is trying I'm so happy for progression, but not today. 85, run number 3 for Sarah Hoeflin, so a slight improvement, and Hoeflin into 6. Kind of surprised on that last one. I thought it'd be closer to 88.
Yeah, that was harsh. Okay. Judges are critical. That landing, not perfect, and they're going to critique you for it. And only a 540 up top, but still, to me, critical.
Tesla Du doing the podium dance. We can tell you now she will be on the podium, at least third, the very worst. So 2 Americans still to go. It'll be Marion Balsamo out of New Mexico, and then Bella Bacon will have the final say as the top qualifier.
Coming back to that point, I realized earlier we weren't able to hold the qualifier, which is why all of these women are competing in this final round. So this is a random order that they're competing in. So Bella and Marion actually not
the number 1 and number 2.
We misspoke. That's usually how it runs in a final, but today they're all running in the order that they were going to run in qualifiers.
And Marion pulls off, not feeling it there. So good point, good housekeeping on your part, Tom. Because of wind conditions and weather conditions, the field was really almost at 20, and then some athletes pulled out, didn't feel comfortable with it, so we were at 16, and even right before we came on, we were at 15, and then we had the drop, and of course, as Tina reported, Kelly Sillerud pulled out as well. So now down to 12, and it will be Bella Bacon dropping in for the final run of this competition. Tesla Du on top with a 91.50. For Bella Bacon, though, she's got an opportunity to move herself into a podium position. She's sitting on a 76. She needs better than an 86. Now, that's certainly within her wheelhouse to do it, but with the conditions as they are today, we'll see.
I would love to see her put a full run down, too, because not only does she have a chance to get onto that podium, but better than a 78.25, puts her ahead of Marin Hamill for those all-important U.S. points. So just being able to get some points today on that road to Beijing would be massive.
Bacon coming up a little bit short there. 2 more jumps.
Right side, 360s. Got the speed, but how about the final jump? Oh! Oh, so we saw in run number 1 that corked 1080 on that final jump and goes for it here in the 3rd and final run. Last athlete to drop and just not able to get that full rotation around.
Copper's finest getting to her rather quickly to make sure she's okay. Bella taking a punishing hit on the 3rd and final. She's back up under her own power on course. And she took a shot to the, the goggles, the forehead, it's just not good. And Tesla Do not celebrating just yet. She wants to make sure that Bella's okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie between all these women, but obviously with that crash, Bella's not going to break into that top 3. That's going to set our podium up with Tesla Do taking away that top spot. And even with that pushing, and could have had that double cork there to have even improved that. So really an amazing performance from France's Tesla Do today.
All kinds of drama, no qualifier, right into the main event. Several athletes dropping out. Kelly Silderu, who looked to be the favorite, winning the first event of the year, pulling out after thinking about going, not happening. And in the end, it is Tesla Do. First run score, 91.50, that proves to be the difference. And she is standing by with Tina Dixon.
Well, Tess, that first run really did pay off. Just how much does it mean to you to win women's ski slopestyle here at Dew Tour?
I'm just so happy. The weather is bad today. The speed is so sketchy. So I'm just super happy to land my first run.
Yeah, but you were still going for it on the 3rd run. Double cork 1260. When did you make that decision?
Because I would like one. But I didn't land my trick, so next time.
You know, the progression in women's skiing, especially coming into this season, has just been out of hand. What can we expect in the future and then moving into Beijing?
Yeah, the level of women freestyle skiing is just incredible. It's higher and higher, and I'm so proud to be part of this movement.
Great day. Congratulations on this win.
Thanks.
Très bien, Tesla Do, 91.50. Eileen Gu finishes in 2nd place. Johanna Keeley finishing in 3rd. Marin Hamill, the top-placed American, in 8th place with a 78.25. Despite the conditions, Tom Wallace, this was a great day of competition.
Yeah, exactly. So much to watch today. A lot of talent in the rail section, a lot of technical difficulties. We saw a bunch of big rotations, and for the first time in the last few weekends and few events, we're not seeing Eileen Gu on top of that podium, so she is human. She can get 2nd, but still, such an impressive performance coming off a win in Superpipe earlier this morning to get 2nd place here today, but it's France's Tesla Do. I mean, just incredible on that run 1, 91.5.
And if you're a fan of Swiss skiing, look at that, 4, 5, and 6 with Grimaud, Tano, and Sarah Hofland. So a lot of talent on the board. The Americans, a good showing there, just getting into this final with Grace Henderson, Bella Bacon, Jay Riccomini, and Marion Balsamo. As we mentioned, Marin Hamill, the top-placed American. Let's take a quick look back at the 3-2-1. That's Johanna Keeley. Didn't have the great way to start things off, but she came back fighting with an 86 on her 2nd run.
Yeah, and Eileen Gu in 2nd with the technicality up top, the big corked out 720 down below, and including the switch Misty 900. But Tesla Do walking away in the top spot with overall just pure clean skiing, smooth through the rails, and very consistent on the jumps, grabbing all the way out on that tail on the cork 900, and it was hers to win or hers to lose all day, coming out in first run with that big score.
Other than the athletes, the hardest job on the mountain, of course, being a judge. Some of the competitions you come away with going, I'm not sure I agree with that. I agree with this. I think Tesla Do had the best run out of all the runs we saw today.
Yeah, definitely did. Some amazing skiing from her and from all the women in the field today.
Take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, day 4 of Dew Tour 2021. We've got women's snowboard slopestyle final, the men's snowboard slopestyle final, and then we go back to the men's ski Superpipe final before the ski and snowboard street style final come up at 4 to 6:50 p.m. Wow, big day tomorrow on Saturdays. We check in with DC.
Well, it is time to bring to you your podium out here for women's ski slopestyle. And before we bring you your podium out here for the women's ski slopestyle, I'd like to introduce to you our very special guest, our awards presenter, Kristen Thomas, our Dew Tour Partnerships Director. Thank you very much, Kristen, once again for helping us with the award presentation. And now for your podium out here for the women throwing it down. In third place, representing Norway, hands together for Johanna Kelly. Let's put your hands together again for your third place finisher, representing Norway, coming out of Donbass, Johanna Kelly. And in second place, her first Dew Tour appearance. She won the Superpipe competition this morning and getting on the podium today with the second place finish. Hands together for Eileen Gu. Once again, representing China, her first time at Dew Tour, getting on the podium twice in one day. Let's hear for second place finisher, Eileen Gu. And your champion, representing France. Let's get a big, loud bravo for Tess Leda. One more time, bravo for your champion, Tesla on your podium for women's ski slopestyle.
All right, thank you very much, DC. Tesla Dew takes top honors in the women's slopestyle on skiing, and Colby Stevenson does it for the men. I think the big winners today, Tom Wallace, are the fans and the folks watching at home. Great progression. I love the slow build, the slow burn to Beijing.
Yeah, exactly. So much to look forward to, seeing all that competitiveness, especially some of what we left to see. That double cork 1260 out of Tesla Dew. You know there's more coming up.
Well, it's been a beautiful day here at Copper Mountain, and we are just getting warmed up. Championship weekend, Saturday and Sunday, big schedule. Snow guns are out. Mother Nature providing beautiful bluebird conditions, and that is what is in the forecast. Congratulations to the athletes who came, who saw, who conquered, and competed. And we are set for 2 magical days here up in the Rocky Mountains. So for your entire crew here at the Dew Tour, I'm Todd Harris. For Tom Wallace saying goodbye for now. We will see you tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Let's do it all again here at Dew Tour 2021.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.